Okay. Namaste, Suprabhatam. Welcome to all of you for the second day of this INDICA conference on Indigenous storytelling on traditions of India. We've had a beautiful day yesterday, so many presentations. We've seen the story of the civilization of our. There's some echo. So we've seen the story of the civilization, of our civilization, which is full of stories. We continue that journey today as well. We will begin the session with Veda Mantra. Just a minute. Om Bhadram Karnebhiः Shrunuyama Devaः Bhadram Pashyemakshabhiryajatraः Sthirairangai sastanubhihi Vyashema devahitam yadayuhu Swasti na indro vruddhashravaha Swasti na pusha vishvavedaha Swasti nastarkshyo arishtanemihi Swasti no bruhaspatir dadhatu Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Invoking this auspicious Veda mantra, may be disposed towards us. May all the gods ensure our welfare. Let's begin the session. The first session we have is a very interesting session. It's by Dr. Pradeep, Dr. M. Madheshwaran and Lakshmi Priyaji. It's titled 5-Level Method of Unify Storytelling, an effective tool for confronting dilemmas in life. This is under the section of Contemporary Applications of Storytelling. Over to you, Dr. Pradeep. You can begin the session.
Namaste to all of you. Thanks to the organizers. Again, we are it's an honor to again present in this INDICA conference, our second topic. And I'd like to thank my colleagues, Lakshmi Priya and Dr. Madheshwaran. Lakshmi Priya was supposed to do the presentation, but last minute I had to do this. I also thank our school teachers, Unify school teachers, who are great storytellers, inspiring children. I will get into the topic. But in our Indian tradition, it is our grandma or grandpa, uncles and aunts are the original storytellers. Now, if you take the storytelling way in Indian tradition, it is very, very unique. In Tamil, the word for story is kadai. And even now, kadaikaradu means conversation. So when two people are talking, they will ask, are you kadaikara? Meaning, are you conversing? So meaning, our everyday conversation itself is a storytelling. And that is why we all enjoy gossiping. Because through gossiping, we are actually telling our story. We are revealing our feelings. We are conveying something. And what in this Unify tradition, which is nothing but the Sankhya tradition, there is a pattern in storytelling. Because in our conversation, we use proverbs, analogy, maybe in modern people we don't do, but if you look at the tradition, even in the villages, people's everyday conversation will have those analogies and the symbolic messages so that they effectively convey the message. So why do we have this pattern based? Pattern based is again the Indian tradition of Panchabhutas. The person who conveys the message, the person who hears it, and the medium of communication or storytelling is in a set pattern, like our dances and music, which has a pattern. So why is pattern again important? Because we are now living in a revolutionary age of artificial intelligence. Even lifeless machines are able to recognize patterns, and they're very smart. And that's why we have robotics now. Now, the question we often ask is, if lifeless machine can become smart, why not children? So we give the system of education through patterns. And I'm not going into the detail. Very simple as Indian pattern, the Sankhya system, where numbers we learn, we are only taught 0 to 9. It is repeated again and again and again, and then that's it, we get it. Then we don't need anybody's help. This is a simple pattern. Even languages, we have numbers. Sorry, we have the alphabets. We keep repeating, and that is how we are able to effectively use it. Now, just briefly showing what is a pattern that we are talking about in Indian tradition is a Panchabhutas represented by the 5 fingers. So the all the 5 elements, the Prithvi, Jala, Agni, Vayu, and Akasha is symbolized in the fingers. And also we have an internal Panchabhutas. We have a body which is nourished by the Prithvi. Our mind is like a Jala constantly flowing, and our intelligence is like a bright and can take everything, and that's why Agni Tattva. And our inner awareness is like Vayu, and Akasha is our consciousness. There is no limit in space and time. So this is very simple way of expressing what is the energy pattern represented by Panchabhutas. Now, you'll be wondering, what is this connection to storytelling? Now, what is a universal challenge throughout globe? Communication, how to effectively communicate. That is a important and a universal challenge. How to make communication better, even in homes, in schools, in workplace. Now, I will show you from the right side. When there is a miscommunication in our body, when the pancreas and the liver don't communicate properly, and that's how we get diseases like diabetes. Cancer comes because there is no communication between the cells. So a miscommunication can have disastrous results. When there is no proper communication between in a relationship, whether it is parents, children, husband, wife, teacher, student, employer, employee, then there is a lack of harmony. There is a misunderstanding and the relationship strains. The same way with intelligence. Now, a teacher or a guru who wants to convey a concept, if it is not conveyed properly, then there is no effective learning. The student does not understand anything. Now, again, in the 4th level, in self-awareness, when we are not communicated properly, when we don't communicate properly, then there is a lack of understanding the purpose of life even. And that's why we end up in sorrows. So that is why Valmiki, who wanted to convey karma philosophy, he used the Ramayana to effectively convey the message. Vyasa also did the same thing. In Tamil, Shalapadigaram, that karma will play a major role in defining the fate of a person. That also is being conveyed in a story. So storytelling is very, very effective medium of communication. And now we are going to discuss how we do this very effectively in our unified schools so that the children can have all effective communication in all 5 areas. in the body, in the relationships, in the conceptual learning, and also about life. So this storytelling in India is very, very different from the Western world. And we all know about Vikramaditya stories. We also know about Jataka stories. They, what the stories do is they ask questions in the end. The questioning is like a quiz, but it helps us to the teacher or the conveyor to understand whether the concept has been properly been communicated. So there is a moral. But there is not just moral. Story is not just about moral conceptual giving, but it has all these 5 attributes. And it is a very art form. And that is why we tell that when somebody points a finger at the moon, when somebody uses the finger to point the moon, don't look at the finger, look at the moon, what is being conveyed. So stories are the same way. It conveys something and the concept that the person wants to tell. And that is why Zen Buddhist stories come. Buddha used effectively stories like in the Indian tradition to explain why sorrows come. Now, dilemmas in life is constant. From young age to till death, we are constantly having the dilemma. Even in the morning breakfast, we have a problem. Do we need to eat this one or that one? This fruit or that fruit? This medicine are good or that medicine are good? Should I choose this person or that person? Should I choose this school or that school? It is a constant dilemma we have in our life. And we are all very familiar with Bhagavad Gita, where Arjuna, though he has learned everything, he asked the question in the battlefield whether he wants to fight. Should he kill his own relatives, his own gurus? And there is not much time in the battlefield. 700 shlokas has been written, but it takes almost 3.5 hours. But Krishna, with just 5 fingers, conveyed the message to Arjuna, and he got it. And that's the beauty of storytelling. And now I'll make a very short presentation on who killed Dronacharya, because Mahabharata itself is a big story. In that way, there are so many sub-stories, and through that sub-stories also the same message Vyasa is conveying. So you all know the story about Dronacharya, that he cannot be killed. He's a guru of all these people who are fighting. So it is very difficult to kill him, and Krishna knows that. So what Krishna tells Bhima to tell is to announce in the battlefield that Dronacharya's son Ashwatthama is killed. But actually they kill the elephant named Ashwatthama. And Dronacharya also knows that Ashwatthama is a Chiranjeevi, he cannot be killed. So when Bhima tells, he does not believe. He immediately asks Yudhishthira. And you know the story that when he was about to say that the Hathi, the elephant was killed, that time he will blow the conch and the drums were done. So it didn't reach the ears of Dronacharya. And Dronacharya thought, oh my God, if my son is killed, then I can never win this war. So he sits down and he surrenders. He says, there is no hope, and let I be killed. And that stage, Krishna signs Drishtadyumna, and Drishtadyumna kills Dronacharya. Now the question is, who killed Dronacharya? Is it Drishtadyumna? Is it Bhima? Is it Yudhishthira? Is it Dronacharya himself attempted a suicide, or is it Krishna? And we all know that again from the pattern, that the body level is what Drishtadyumna kills. But you cannot kill the body unless the mind is weakened. So through this story, we understand that to allow the body to be killed, Dronacharya's mind was crippled by the fact that Ashwatthama was killed. As soon as he heard that Ashwatthama is killed, he immediately loses hope. So his mind is killed. So mind is more powerful than the body. But again, the mind will not accept. It wants scientific proofs. So he immediately goes and asks Yudhishthira, because he knows Yudhishthira will always tell the truth. He's a valid point. He talks only scientifically the truth. So he goes and asks, but again, it was crippled. Yudhishthira tells the truth, but it was not reaching him. So once it is confirmed, the intelligence also is confirmed, then the mind obeys, then the body obeys. But then comes the self-surrender. Then Dronacharya understands that I still cannot believe this. So he drops all the weapons and he makes a self-surrender. And you know that it is all this plan of Krishna, who's not doing anything. He does not do anything, but he is the master plan behind it. And that is why it is a consciousness. He represents that Atma, Paramatma, and it is a Paramatma doing everything through our awareness, through our intelligence, our mind, and the body. And this concept he shows with the 5 fingers, and he says the forefinger and the thumb, when they join, all the 3 has to obey. And this is what he tells Arjuna. He says, look, who are you killing? Are you killing the body? Are you killing the mind? Are you killing the intelligence? Or are you killing the Atma, Jivatma, or the Paramatma? And he makes him very clear that the self-awareness and consciousness cannot be killed. So the whole concept is very effectively communicated. Even my own experience, I read, when I was a teenager, I read so many spiritual books, Bhagavad Gita, to understand what is this Atma. Being in science field, I cannot digest it because there is no proof. But with this simple story, I was able to understand. And this is a very effective way of communication. And that is why this whole thing, Vyasa uses with the story, with the real life incident. And that's how the tradition of India about conveying the message, the truth, the Vedas, eternal knowledge was given, but it is not easy to comprehend. So the effective mode of communication was through Upanishad. There is a teacher-student having a dialogue, a storytelling, like in Katha Upanishad or any Upanishad, and then the message is communicated. That is also not easy to understand. So the Puranas were written by Vyasa. He used analogy and imaginary stories. It's not imaginary stories. He made like a superhero event like things, so that we are attracted, we are focused on the story, and we are trying to grasp the concept that is being conveyed. Still, we are not satisfied. And that is why Vyasa again wrote itihasas like Mahabharata. Valmiki did that, and Selapadigaram also, Ilangovadigal did that. Real life incidents were used in storytelling. So now what we do in our unified schools, we use physical objects to convey in the 5 levels using the 5 sense organs. And Dr. Madheshwaran has effectively made through storytelling. Our teachers use objects and tell a story. Even if it is an orange, if it is a lemon, then there is a Puranic story of Brahma creating lemon, how it can prevent all the diseases. And through that, the oxidation, reduction, antioxidant, how to prevent diseases are all conveyed. Now, what happens is the children, if they are just taught about vitamin C and diseases, they won't be effectively focused. So using these props, real objects, the storytelling is an effective way to penetrate and grab the attention of the children. And they also develop aesthetic sense. And look at how even photosynthesis, science concept, geography, history, whether it is physics, chemistry, biology, periodic table, everything is conveyed in a story form. Electrons and protons. How do we understand the electrons are shared between atoms? We tell in a story form, so that the children, even in the age of 4 and 5, first grade, they are able to comprehend better than even a college graduate. We have done research on that, and we found storytelling in classroom in unified format in a particular pattern is very, very effective. So you can see that through that storytelling, they are using the props, shape, texture, taste, and smell, colors are also being conveyed. Now they are able to understand, and also there is a stimulation of thinking through stories. And that's what we see in Vikramaditya stories. The question is asked. It is not just a story that is being conveyed. We are asked to think, and that's what the unified teachers are also doing here. They stimulate thinking. Most of the parents and teachers complain that in young age, the child was asking many questions. As he grows in the teenage, he's silent. He talks only to his peer mates, but not to the parents and anybody else. And we don't know what is happening in his mind. The reason is there is no effective communication. There is no storytelling. Through stories, we were taught and we were asked to speak at home. I remember my mom, every day she will ask, what happened in your school? There is a story for me to tell about my classmates and the teachers. So this effectively brings bondage, and my mother knows without coming to the school about the history of every child. So now coming back to the conceptual teaching through storytelling in symbolic messages, even last time I have presented that how 7 colors, 7 energy light frequencies are conveyed through Surya Bhagavan and the 7 horses in the chariot. So now what happens is we are conveying not only the concept scientifically, science concept, but we also develop the child to symbolically convey it and understand and lead a peaceful and a purposeful life. The child also understand the value of love and compassion and ability to contribute to the society. I don't know how many minutes I have left. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I was on mute. In the next 2-3 minutes, can you close?
Okay, I will complete. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So these are again some, because of lack of time, I'm just quickly sharing the pictures, how we use Puranic stories and the teachers convey with stories that they themselves artistically make it. So the teachers tell us we never knew we had a talent even to tell a story, create a story. But working in unified schools, we have developed that. So what we are learning is the kids are more attentive and more focused in learning. So their grades have improved and their depth of understanding any concept has deepened with the storytelling. And as we see, these are the results we have done in our research to see the effectiveness of storytelling in classroom. There is an engagement. No child is left away. The child is engaged with the teacher, with the conversation of communication, and dealing with emotion also. When there is a conflict in the child with other children, we use a story to convey the message, thinking and understanding the subject, and also personality development and empathy. Finally, it ends in moksha. And what is moksha is not easy to understand, but it is easy to understand. But the stories, we are able to convey this to the children. So these are some of the pictures, how we use several stories. So we have 2 models, and the conclusion is storytelling is a very traditional way of conveying the message by the guru to the shishya, and also through a pattern. It is not randomly telling. There should be a pattern that is followed, which is the Panchabhutas. And if anybody wants to know more about the school, this is the contact, unifysharp.com or unifyschools.com. Dr. Madheshwaran is the director of the school, and Lakshmi Priya conducts several courses for teachers, parents, even pregnant women, how to make a awareful pregnancy, to school children, college, and I have a lab. Now I use storytelling effectively to convey message to my employees. Again, thanks to everybody. And if there is any time for any questions, I'm glad to answer.
Yeah, thanks so much, Dr. Pradeep and Dr. Madheshwaran and Lakshmi Priyaji. I think, this is one way forward. One important reform in the education ought to be how to bring stories and how to bring every subject to life through that. Audience, any question? Thanks, Dr. Pradeep. So as Dr. Pradeep said, he's one of the co-founders of Shakti Foundation. And Dr. Madeshwaran is the director of Unify Schools. He has around 26 years of teaching experience. Lakshmi Priyaji is the founder of Shakti Foundation, and all of them are contributing significantly to education with a spiritual orientation. Thank you so much. And we now move to the next session. So the next session is by Supriyaji Chaudhary, Rediscovering Stories of the Family, Encouraging Storytelling Through Effective Use of Technology and Social Media. One more modern application. Supriyaji is a communications and content professional from Hyderabad. She's worked in various sectors, including financial and professional services, real estate, and so on. She enjoys watching movies, more importantly, critiquing them, writes poetry. She's deeply intrigued with the human mind, behavior, and motivation. She enjoys traveling and explore culture and people of all land. Over to you, Supriyaji.
Thank you so much, Shivakumarji. Am I audible?
Very much.
And is my presentation visible?
Very much.
Okay. Namaste, everyone. I think I was just thinking when was the last time I said namaste, and it's such a beautiful greeting, and it has reached far more significance in the pandemic times. Thank you for reminding us of this beautiful greeting through Indica. I would like to thank Indica for giving me this opportunity, especially Dr. Nagaraj Paturigaru, Professor Shivakumarji, and Deepa Kiranji. So, before we begin, I would like to invoke the blessings of the divine and the ancient wisdom of our forefathers. So, that's what the paper is all about, discovering stories of the family, that is, encouraging storytelling through effective use of technology and social media. And when I saw the notification about this conference about storytelling, and especially on informal genres of storytelling, it was almost like the story was waiting to be told. It was dying to be told. And this paper will have a lot of accounts drawn from my personal experiences. I'm not going to shy away from showing my vulnerable side. I think especially in the current situation of the pandemic, people are waiting to tell their stories, are waiting to be heard, to be listened. And I think the world needs to open up a little bit more and have a free flow of communication. Because I think everyone has an untold story. The paper's objective is to urge the current generations to soak in their cultural history, and because it can be a Pandora box of stories ushering in new hope, inspiration, and triumph of the human spirit. What can the elders and the family do about it? How can technology aid in making this a reality? This paper would illustrate real examples of the effective usage of social media such as Facebook and WhatsApp groups to further the cause of storytelling within families. So these are, I think, my most important people in my life. They are no more, but I will talk about them later. My father and my tataya, or my grandfather, as we say. Um, so now talking about tracing my interest in stories, it goes back to my early childhood experiences, I can say, because the first question would be looking at my name, Supriya Chaudhary. So are you Telugu? Do you belong to a particular community in Andhra Pradesh? My answer would be yes, I am Telugu, but I don't belong to that particular community. So as like what's in a name, Shakespeare had said, but I think it had a huge significance in my life, because I would again say, I belong to, my name is Bengali. Then again, the question would be like, okay, then do you speak Telugu at home? and the tape recorder would begin. Apparently, during the 18th century, some of my paternal ancestors migrated from Bengal to Odisha, and over centuries, they intermarried with the locals and then slowly moved to the north coastal parts of Andhra Pradesh, that is Srikakulam and Vishakhapatnam. And in the process, we lost touch with our roots, and we only speak Telugu at home. So so this question was always there in my mind, like who am I, what am I? And because we had lot of people in our in within my extended family, we had Naidus, we had Patros, we had Patnaiks, we have Mahantis, so it was all a mad mix of cultural heritage. Um, so this all started like, it stirred my imagination, it stirred my interest to know who are my people. It was a constant quest for my cultural identity. And I would also see that influence in the food, in the culinary influences, like I would see something like using a lot of potato, using Kabuli chana and potals. These were all not very much familiar in the regular Telugu households, but I think this was something that was passed on to our family through our previous generations. And so we also had certain words that was there as part of a vocabulary, and I thought it was common to everyone. The fried chana dal, I used to call it dal pappu for I don't know what reason, but later on I got to know it's not used by anyone within the within everyone else. And so I, to the extent that I googled it to know whether this word really exists, and it never existed. I really don't know how it came into our family. And I also got to know about a pidgin, a small language that is used within the community, and which is actually extinct now. Um, it was like a combination of Oriya, Telugu, and some unknown words. And I'll give you a few examples. Like it was something like, there was a saying called "Bayani ko bara batto, bayani ke maip ko tera batto," and it means that if a madman has 12 ways, the madman's wife will have 13 ways. So there were so many interesting things uh, about the culture that I was born into, about the various cultural elements that came into my childhood, and it kind of helped me embrace my cultural diversity. And that's when I think this conference gave me a platform to describe more about the element of storytelling, especially intergenerational storytelling, um, and how family histories can be a source of great inspiration and can be a great way of knowing more about our people. So uh, so let's dig deeper. Stories have always fascinated both the young and old since times immemorial. Listening to stories widen horizons which open to a new world of imagination. Who were the people that enabled us to open the mind's eye and travel to unknown lands, experience beautiful sights, aromas and sounds? Our grandmas, grandpas, uncles, aunts, parents, and cousins have been part of our growing up experience, fed on fables, folk tales, family histories. How many of you have been an eavesdropper to a conversation among adults, pretending as if you were asleep? I did that. Conversations that spoke about relatives distant and near, their trials and tribulations of settling into a new place or finding a suitable match for their daughter. Something interesting was to remember these people through their nicknames and meeting them at weddings or family gatherings and quietly grinning at knowing their inside secrets. If observed, listening plays an important role. Sometimes there are active listeners, like in the case of Granny's bedtime stories, and in other case, eavesdroppers. In both the cases, the narrators play an important role in capturing the attention of the listeners. All these informal conversations and stories about our forefathers or origins will trace out a story of the influence one can have. An individual who had this experience of tracing his or her roots is an encyclopedia of stories in himself or herself. To begin with, as you all know, storytelling is an ancient form, which, in fact, the mother of all modern art forms, including cinema and also communication. Everything begins with a story, and the intention of sharing stories, whether fictional or non fictional, was to pass on the knowledge, cultural traditions, morals from one generation to another. Leaving aside the important aspects of storytelling in the form of entertainment education, let me talk about the significance of storytelling from a cultural preservation point of view, and how technology and social media can be of great help to further discuss. But the natural question would be why we must know about our family history, the stories within our families. The answer to this question would be a question again: why should we not know? Some would say, how does it matter? In the current era of forming connections based on clicks and swipes, which are fragile, transient, and rarely long standing, are we losing sight of our existing connections that are already there? Thanks to our family roots. This is not to propagate clan culture, but with passage of time, our future generations might not even know from where we have come so far from the lands that are alien to us, which would be merely dots on the map. Most people don't know about their family history. It is because people get interested in their genealogy much later in life. And by the time they realize the importance, the previous generations, that is, the parents and grandparents, would have passed away. In the process, we are losing generations of stories, anecdotes, real life experiences from which we can draw inspiration and courage to battle the tough times. According to Dr. Robin Fivish, one of the researchers behind the study of the power of family history in adolescent identity and well-being, he says, because our families are among the most important social groups we belong to and identify with, stories about our family tell us who we are in the world and who we should be. Stories about our parents and grandparents provide models of both good and bad times, as well as models of overcoming challenges and sticking together. Dr. Jody Koenig-Kellas, a professor of communication studies um, at the University of Nebraska Lincoln, who does research on family identity and storytelling, cautions that how we tell our stories matter. Families who engage in storytelling by being present and warm, who share the floor and build on each other's contributions, who seek out and honor each other's perspectives on how things happened or the meaning of the story, and who work together to create the meaning or moral of the story. These families report higher levels of health and happiness than families who are distant, disengaged, don't take each other's perspectives into account, and don't work together to build story meaning. The answer to this problem is to get people, especially the younger folks, interested in their family histories. As adolescents and young adults, they can still directly hear from their relatives, but the real question is to inculcate this interest. This can be done by asking thoughtful questions, more participation in casual storytelling at the dinner table, or a Sunday afternoon session after lunch. Using common interests and similarities help us to connect not just in our family circles, but also have informal conversations at the workplace. Imagine meeting someone at work and you realize she comes from a place familiar to you. It happened with me. This is not an exaggeration, but a real life account of how knowledge of family history and our roots can connect two friends after 4 decades. So I met I met a girl at the office, and I came to know she has relatives in Bhimli, a small town close to Vishakhapatnam. It's also called Bhimanapatnam. I do remember, because of my conversations with my father, that we did have connections at that place. And I asked her dad's name and I communicated the same to my dad. To our surprise and delight, this girl's father and my father were close friends in the 70s. And due to lack of communication and moving across different cities for work reasons and other things, they lost touch. They re-established contact, I think, in 2018, 17 or so, and were in constant touch until my dad passed away last year. Both my dad and his friend credit me for this beautiful reunion. If I hadn't known my connection to Bhimli, probably this reunion could not have been possible. So I consider it as my little victory. Uh, So using common interests and similarities really does help us connect. Research proves that our similarities make us more open to listening and more willing to break down our implicit biases. Alicia Del Prado, a therapist and one of the researchers behind the study, What a Coincidence, the effects of incidental similarity on compliance says, we are more likely to agree to help someone when we see them as similar to ourselves, even if those similarities are small, like sharing a first name or a birthday. This approach doesn't mean that our differences don't matter, but rather an acknowledgement of similarities can be a productive place to start. So I'll come a little into my personal experience. As an individual of mixed heritage, I'm privy to the tales of my people who have migrated to different lands, seeking fortunes, intermarrying, and bringing about a rich cultural diversity unintentionally. I've been the only child to my parents who worked in the government sector in Visakhapatnam. Practically all my growing up years were in this coastal city. My father, so I'll go back to my father and my grandfather. So they were the storytellers. In fact, my father always narrated stories during bedtime and stirred my imagination. And I often wonder how he tried to instill humanity in me by talking about lonely children in the form of David Copperfield and Oliver Twist, young little boys lost in the big bad world, often abandoned by their own families. Uh, in hindsight, I realize, coming from a broken family himself, my dad was reliving his experiences in the form of these stories. Uh, uh, he also uh, I would like to talk a little bit about my paternal grandfather because he came. Both my grandparents were separated, but somehow I developed an empathy for my grandfather because of the various accounts I heard about him. He was a foodie, and I think I inherit those foodie genes from him. And also, it's important, like, I got to understand that seeing people as individuals and giving them the benefit of doubt, I think that was something that was instilled in me quite early in life. And this was my grandfather, and this was a little poem that I wrote for him in his memory. I don't want to get into the entire poem because it's a little long, but this was something, I think, with stories, when we hear from our parents, our grandparents, this was something. I didn't even know him, I didn't even see him. He passed away in 70s, much before I was born. And still I have a deep connection with this person, stored in the form of a matte finished photograph. And so of course, my dad also narrated stories of adventure when he spoke about Sinbad, Aladdin, and also some interesting story called Kaupina Samrakshanardam Hayam Potatopam, which loosely describes the funny struggles of a hermit trying to preserve his loincloth in a dense forest. But that's for another day. Apart from fictional narratives, I grew up listening to stories about my origin, imagined places of my ancestors, which I never visited till date. From all my conversations and endless story sessions, my memory is peppered with whole lot of anecdotes, experiences shared by my extended family, including my grandfather, aunts, uncles, apart from my father. I don't know if guavas still grow in the orchard of the Raja of Parlakmedi, courtesy my grandfather, who narrated a story of his cat eating away those guavas from the orchard of the Raja. As a child, I questioned him on how can a cat eat fruit when it eats only fish. He quoted the reference of Mowgli's cat from the Jungle Book animated series aired in Doordarshan. I still have my doubts, though, if the cat really ate the fruit. There is one family recipe which has been passed on from generations, a simple but tasty egg preparation which my grandfather ate during his stint in army during the pre-independent era. Probably in Peshawar or Lahore. Till date, we prepare this dish in our extended family, and it's a great comfort food and a living reminder of my dear grandfather. This is the curry that I'm talking about, the Peshawari egg curry. Uh, so till I also know about I know about some railway track in the small town of Amdal Valsa where my dad spent his childhood, and I wonder if the hotel that he described still exists and serves those hot piping puris with the spicy potato curry. So uh, by now you must have understood how intergenerational storytelling has shaped me up and my experiences, and I'm fortunate for having such rich and diverse experiences. Rediscovering our family history is a beautiful journey to understanding ourselves and our family. I remember looking at some old family portraits and seeing some resemblance between a great grandfather and my mother. The jaw structure was quite similar. Not just physical attributes, we never know from whom we would have inherited our resilience, sense of humor, or even our stubbornness. In this context, technology and social media can play a major role in rediscovering our family. The social media that is bringing absolute strangers together in the same vein, can't we use the same social media to bring our families together? We're annoyed with the family WhatsApp groups with the incessant good morning messages, forwards, and videos. However, if we put into good use, social media can be a great source of connecting families. We have a Facebook page that is maintained by an uncle of mine, which documents our extended family's history on my paternal side with many vintage photographs and some interesting descriptions. We have a WhatsApp group also, which is called our Blessed Families, with a membership of 87 people, and we are not immediate relatives. Most of us are either third or fourth cousins, and the credit should be given to this uncle who keeps posting some interesting accounts about our forefathers and their experiences. This is very active with people sharing their memories of some cousin who passed away 30 years ago. Not just happy occasions, but we also have great turnout at funerals, thanks to these connections built through social media and technology. So these are, some of the photographs of our forefathers. This is something to the right. If you see, this is from my father's side, and this is uh, some very old pictures that have been preserved. We have like close to 80 or 90 pictures. um, and so you can see that there's this someone in my extended family participating in a fancy dress competition in those days. And there was someone who started a school, one paternal great grandfather. Then there's someone who played football. There's someone who was interested in photography. So I think this is such a beautiful way of knowing about our people, of understanding about them, their interests. And if you see someone becoming a photographer or someone being interested in football or whatever, I think somewhere it has to do with our genes, our history. And this is like our family group, talk about so many things, about so many memories. So this is the man who's responsible, Mr. Sudhir Kumar Pakki, my uncle, who keeps the family together through WhatsApp and Facebook. Um, so I think I would like to conclude. I would say I've been quite fascinated about the ancestors from my childhood. If you see, I should blame it to a blind spot in my gene pool. I'm not sure of the origins of my maternal great grandmother, my mama's mother. In a cinematic way, she was adopted as a young child and came from some faraway land with rubber plantations on a ship. This part of my family history continues to intrigue, and I hope that I will find my answers. On this note, I would like to reiterate the importance of intergenerational storytelling once again. Let us rediscover our family histories and stories. Let us rediscover ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Supriya ji. Beautiful presentation. And I think you are highlighting a very important aspect of the civilization, which is gradually eroding because of nuclearization and distance happening. There were always enough number of people who were ready to tell stories, and that was accessible to a very large group because of frequent interactions, even if there were few people. But with distance, I think social media is the only way where we can reconstruct it. I remember my grandfather used to sit in one corner of the house and narrate stories from his life. And he would often narrate it as though, even if there was no audience, it didn't matter. He would still narrate it. And there was some kind of unexplainable uh, compulsion within him to tell those stories. Rather, the stories were telling themselves through him. I think this aspect, we will need to figure out how to. Somebody in your family has the same compulsion, and it's awesome because it keeps the past then flows to the future in a natural course. So disengagement with the past always creates a bad future. Very beautiful questions from the audience, please. Thank you so much, Supriyaji. I'm sure your session has inspired many of us to bring back this into our, ecosystem through modern technology. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
We now move to the next session. I request Varadaji to kindly come. Her session is Rashtriya Kirtan, the unknown story of the Indian freedom struggle. Let's welcome her onto a fantastic journey. Vardaji is a junior research fellow at Nehru Memorial Museum and Library, New Delhi. She's been teaching as an assistant prof at Maharashtra National Law University, Mumbai since 2015. Her subject domain is political science, and her research focuses on bhakti practices mainly in Maharashtra. Her research interests include political theory, Indian political thought, religion and politics, law and governance, and of course, storytelling. Over to you, Vardaji.
Uh, Suprabhatam to all, and thank you, Shivkumar ji, for this introduction. Thank you, organizers, for giving me the opportunity to present my paper and my recent work, which I'm doing at Teen Murti, Nehru Memorial Museum and Library. It is based on the tradition of Kirtan and intersection of Kirtan with history, political science, sociology. So that's what I'm working on recently. I feel little nervous at the beginning because such a luminous gathering here at this morning. I have been listening to the presentations, so some personal stories are there. Some uh, performing artists are also conveying their stories. I come purely from academic background, but I can take little advantage of being a teacher myself. So teachers are inherently storytellers. So with this, let me start sharing my screen. I think Supriyaji's presentation is still on, so I can't really share my screen. Yeah, I hope my screen is visible to all.
No, it is not.
Not yet, Vardaji.
Not yet. Okay, let me try and do it again. Is the screen visible now?
Yes.
Yes, good to go.
All right. As Shiv Kumarji mentioned, the title of the paper is Rashtriya Kirtan, an unknown story of Indian freedom struggle. Let's begin with one of the very important sutras, which comes from Narada Bhakti Sutra. Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam Padasevanam Archanam Vandanam Dasyam Sakhyamatma Nivedanam. So these are the ninefold paths or nine ways of bhakti, Navavidha Bhakti they are called. And as we can see here, Kirtan is accorded second position or second place, or Kirtan comes immediately after Shravanam. And that's in Indian tradition is the importance of Kirtan. So Kirtan, the moment we think of Kirtan, it is essentially connected to bhakti. So if we take away the essence of bhakti from Kirtan, it cannot be considered as Kirtan. And how then it connects itself to Rashtra Bhakti or Desha Bhakti. That is what I'm going to talk about in today's presentation. So this is the outline of my presentation. To begin with, as a researcher, as an academician, the question that I often ponder upon, and especially when we are celebrating 75 years of our independence this year, we realize that some of the stories of our freedom struggle, some of the efforts of freedom struggle, and so many participants, so many people contributed in their own ways to achieve freedom. The question is why some of the stories, why some of these great stories are missing from our dominant discourse. So that's my first reflection. Then we will see what is the Kirtan tradition, and Kirtan tradition particularly in Maharashtra. Then we move on to understanding what is Rashtriya Kirtan, what was the context and the meaning in which Rashtriya Kirtan evolved. We will come to the contributions of Lokmanya Tilak and foundations of Rashtriya Kirtan. I will briefly talk about Dr. Dattopant Patwardhan, who is considered as Adya Rashtriya Kirtankar, the first Rashtriya Kirtankar. And then we will conclude with what are the contributions of Rashtriya Kirtan. So first question first, why some stories are missing from our dominant discourse of freedom struggle? So broadly speaking, again, we can go into multiple reasons, but broadly speaking, these reasons can be classified into two main possibilities or two main reasons. The first reason could be ideological reason, and the second is methodological reason. So immediately after independence, and even today, we have lots of talk of secularism. And as I mentioned at the beginning, the moment we talk of Kirtan, we talk about Bhakti, and Bhakti being associated with something like religion. And the state is supposed to be secular state, which has nothing to do and which is supposed to not have anything to do with religion. And that is a typically Western adopted notion of secularism that we adopted in our context. In Indian context, I don't know whether to call it unfortunate, but in my understanding, it was not something that fitted very well the Indian context. So this ideology of secularism, this separation, this hangover, the colonial hangover from where we also adopted the relationship of state with religion and people's faith systems, this segregation of religion and state, was one of the reasons that the dominant discourse or the government history writing project completely brushed away anything that had to do with religion. And obviously, Kirtan became part of that. Secondly, it was definitely inconvenient to the then establishment. It was always advantageous to the then establishment to perpetuate a particular understanding of freedom movement, who contributed. So if we see most of the writings on national freedom struggle, we will come to understand it in a very specific categorization of three sections or three eras of freedom struggle, and wherein so very often the contributions even of the revolutionaries are brushed under the carpet for whatever reasons. And as I said, most of these reasons are ideological. Then the ideological influence on history writing. So in early phases and for almost 5 to 6 decades of after independence, history writing has been dominated by the communist ideology or communist historians. So with the influence of communism, there is a particular discourse of history writing, not just about national freedom, but in general about Indian civilization, about culture, cultural history writing. It has a particular ideological bias, and which is very evident. And as I mentioned earlier, the colonial hangover. So we have adopted the models of history and history writing, the ideas of so-called scientificity from this colonial understanding, which did not necessarily fit our own context. The methodological reasons, so in spite of those who were not necessarily influenced by the ideological reasons, as part of history writing, there were some methodological issues. The textual importance or the importance given to the text while doing history was something which limited the scope of methodology to look at those efforts which came from oral traditions or performative traditions. So performative and oral traditions, they were brushed aside, they were overlooked while writing history, and the oral and performative sources were considered as unscientific. Again, we can see here the colonial hangover of scientificity. So that is something which I think led to missing out on some of the stories of Indian freedom struggle. So Kirtan tradition, I'll quickly go through these slides because most of us know about what is Kirtan and how Kirtan tradition evolved in India. So earliest references to community singing, and here the word community is very important for me, one who deals with the ideas of public sphere and civil society. So the earliest references to community singing is with reference to Samagayan, which is mentioned in Rig Veda. Narada, Muni Narada is considered as the progenitor of Kirtan tradition. In Narad Bhakti Sutras, I began my presentation with this particular shloka: Shravanam Kirtanam Vishnu Smaranam Padasevanam Archanam Vandanam Dasyam Sakhyam Atma Nivedanam. 9 stages, Navavidha Bhakti. In different parts of India, and in different parts of India, some are other kind of Katha, Kirtan, Sankirtan. They are very popular. So yesterday somebody also was mentioning about Dashera and Ram Leela. So these performative genres are known by different names in different parts of the country, but every part of India has these traditions. So the stories of bhaktas, the stories of bhagwans and bhakti, these are prominent features almost of all parts of India, and wherever we have seen bhakti traditions, the prominent bhakti traditions. Making so what is the purpose? So what Kirtan does basically, in a very classical sense, making sophisticated spiritual knowledge, or what we call as sukshma gyan, available to the ordinary masses, or to those who did not really had the access to Sanskrit scriptures, to Vedas, etc. So to the majority sections of people, to make available the sukshma gyan has been one of the greatest, and I would say landmark contributions of Kirtan tradition. So Kirtan, the term is borrowed from the Sanskrit root kirta, meaning singing praises of Bhagwan. Kirtan is singing praise to Bhagwan and great bhaktas of Bhagwan. It is a performance accompanied with music, singing, dance, drama, and play. Kirtankar is the main Kirtankar is the main performer and tells the stories, which is popularly known as Akhyan. So I am talking particularly in Maharashtrian context, and Akhyans are based on the stories from Mahakavyas like Ramayana and Mahabharata, Puranas. And there are 3 main purposes, and most of the literature on Kirtan would tell about these purposes. Again, there can be different numerations, but main 3 purposes are to imbibe in people bhakti and orient them towards Bhagwan, to comment upon issues of common interest, or what in social sciences we consider as common good, including social, political, economic, and give direction to the society, to raise overall moral standard of people. And most importantly, the term here that I really want your attention is unadulterated entertainment, especially in the era of OTT platforms, where there is so much of violence and so much of adulterated entertainment. Kirtan served as an unadulterated form of entertainment for centuries together. So when we come to Kirtan tradition in Maharashtra, it's popularly known as Kirtan itself, or Sankirtan at the most. So Nama Sankirtan or Kirtan, that's how Kirtan tradition is known in Maharashtra. The contemporary Kirtan performance, not just in Maharashtra, but I believe almost in all parts of the country, can be traced back to 13th century Sant Namdev, who came from Maharashtra in 13th century. Many Kirtan genres are popular in Maharashtra. Most prominent among them are called Varkari Kirtan, which is associated with Varkari Sampradaya, one of the most prominent Bhakti Sampradayas in Maharashtra. And the second genre is known as Naradiya Kirtan. So Varkari Kirtan and Naradiya Kirtan are two widely spread and most popular forms of Kirtan performances. Apart from these two, there is Ganapatya Kirtan, Shakta Kirtan, Ramdasi Kirtan, Das Ganu genre of Kirtan, and Rashtriya Kirtan, which is the topic for today's presentation. The style, choice of abhangs, the emphasis of message to be delivered may change according to genre. So what distinguishes one genre from other? So these dimensions, the style, the choices of abhangs, that is what distinguishes one genre from the other. So now coming to the Naradiya Kirtan, because why am I discussing Naradiya Kirtan? Because Rashtriya Kirtan is a subset of Naradiya Kirtan. So Naradiya Kirtan, how is it performed? Naradiya Kirtan is a popular genre of Kirtan. It has two main parts of performance. One is Purvarang. So before interval, Purvaranga is, we can consider as a part before interval, and Uttaranga is part after the interval. So what is Purvaranga? Purvaranga is based on a spiritual principle and its explanation based on the evidences from Shastras and Puranas. What is Uttaranga? Uttaranga is a Akhyan, or it is also at times known as Nirupan, which is a story based on the life of a person who implemented and lived according to the spiritual principle elaborated in Purvaranga. So there is a clear link between Purvaranga and Uttaranga. Purvaranga is principle based, is more philosophical in understanding, whereas Uttaranga is the practical demonstration from a life of a person who lived that principle. So generally it is a story of a bhakta who lived those spiritual principles. Say for example, if Purvaranga is talking about importance of nama japa or importance of recitation of name of God, then the stories of bhakta would actually signify how these bhaktas adopted recitation of name in Uttaranga. So classically, these are stories based on bhaktas like Uddhav, Prahlad, Pundalik, etc. Compared to other genres, Naradiya form of Kirtan or Naradiya genre of Kirtan accepts various sources of Kirtan singing, possibility to address the needs of changing time. So as compared to many other forms of Kirtan, Naradiya Kirtan is much more flexible and inclusive. In terms of, say for example, in 18th and 19th century Maharashtra, especially when there was a patronage by Peshwas, Naradiya Kirtan also started adopting the other forms of poetry and compositions. Say for example, poetry of Povada, the ballads, they were also accepted as form of Kirtan performance. So this is about Kirtan tradition, Naradiya Kirtan tradition. And then we have, and then we come to the very specific genre, the subset of Naradiya Kirtan, which is Rashtriya Kirtan. Now, when we talk about Rashtriya Kirtan, one of the most important person that we need to talk about is none other than Lokmanya Tilak. And I really don't need to talk about contributions of Lokmanya in Indian freedom struggle, because that's very well known. What is underknown or what is unknown about Tilak is his contributions towards Rashtriya Kirtan. So what is the location and why do we need to talk about Tilak in general when we are talking about Rashtriya movement or national movement? If at all, biggest contribution that Lokmanya has done, and because of which he also gets the title Lokmanya, one who is accepted by people, that very title signifies that he democratized the Indian freedom struggle. The struggle, which was confined to merely writing applications and negotiating with the colonial rule, Tilak oriented this entire movement, Tilak oriented the struggle towards people, and he got people participate in the cause for national freedom. So that's his one of the biggest contribution, and for which he employed different means, including writing newspapers, so Kesari and Maratha, very well known, establishing social and political institutions in different parts of the country, and obviously his own speeches, organizing sabhas and masses. One of the most important dimensions of this was employment of religious festivities for the purpose of national cause. So very well known and much talked about is public celebrations of Shiva Jayanti and public celebrations of Ganeshotsav. So that is something that in our history books we often come across, and it's a well-known fact. But what is interesting for me when we read Tilak, so Tilak in one of the sessions, in one of the speeches had said that if I was not a journalist and if I was not a political activist, I would have become a Kirtankar. So Tilak clearly understood what was the importance of Kirtan as a medium to reach out to the masses. And with this idea, so he himself could not become a Kirtankar, but he realized the importance of this media, and therefore he ignited many youngsters to take up Kirtan as their vocation. So Rashtriya Kirtan, what is the fundamental purpose of Rashtriya Kirtan? To ignite and fill minds of ordinary people with Desha Bhakti and dedicate themselves for the cause of nation. The uniqueness of this genre is in Akhyan singing, the glories of great warriors of past like Rana Pratap, Shivaji Maharaj, Jhansi Ki Rani, Raja Chhatrasal are sung. Also singing of glories of revolutionaries and freedom fighters, including Tilak, Savarkar, Bose, Bhagat Singh, Madam Kama, all revolutionaries is also part of Kirtan. The challenge in Rashtriya Kirtan in this particular context of early 20th century was to compose Purvarangas, which are based on principles of spirituality and connect it to the lives of warriors or the revolutionaries. So as I mentioned, the Adya Rashtriya Kirtankar was Dattopant Patwardhan, who himself was a homeopath and who was well-trained doctor from Government Medical College, Calcutta. And when he came to Pune after completing his education, he met Tilak. He got trained himself in Kirtan, and Tilak, in fact, inspired him to take up Kirtan as full-time vocation. So his bursting medical practice, he closed down his medical practice and he took up Kirtan as full-time vocation. And around 1914, he started performing Kirtan and putting the stories of revolutionaries and great warriors instead of only telling the stories of bhaktas, orienting people to fight for national cause, orienting people to take up, to act in a very small manner towards the national cause. So, and for next 5 decades, he kept doing that. He traveled across the length and breadth of Maharashtra and even beyond Maharashtra. And unfortunately, when we talk about 75 years of our freedom struggle, our independence, we don't even know who Dattopant Patwardhan was. In fact, as part of my research, I came to know about this person and I felt ashamed of myself as a student of political science and political history. And a person who came from Pune and a person who is from Maharashtra, I had no idea of Dattopant. So that is unfortunate part of our history writing, unfortunate part of our stories of national movement. I'll conclude in next 2 to 3 minutes, Shivkumarji. So Dattopant composed several Purvarangas and Uttarangas. So about 110 Purvarangas he composed and 194 Uttarangas he composed. So that's one of the legendary contributions. And I often wonder what a person can do in a lifetime. So these were men and women of different heights. As far as Rashtriya Kirtan is concerned, and since I spoke about women as well, there were a great number of women who also were part of Rashtriya Kirtan and they were Rashtriya Kirtankars. So what are the contributions of Rashtriya Kirtan? First of all, because of Rashtriya Kirtan and because of this particular genre, those people who are formally not literate, who did not have literacy in formal sense, who could not read and write, especially newspapers like Kesari and Maratha, or those newspapers and pamphlets which directed people towards national cause and which were confined to a few urban sets and urban clusters. Kirtan as and especially Rashtriya Kirtan as a performative genre, it spread national movement amongst the rural area, amongst the rural people, and especially the majority section of people, those who were formally not literate. I'm using the term formally not literate because we do understand the difference between wisdom and literacy. Without losing the essence of Kirtan, which is bhakti, it oriented people to reflect, respond to the colonial excesses, and take up necessary action. Even in the post-independence era, Rashtriya Kirtan was widely employed to spread awareness of the government schemes. So very often when we study of national movement, we are often told that it was Gandhiji who made the who converted national movement into a mass movement. So when I start reading about this, what I realize is, yes, Gandhiji could make use of the base which was prepared in the earlier eras through the means of kirtan, through the means which were employed by earlier leaders. So I'm sure I spoke up mainly about Maharashtra and Rashtriya Kirtan in Maharashtra because that's my domain and my terrain of research. But I would be most glad if you can come up with the stories from other parts of India wherein kirtan or katha were employed for the purposes of national struggle. And I think one of the benefits and advantages of this kind of gathering is we get to talk to each other and know these different traditions. So I end my presentation with this. Thank you again one and all for patient listening, and thank you organizers for the opportunity. Namaste.
Thank you, Vardaji, for a fantastic paper that has, it was moving. At the same time, it has shaken our backbones to an extent that, something that we ought to have known, we should have known these things, and I do not know what else we do not know. There could be many more things about the past. Especially, I firmly believe that the history of India between 1857 to 1900 is not well written. And even in what is written of 1900 to 1920 is too selective. And it's only after that that we get easy resources. But I think there is significant opportunity space in the 1857 to 1920. A lot of missing links have to be filled. And I think we will reach out to you more. We need to plug this gap actually. Thank you so much, audiences. Any questions? Nothing. I'm sure.
I on the margins. Somebody is already, RPG is already writing, and Shubhaji is also writing in the comments box. I would definitely like to contact to you personally, and please write. Please, through organizers, we can get in touch with each other because we need to tell our story of Indian freedom struggle from the margins.
Yeah.
Those untold stories need to be told, and we can collaborate. We can come together to tell those stories with a vigorous voice. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. We now move to the next session. I'm pleased to invite our distinguished invited speaker, Priya Muthu Kumarji. Deepaji, you would like to introduce her? Deepaji, you're there?
Yes, I'm there. Just a minute. It's so lovely. Once again, another storyteller joining us. And I can't, I keep repeating this, but I'm delighted that we are bringing storytellers and the practitioners together in the same platform. So welcome, Priya. Delighted to have you join us here. Priya Muthukumar founded the storytelling company, Bangalore. She's a passionate learner, a book lover, mother of a teen, professional storyteller who delights in the simple pleasures of life. She's the founder of the storytelling company Storypur, based in Bengaluru. She tells stories of all kinds, different places, across age groups, from toddlers to grown-ups, and has been telling in railway station, parks, literature festivals, corporate offices, schools, colleges all over. There's a lot of environmental wisdom that comes in the nuggets of her storytelling. She's now working on bringing mime and drumming into her storytelling. Her newer projects include working with St. John's Medical College Hospital, has been working closely with teachers and educators. Particular interest is her work with design that she's been doing. And we hope to hear not only the stories of her journey, but particularly the stories of her work with design that she's promised to focus on today. So welcome, Priya.
Thank you so much, Deepa Kiran. Yeah. So first things first, right? Can you see me? I can see there are 125 people here. Yeah. And as a storyteller, an emotional connect is supremely important. So even if you can't switch on your videos, just give me a thumbs up, a digital thumbs up if you can hear me clearly. Oh, thank you, Shiv Kumar, sir. And if you can hear me clearly, if you can see me clearly, another thumbs up, may I ask, please? Request. Dhanyavadalu. Thank you so much. Next question. Can you see the kites right behind me? Yes. Okay. So Sankranti kites, and I've been telling stories to my students throughout this week about Sankranti, Mattu Pongal, and all of that. I didn't want to take off those kites because even though
Priyaji, sorry to interrupt you. Can you please maintain a small distance between your camera and you? Your head is getting cut.
is that okay, sir? Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, sir. Right. So I thought let the kites be in the background, even though this is a conference. After all, we all have a child inside us, right? Everyone gets excited looking at kites, balloons, Sakkarai Pongal, Karumbu. Come on, the Sankranti mood is still on, right? Okay. Thank you so much. I'm so honored and privileged to be here amongst all of you, all the esteemed guests and participants. Thank you, Team INDICA. Thank you, Professor Shiv Kumar ji. Thank you, Dr. Nagraj. Thank you, Deepa Kiran. Thanks a lot for having me on board. And when I had, my own insecurities, yeah, I'm going to be very vulnerable here today. I messaged to Deepa and I said, are you sure that message was for me? Do you want me to tell my story? And Deepa said, Priya, your work deserves this invitation. And I said, Deepa, I'm not going to delete this message at all. And here I am. Once again, I thank the cosmos. I thank the universe. Thank you for your time, participant. You're going to be spending the next 30 minutes with me, right? Thanks a lot. Right. The story of a storyteller. Jack of all trades, master of none. Have you heard about that proverb? Yeah. In Tamil, the language that I speak, there is an equivalent, a rough translation, you can say. Palamaram kanda tachan, oru maramum vettan, which means there was a carpenter who went around searching for trees, but eventually he never cut a tree. Please don't cut trees. That's a very different topic. But, that's my story. Is there a Telugu equivalent? I've been trying to look out for one. Is there something like that in Telugu? Quick answers, anyone? You can unmute and tell. Let's keep this interactive the next 30 minutes. Jack of all trades, master of none. Okay, we'll find it out later today. Later, I'm looking for it in Malayalam and other languages as well. Okay, so once upon a time, there was a little girl called P. Shanmuga Priya, who was born in a very small middle-class family sometime in the 80s in Chennai, right? A very small family, very happy, content family. We had one television, one channel, Doordarshan. Every day, my mother made rasam sadam, one vegetable, appalam. Bonus would be egg. That's all. The father and grandfather, 9 to 5 job. You get a new dress when there's a festival. When it's a birthday, you get a cake. That's it. Life was super simple and we were all very, very, very happy, right? P. Shanmuga Priya, as a small child, was not one of those little chubby children, you know, whom aunties and uncles will go and say, "Cho sweet." No, definitely not. And I remember my mother telling that when she carried me and she left me in one place, I could freeze like that. I would not smile, only my eyes would move. I would just blend with the background. There would be other children whom parents would say, "Hey, sing a rhyme." And they would all sing, "Johnny, Johnny, yes, Papa," and everyone would clap. Or they would tell a shloka and they would get applause saying that, "Oh, in your daughter's tongue, Goddess Saraswati lives." I did nothing like that. In fact, my mother told me that she used to feel bad also. Why is my daughter always sitting still like this? Jack of all trades, master of none. When I went to middle school, yes, something did happen. The science and math and English, Tamil, which was supposed to be a very difficult language, Ilakkanam, Ilakkiyam, grammar and literature, I just loved all of them. I just loved to study. You know, hardly you hear someone saying this, you know, I like to study. I like to do homework. I like to do classwork. I did all of that. I was a learner, right? And when I started playing basketball, my father said he always wanted to be a sportsman and he was into karate. And he said, "She plays basketball. I'm sure she's going to become a state player." And then when I started drawing, my mother used to say, we come from a lineage, you know, a family of sculptors. My great-grandfather was Rao Bahadur. Some of the statues are still there in Chennai. So I'm sure my daughter is going to be an artist, she said. I still draw, but I didn't become an artist. I still play basketball, but I'm not a basketball player. And my grandfather used to say, "Ma, doctor selavu romba jaasti avuduma. Kattupadi avla. Pesama, you get good marks and you become a doctor, amma." My grandfather, my tata used to say. I loved biology. I loved chemistry, but I never became a doctor. And then my grandmother, why leave her behind? She said, "My granddaughter has to learn Carnatic music. She has to learn Veena." So they put me in that class. I sang well. I played the Veena, but I never became a Carnatic musician or singer. Life went on and on. I did all of this, but I didn't become anything they hoped I would become one fine day. Amidst all of this chaos and confusion, there was a small bud of creativity blossoming somewhere in the corner. Every afternoon, I remember, right from class 6 onwards, I had 5 friends and we used to proudly call ourselves as famous 5. We sat under the Puliyamaram, the tamarind tree, okay? And I would dissect and analyze every Mani Ratnam movie that was released. Every single Mani Ratnam movie, right from Idayate Tirudade, Mauna Ragam, Agni Nakshatram, not just narrate, right from screenplay, scripting, enacting. None of my friends got the opportunity to watch those movies then, but they saw the movies entirely through me. That's what they say whenever we have a reunion. Okay, so that's how my life was. I never thought narrating stories could bring so much of happiness in the introvert in me. Jack of all trades, master of none. Okay, right. Now it was time to choose a career or a profession. Basketball, biology, chemistry, music, sports, drawing, arts. Finally, the bottom line, at least those days, was MBBS or engineering. Quickly, we tried for MBBS. I didn't get through. I became a pharmacist. I enjoyed pharmaceutical organic chemistry. Great, super. Okay, now jack of all trades, I went round and round. I could do many things. Finally, I pinned on one thing. I became a pharmacist. Life took another turn, right? I got married, had a child. Now what? I had to take care of my kid. I sat there watching TV. Everything seemed to belong to me. Sports, arts, everything. Jack of all trades, master of none. I don't think it's a nice thing, I felt. Everything belonged to me. But do I belong to something? That's when there was a call for English news readers on the newly launched channel, DD News channel. But I don't have a visual communication degree. I don't have a mass communication degree. Nevertheless, let me apply. I can speak good English. I will not mispronounce any minister's names. I applied. I went with my baby for audition. My father dropped me at the studio and I cleared. I became a newsreader for 1 year, talking, narrating, facing the camera, spotlight. I enjoyed that. But once again, family commitments, I had to take a break. Now, enough of this, going round and round and round. Though I was enjoying everything, as I told you, everything belonged to me. But do I belong to something? That's when I joined my child's school. Accidentally. Hey, I can't teach, yeah. I don't know how to teach. I can't handle children. All that happened. For 7 long years, I taught in that school. Rather, I learned in that school as a facilitator 7 long years, one after the other. That's where humanizing, social connect, emotional connect, everything which was right inside, what my mother used to say, every time I was left like that, I used to blend with the background. I understood those kind of children as well. But wait a minute, there's something called as blessed unrest. Whenever you're feeling frustrated, whenever you're feeling restless, it's not wrong. At least in my case, it has never been wrong. Okay, the blessed unrest happened once again. I said 7 years in this place. Why are we not telling enough stories across the education sector? Hardly. When you want to fill time 5 minutes before the bell, why are we telling stories? Stories are so powerful. Why are we not talking about our social responsibilities through stories? Why are we not talking about environmental responsibilities through stories? That's how storytelling happened for me. One fine day, I was a lost soul, but I was determined. I gave up my job, my comfort zone, and I decided to tell stories. I decided to become a storyteller. I didn't even know that storytellers existed at that time. This was roughly 8 years ago. The first storytelling session happened right over here in our terrace. 7 people, 5 of them were my friends. They didn't know whether they were supposed to tell story or whether I'm going to be telling a story or whether there was going to be a storytelling competition. But I said, hey, I feel I need to tell stories for some reason, especially about environmental and social responsibility. Somewhere we are neglecting this. Yeah, we have to do it. And it happened. Yeah, there's always this thing, no? When you believe in something very strongly, the universe conspires for your wish, your dream to come true. By word of mouth, another person, I must say, I don't even know where she is. She contacted me. She said, I have a very small bookshop. Why don't you come and tell stories over there? I said, fine. Every second Saturday, my storytelling sessions happened. Okay. Sometimes I had only 2 children, but the family would be there. The whole lot of them will listen to stories. Sometimes there would be, I think the max was 12 because the room itself was only so much. But the whole week, I would be super excited. I would think of innovative methods. I would think of the creative aspects which are not being explored generally, the topics which are not being talked about, everything was concocted, put forth in a nice manner. And I would wait for Saturday with my big bags, 2 big bags with props. 1 child, 2 child, two children, 12 children, as I told you. Slowly, jack of all trades, master of none. Finally, I become a storyteller, but wait, the pattern did not stop right over there, right? So when I became a storyteller by word of mouth in the lovely city I live in, Bengaluru, the very eco-conscious people, we have a lot of environment, eco-melas, fairs, Sunday markets, right? For everything, Priya, the eco-storyteller was called, okay? I started asking myself, I like this, I just love this, yeah. Environment is so close to my heart. But that label, am I a eco-storyteller? I wondered. I told stories in Cubbon Park and other parks. Every tree, every bug, every flower had a story. Yeah, you have to just sit down and explore. The mango tree is supposed to be so auspicious because Lord Shiva and Goddess Parvati got married under the mango tree. So that is why even now we have torans, bunches of mango leaves outside, our doorway, or during weddings, right? So that was a beautiful story. The pink trumpet tree in Bengaluru has an amazing history. The Britishers wanted an ornamental element, aesthetic element to the city. So they brought these trees here, ornamental trees, the pink trumpet trees, very similar to the cherry blossom. Every tree. So I started digging deeper, finding these stories about every plant in mythology, in history. How did they come to this place? How do they contribute to the place, the city, the flora, the fauna, the coexistence, okay, which we are experiencing and most of us are failing to experience as well. So hold on. Have I become an ecological storyteller, nature storyteller? I don't know. Ecological storyteller? I don't know. Jack of all trades, master of none? I really don't know which label. Okay, this journey led me to culture. Wow, we belong to such a beautiful cultural canvas, right? Beautiful cultural canvas. The languages that we speak, every custom has a meaning. I felt both children and adult, including me, we need to know about it, why we are doing certain things. I started digging deeper, started finding out more about cultural stories. What is the significance behind this practice or habit? Oh, now that also, there were many people who listened to it wonderfully. So have I become a cultural storyteller? Well, I don't know. You see, there was always chaos. There has always been chaos in my story, but it has worked for me. That's the best part. That's when somewhere from up north, a group of college students, rather, I must say, someone who was working on a project called as 52 Parinde, who wanted to write about 52 Indians all over the country who have chosen a less trodden path, career path, and who are making their livelihood. They wanted to write about me, take an interview, wanted to see how I work. Does storytelling really give you money? Does storytelling really give you bread and butter kind of a thing? And that was definitely an honor. I was called to Udaipur. I was part of their exhibits. I got to discuss with many students. And I said, follow your heart. Yeah. If it's going to make you happy, somehow you will make it. And that's how I am here, standing in front of you as a storyteller. By word of mouth, this went on and on, from Raipur, went to Kanpur, started telling stories from the south of India, folklore. I shared it with some people up there in the other part of my country, and this went on and on. Now, one thing which I explored in this journey. I'm always in that explorative mode. That's why I'm saying, I'm jack of all. That master word never fits at all. One song, I must be extremely grateful to Shri S.V. Rangarao, Maya Bazaar. Ha 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 ha. If you're there, if you're okay, you can unmute yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone, join me in ha ha ha. Find that child in you right now. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Yeah, see, I can see few faces, but all those faces have smiles. That's what music, stories. We just go back to childhood. We don't have any filters. Who's watching? Am I appropriate? Yeah. So that really worked in my favor. I started, though I wasn't a musician, I started using these small tunes. It could be film songs, it could be folk songs, it could be my own rhythms. I started learning a little bit of bongo drums. I started using those rhythms. Wait a minute, nature storyteller, ecological storyteller, musical storyteller. Who am I? Jack of all, master of none. The confusion continues. That's when I was in this exploratory phase, when I had also started telling stories, well-researched stories about freedom fighters. One story which I told, which was extremely close to my heart even today, is about Vausi, freedom fighter. So did I become a history storyteller? Well, I didn't think too much, but I did have these questions in my mind. And then came someone else, and they said, hey, you know what? We don't have stories about electronic waste, e-waste. Anyway, you're a storyteller. Why don't you write? And I said, no, I'm not a story writer. I'm a storyteller. Now that led me to something else. Jack of all trades, let me write a story. So I started writing sustainability stories, which were published in Down to Earth magazine, Global Times, and it was great news when I heard that these stories were being read out in libraries to children. These stories were around simple aspects like switching off the lights when you're not using them, trying and reconnecting with nature, reusing, recycling, things like that. Wait, coming back to Jack of all trades, master of none. Some of the corporate companies around, they said, hey, we need storytelling for our employees as well when it comes to communication skills, things like that. I said, corporate companies, me? Okay, I will try. I learned. I was not born with an innate talent, I would say that. I learned, I spoke to people, interviewed people, researched. I started telling brand stories. We used brand stories of Ford, Lamborghini, Mysore Sandal Soap, MTR Rava Idli. All these stories were spoken about, talked about in our sessions. So did I become a brand storyteller or a corporate storyteller? I really don't know. I really don't know. Now, coming to the aspect where I am now, Jack of all, master of none. I don't know about the second half. Okay. As I've been going around here, I get this call from the Fashion Technology College, India's one of the best design schools, asking me if can you do a workshop for all our teachers, pan-India, design school, about my dress sense. I told you I'm from Chennai. All the shopping, I did it in Pondi Bazaar. That's where you get a lot of discounted rates. You get a lot of nice things. Or Pantheon Road, Egmore. I remember buying a meter of cloth for ₹30. This was those days. Okay. That's where my dress sense stops. Okay. And here they're calling me for a workshop in a top-notch design schools. This is for the entire faculty across the country. It was a fabulous session. I didn't do anything. Credit goes to the power of stories. From there onwards, I moved on to the other centers, NIFT Bengaluru, NIFT Mumbai, NIFT Gandhinagar. More streamlined was my work. Work on fabrics, storytelling on fabrics, storytelling on textiles, storytelling on dyes, prints, motifs, folklores. Once upon a time, there was a king in Kutch. And this king, every single day, wanted a new bed sheet. No repeating the bed sheet. Yeah. Now, the people were really tired supplying or providing new bed sheets every single day. He would just sleep on it for one night and the bed sheet would be sent away, sent back. So the people were having a tough time, yeah, the weavers, dyers, printers, and all of them. That's when one smart weaver, one smart printer had an idea. That was his turn. He took a piece of cloth and he dyed it into dark blue, which signified the universe. He used red color on it, which signified the earth. The white signified the clouds. The black signified darkness. The bedspread was ready. Just imagine a moonless, dark, a star-spangled night sky. That's how the bed sheet looked like. Folded, sent to the palace. The royal housekeeper took the bedspread, spread it on the bed. I hope the king likes it. Yeah, we can't keep changing it every single day. That night, the king came back, as usual, and he slept on that bed. The next day morning, the housekeeper, as usual, he was grumbling, again I should change the bed sheet. Tried to pull it off. That's when the king said, Aaj rakh, aaj ke din rakh. Leave it. For today, let it be there. It was great news, big news. The news spread like wildfire. Aaj rakh, aaj rakh, aaj rakh became Ajrak, the famous Ajrak print. Dark blue sky. Remember I told you? Red, yeah, iron alizarin, and blue, indigo, white is the resist. This is the famous Ajrak print. And I'm very, very sure, just today, just do this as a small assignment, just for my sake. Go around your house, any corner. Just try spotting the Ajrak print. I'm sure you will be having a dupatta or a kurta or a small purse or a pouch, something. Cushion cover, bedspread like the Maharaja. Okay, so we all have it around us. But now, after listening to the story, look at those things. Look at that fabric now. This is called as humanizing the craft. You develop a certain connect. You can't explain this further. Okay, and there is another reason also why it's called as Ajrak, because the process itself is long and complicated. You have to wash the cloth. And the printer says Ajrak. He has to let it rest. And then he has to dye it. Again, he says Ajrak. And then he prints on it. Again, it has to rest. Ajrak. And then it has to dry. See, so many days for just one piece of fabric. That is why they say, now all this is part of folklore. It's called as Ajrak print. Not just that. Not just that. Every craft, and I wouldn't say only in India, every culture is rich with stories like this. We need to humanize crafts like this. That's when the connect between us and the people who are behind that. Now that becomes lively, that becomes enriched. Leria, they are from Rajasthan. They remind the dunes, the sand dunes, the patterns on the sand. They also believe that there's a story which says that people keep waiting for the rain. So these remind them of the monsoons to come. And they forget about this long wait, they dance and sing. There's a beautiful story in the Rajasthan folklore. So many stories, so many stories. And this is exactly what I do with the fashion technology students, which Deepa wanted specifically talk about, because this is something very, very important. And Pitapur in Gujarat, the men folk who are carpenters used to make wooden bangles for the women, but wooden bangles for the women. And the women wore plain saris. Every time they splashed organic dyes on themselves, turmeric. Step two, the men started carving the bangles. And that's how block prints were born. Yeah. So there are so many stories. Yeah. Which make my heart sing. Remember, jack of all trades, master of none. So who am I? A textile, design, print, motif storyteller? I don't know. And I get another call, this time from the St. John's Medical College Hospital. Can you be a resource faculty? We want you to humanize medicine. Many people think that medicine is very dry, but we want the general public to connect with the people behind those inventions and discoveries. Those people who invented, the person who invented the stethoscope, he was also like you and me. He too had his frustration. He too had his failures. We want you to tell those stories, they said. And that's what I did. Stories about the evolution of surgery, stories about anesthesia, story about the doctor coat, the garb, how it has evolved all through the years. This year, especially because of COVID, how it has changed even more. There are stories behind all of that. Okay, no longer any subject, any topic is dry. Okay, as long as you tell these stories and connect with your listeners, with your students, with anyone and everyone around. Currently, I am working on the Oxford Typhoid India project, along with St. John's Medical College Hospital, where we are trying to use stories to create awareness about the disease typhoid, which is very much prevalent, though we don't talk much about it. And not just that, I'm also going to be working very close with the doctors and paramedical professionals on something called as medical storytelling, which is a very, very nascent form. It is all across the globe, where we are going to be talking, where we are going to be discussing and learning and exploring more about health services and our connection with environment, health services, and things, sanitation, hygiene, and all of that. I'm going to finish it, sir. Shivkumar, sir. Just give me 1 minute, sir. Okay. So, jack of all trades, master of none. So, sometimes it's okay to be jack. So, what if you're not a master? I'd prefer to be jack only all the time because it has really helped me. Right? Okay. On that note, thank you so much. Oh, wait, we started with the kites. Let's end with the kites. It doesn't matter if your kite flies high or low. Doesn't matter at all. As long as your kite is flying and it's flying in different directions, just enjoy it. Thank you so much. Pranam, namaste, namaskar. Have a wonderful weekend, all of you.
Thank you so much, Priyaji. I think the last sentence that you said, I think that is something that I will carry for a very long time. The kite must keep flying. That is important. The different rivers flow in different directions. Some are very wide, some are narrow. They go meet the ocean, but again they come back through the sky in the form of a rain. And a small droplet from somewhere beneath the earth once again becomes a river. I think that being in that flow is extremely important. While you said, jack of all, master of none, I think you're a master weaver. With all the knowledge that you have from across different sources, all expertise is end of the day, can only create a good society when there are enough people who can weave it across and build a civilization. And storytelling is one important aspect of building that civilization. Thank you so much for doing this. And I now invite.
Just a minute. Thank you, Priya. It was lovely to hear you. Yeah. Yes, Sirkala.
Thank you. So I'm very pleased to once again invite Geeta Ramanujanji. We all attended her excellent session yesterday. We learned about her journey, the same sense of flow, that we experienced in her session also. Today, she is going to present a paper, and a very, very important and interesting paper, Myths and Symbols from Nature, the natural connection to tales. Geetaji, I'm honored to welcome you again.
Can you see me? Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
We can.
Yes, ma'am. Please go ahead.
Hello?
We can't. We can hear you. We can see you, ma'am. Geetaji.
Can you see me?
Yes, ma'am. We are.
We can see you.
Oh, great. Can I have to pin, I think, to, okay. All right, great. Again, thank you so much for inviting me. And it's an honor and pleasure. I think I have 15 minutes. That's wonderful. And I can see a lot of people in the participants. I would be very, very, very happy. It's a request. If you can unmute your videos and just a little bit, just about half a minute to 1 minute it's going to take. So all those who can unmute your videos, I'll be very happy. Thank you, Lavanya. Thank you, Shivkumarji. Thank you, Deepa. Wonderful. Okay. Now, all those who are listening, I just want you to also do this in your spaces. If you can all close your eyes, it would be wonderful if you can just close your eyes, every one of you. And I want you to just be with yourself. I know it's not very easy to bring your thoughts away, but just be with yourself. I want you to just think and imagine that you have become a rock. And you are the size of a football. The rock, which has very indefinite edges, because it's not curved, it has a little bit of crack on the head, and you can feel the wind get into you. You can also feel the change of season becoming a little warm and hot, and you can feel that inside of you through that crack on your head. And then you can hear some birds, whoosh, probably a river sound, a frog, and then slowly you start to get a bit cold because you can feel the shadow of the sun slowly on you. And now, as the wind is getting cold, there are drops of water. And one drop seeps through your head and gets into you. And then there's a gush, an avalanche, because there's a mountain near you, above you. You are actually on top of a mountain. And you see, as you look up, you start to shake because the wind is woo! It's howling wind, and you are a bit shaky, but you're strong. And then there is an avalanche, and there is water, and the water gushes down, and it pushes you. And you are very shaky. From being a metamorphic rock, you just start rolling down. You roll, gadaram, 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 gadaram. And as you're rolling down that mountain, you're splitting. You're becoming two halves. But you are conscious in each one of them. You are becoming two multiple rocks, multiple sand, multiple things. As you go to the bottom, past that river, and the river takes you, and it takes you almost near the bed of the ocean, and you have now become sedimentary rocks, but you pile on top of each other, and you're conscious in each one of those grains that are there. You can feel yourselves in everything. And then it's cold in the ocean bed, and on that bed, you slowly start becoming a crystalline rock. You start gaining a color, what they call as spatikam, any color, anything. And as you gain this color and this crystalline, you become hard, cold. And you are there for many, many eons. And slowly, you start going to the bottom of that earth, that ocean bed, and you reach the lithosphere and down into the earth, the mid of the earth, getting warmer and warmer and warmer and hot, 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 hot. Now you're hot. You're really hot. Hot on all sides, and you have friends because there are other rocks near you, and you can feel yourselves in all these other rocks. And as you get hotter and hotter and hotter, there the rocks are pushing you up, and you go right up and whoo, fall down. And you're hot, and you are now a lava, a magma, flowing and flowing, becoming from hot to warm, and this takes place for many years. You can feel the edges. You can feel the cool breeze, and you are now still. You are now somewhere you don't know where, but there is peace in yourself. And you've gone back to what you were in the beginning. When you slowly open your eyes, you know that it was not so difficult to become that rock. Thank you so much. Yes. I would just want to ask you, just one of you, if you felt something. What did you feel? A little bit. What you felt. Anyone. Yeah. Or if you want to keep the feelings for yourself, that's fine. All right. So what did I want to convey through this? None of us said, I don't want to close my eyes. I did not become a rock. So what was the experience? Were you a rock or were you a human being? What is that state that you went through? Were you afraid to be a rock? Were you afraid to go down that mountain? Were you afraid of the ocean, the bed, and the magma? No. So I'm going back now. You know, we are part of everything. Sarvam Brahmamayam. Re re. Sarvam Brahmamayam. Kim Vachaniyam. Kim Avachaniyam. Kim Rachaniyam. Kim Rachaniyam. Sarvam Brahmamayam. So I'm going back now. Rock is matter. What you went through was an experience. So let's take the symbol of this Brahmand as a seed. This is only symbolic. The seed which contains everything. So this seed is pregnant with everything, is what we think. But before the seed, this Brahmand cannot be, because it was, it is, it will be. Nobody knows the absolute truth, which we call as Sat. So this is absolute truth. Nobody is aware of. People only started after that, because still the expanding consciousness, which is in every one of us, including the rock, including the stones, including the trees, that frog which made that sound, it is all universal. And this expanding consciousness cannot be explained, seen, touched, unchanging. So right now, we have to know what we are made up of. How did this evolution begin? So here, from this Brahmand, the seers. Now, who are the seers? The rishis, the old saints. They perceived. Now, there is no word in English, because the nearest we come to is listening. But listening came much later. So what we call as vyuham, or from the heart feelings, or the feel and the experience. So they made that into Shiva. So there we have what we call as the reflected consciousness, which is called Shiva. Let's call it Shiva. But he's nothing and he is everything. That's where the Westerners begin with, not really. In fact, they don't even begin there. But in the Oriental cultures, they say there was Maya or Shakti. And Shakti borrows this reflected consciousness, merges with Shiva, and starts doing, which is called movement. Now, when this movement happens, there is evolution, there is movement, there is dynamism, and that is why it's called Shakti, and we have what is called as matter. And in the Western culture, it is this matter that comes together and the Big Bang happens. But we are much before that, because there were seers, and these seers could experience, could feel. Then came first the Shravanam, and then came what we call as Shabdam, which is the word. So in the Western culture, they start with, that is the word. God said, let there be light, and it was the word. So you see, we have been much before this and very ancient civilization to be able to see this. And then we come to the Shravanam, which we call listening. Again, today from listening, we're only hearing because nothing is happening. Listening is with all our senses. So here, the matter, and it multiplied, and evolution. And the evolutionary theory was that everything had myths and symbols. And so there is a little story where Narada is in Vaikuntha. Now, these are all symbols again. So he's in Vaikuntha and he has to visit the earth. And so Narayana says, okay, go to the earth. And Narada says, I need a Shabdam. I need something, the word. What will I tell when I see people? He says, oh, Narayana, Narayana. Ah, yes, Narayana, Narayana. So there he comes to the earth. And first he sees this little insect, the puru that they see. And Narada goes near that puru or that worm and says, Narayana, Narayana. Very happy because he's found the word. But that insect dies. He says, what is it? Did I not utter it properly? And then he goes and he's a little worried and he goes to the next person, which is the frog. So he goes near the frog and he says, Narayan, Narayan. Literally croaks. Oh, what is this? And he says, I think I'm not Ucharipu, pronunciation not correct. Narayan, Narayan. Okay. So he goes, Bell. There's a cow. So he goes near the cow and says, Narayan, Narayan. Bell. Tongue out, cow dies. First word from Vaikuntha. Everyone is dying. I'm running back to Vaikuntha. This Narayan has cheated me. He's running back towards Vaikuntha, and it's at that time the human evolution has already happened. And there is this Raja who comes running and he looks at Narada. Ah, they said that you're carrying this word from heaven. Falls at Narada's feet and says, you must come and bless my daughter with that word that you're carrying from Vaikuntha. No, she's not getting married without your blessing. So he literally carries Narada, and the bride and the groom fall at Narada's feet. Narayan, Narayan. And he closes his eyes, he sees both of them get up. And then she looks at Narada and she asks, do you remember me? And Narada says, no. She says, you know, when I was the worm, you gave me my next birth because you told me that beautiful shabd called Narayan, Narayan. I got the next birth. And then from the frog, I got the next birth. And down, I'm a human being, the last of the evolutionary cycle. And here I am. So bless me. So you see, though we are part of that last chain, the experiences, they say that we see at least 84 lakh yonis before we come to the evolutionary world. So all that came, it's a big matter. It's not very easy to say it in 15 minutes, but I want to end with this, that Krishna, who also represents consciousness, he went through everything in life, and this last journey, he can perceive that his avatar is getting over. Though he had all these women, he finally hugs Uddhava and he says, Uddhava, go to Banaras and you will represent me, not Banaras, sorry, Badrinath. And then he walks into this forest alone. But remember, his heart is filled with the cows, with the cattle, with the gopis, with his women, with all his life. He's recalling it as he goes and sits under this beautiful tree. And as he sits under the tree, he thinks, he goes to his life, he's alone. And of course, there is that arrow which comes and pierces him, and he feels that pain because he wants to feel. It's in the last journey of ours that everything comes back to us, and his whole life flashes, and he knows his women have always been more strategic than he has been. And so he's looking at Kunti and Draupadi and Satyabhama and everyone, and he watches the full moon, and it's almost full in the sky. You can hear the rivers, and he's closing his eyes. He's thinking about everything. There's so much love in his heart. There's love. There's Lord. He's filled with love. And that's what our consciousness gets pregnant in the last stage of our life. And he holds it. That's why he's dark in color. So he's fully pregnant with all that love. He's full of it. And he hears dung, 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 the temple bells. Om Jai Jagdish Hare. And there is the song. And as he's listening to all this, all the animals, all the birds in the sky, they stop. The wind ceases. The little leaf on that tree, one leaf moves, which is his heart, his soul, and he's ready to leave this earth. And as he leaves his body, he leaves all that love he releases into that stone, into the trees, into the leaves, into the cattle, into all those animals and birds and everything. And they all take it in, and they all say, Krishna, 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 Krishna. Krishna means consciousness. So he leaves this expanding consciousness. He merges into the Brahman, leaving behind this love, which has been for eons, eons, and eons, this love that we all today worship him. And this is not worshipping Krishna, but worshipping the consciousness, which has absolutely been there for us. Thank you so much. It is quite a complex matter, but I wanted to say that it is possible for us to feel and to be with every part of the universe today. And whatever man feared, he made it into gods. I don't want you to make COVID into a god, because I don't think that's worth it. We will try and evade it, because if we fill ourselves with love, a lot of love, we can merge and liberate into this consciousness, which is called Brahman. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti.
Thank you so much, Geeta-ji. What is there to explain, paraphrase, in such an experience? It just floats through our mind and the spine. Thank you so much for this. Audience, any thoughts, anything that you would want to ask Geeta-ji? Thank you so much, Geeta-ji.
Yeah, yes.
And Shweta-ji has a question.
So I've had the good fortune of attending Geeta's course in Kathalaya, and during the mountain and bird story, the end of the story, the mountain initially is lonely and the bird is the only friend, and then the whole ecology is created. Similarly, I know that you've created a whole ecology in storytelling. So could you talk about that, of an ecology of storytellers in India?
In India? Yeah,
Yes.
I think I
Or
spoke
maybe not a whole world.
I think I spoke about it a bit yesterday, because I thought that I set the trend for storytelling in India. I wouldn't say I set the trend at all. There is nothing to invent. I rediscovered. Because people have already been telling stories. There are innumerable storytellers in the past. What I did do is, because of the movement and nuclear families and everything, developing country, I think for a period, people had stopped telling stories. And I had the good fortune to be able to to remove that stick from that lame leg and ask that storyteller to walk and say, now you can begin to walk. And after a while, you can run. But don't become like the corporate life. Don't become a substandard one. Feeling stories is still very important. The sparsham, the akarshanam. If you don't feel that story, it's not going to make any sense. It will become a text with no sense. And I'm afraid of that, but everything has to go through a cycle. It will go, but what will last is what was, what is, what will be. Stories will be there. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Shweta. Thanks, Madhavi.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Geetaji.
Yes.
I actually, for a while, forgot that this was a storytelling
Webinar, no?
It took a while for me to come back.
Because I think oral tradition is something that I also wanted to touch a bit, because that is storytelling.
True.
Storytelling is oral tradition.
Very true. I think from time to timeless.
Yes.
That is the journey.
Right.
Thank you so much. We now move to the next session. I'm pleased to invite Vikram Sridharji, and he will talk about snakes and reptiles in Indian folk tales. From where to where we are going to jump into another universe altogether. Vikram Sridhar, he's a performance storyteller, theater practitioner, and he's combining his various interests and work in conservation, social work. He's been in theater, all this over the last 20 years. His stories, workshops, performance for children, adults, and families are rooted in heritage, ecology, and folklore. He strongly believes that a story a day keeps the doctor away, not just an apple. Thank you, Vikramji. I welcome you.
நாதர்முடி மேலிருக்கும் நாகப்பாம்பே, நச்சு பையை வைத்திருக்கும் நல்ல பாம்பே, பாதாளத்தில் குடி புகும் பைக்குள் பாம்பே, பாடி ஆடி நின்று விளையாடு பாம்பே, ஆடு பாம்பே, விளையாடு பாம்பே, ஆடு பாம்பே, விளையாடு பாம்பே. Thanks to INDICA, Shivakumarji, Deepa, and Nagaraji for creating space. And all of you listen, because there's no listener, there is no teller, and there is no heart-to-heart conversation. This song that I sang, Aadu Pambe, Vilayadu Pambe, talks about the snake, especially the cobra, and this is a popular song by a Siddhar called the Pambati Siddhar, down south in Tamil Nadu, who belonged to the Jogi tribe. And once upon a time, he was a snake catcher, or what we call rescuer. And all the songs are rooted in snakes and ecology and to the soil. And if you look at our itihasas, Puranas, and many cultures and classical texts, you'll find animals, flowers, and trees that have been considered very sacred. And snakes have been most significant in them in our culture. From Takshaka to Kaliyamardini to Rahu, snakes find their place in many forms. And not even snakes, but other reptiles, which I shall talk in the next few minutes. And snakes association don't even end there. snakes and trees. Snakes and trees, that's so many. And look at the Harappan civilization and what is being taken from the soil that belonged to the Harappan civilization. You'll find hanging a tree guarding the Shami tree. And go around the city, whichever you are in, especially in Bangalore and Chennai, where I've lived my life, you will find in a corner a tree, and the tree exists because there is a small snake worship that's happening, which is called the Katha. Well, snakes and reptiles go a long way in a text. And reptiles, very simple. Look at our dragons. Look at the word dragon. Look at any dragon that just comes to your mind. And for that, I'm going to ask you to look around your room. You will find one reptile right in your room that might freak you or give a smile to you. And that is being taken as inspiration to the dragons that we talk about. And every dragon that is there has been inspired from the reptiles, the snake or the crocodiles or the lizards in some way. Their tails, their mouth, and Vritra, the story of Indra killing Vritrasura, and how Vritra takes away all the water and Indra has to come and vanquish Vritra to take back. And the other story, the Gajendra Moksha. And while Gajendra Moksha talks about Indradyumna coming and reincarnating as this elephant to fight against Ahankara and the crocodile pulling the leg, whereas the folklore and the folk tale that's parallel to this talks about how the elephant got its trunk, not far away. Somewhere in Assam, the story is told. Somewhere in Africa, the story is told. But the elephant and the crocodile is the same. Did folklore influence classical or classical influence folktale? It's a cycle, isn't it? And every time you look at this classical text, these characters, these species have certain superpowers or special powers. Before Spider-Man and Batman were evolved, these were our special powers and super characters. The five-headed snake and many, many, many such imagery that can come to our mind. And we look at the folktale world, we will see how the reptile, as the snakes and the crocodiles and the tortoise, are the ones which are very closest to the earth. And they'll talk, every time they talk, they'll talk about the relationship that we have with the earth, because the reptiles have the shortest leg or sometimes no leg to the earth. They are in sync with the earth, isn't it? They touch the soil. And that's how these folk tales will also emerge and talk about them if we listen to them with our hearts and our souls. And animal in Indian folk tales tradition has been documented by many folklorists, A.K. Ramanujam, K. Rajanaran, Vidyan Desai. And every time they document, a lot of times in English translation, what is local ecology becomes just a single word called the snake or the tortoise or the crocodile. Is it the mamba, is it the sand boa, or is it the cobra? I wouldn't know just reading it in English sometime. And that's when a little closer into folktale from the land it evolves is important. And there are two types of creatures in Indian folktales which have been used to create fear, because these two create death in abundance before electricity came and before we even had, when cities were not cities. Banagata, which very close to Bangalore, I've rescued and seen a lot of wildlife even few years back. The tigers and the snakes or the crocodile. Look at the tigers in our folktales. They will be the ones who create havoc, because the mammal or the cat family used to be around the city in many, wherever city. And they used to create death as well as the snakes, because these two created maximum death among humans. Whereas other creatures could be evaded by various measures, but these two were deadly in a certain way. And when you look at that, you have to look at animals in indigenous cultures. And every time you look at them in indigenous culture, they'll also be worshipped. The tigers and the snakes will be worshipped because they thought they were coming to kill them. And the stories and the folktales will reflect them in a certain way. But what snake, which tiger? Is it the tiger or the leopard? A little closer sometimes we fail to go into. And this coexistence with nature has always reflected in the folktales of our country. There is no humans without nature. There is no animals. Are we the animals? Are the animals a part of us? as always, is this cycle. Because a lot of folk tales, you'll find 4 or 5 characters and a human somewhere in between that. And this coexistence is reiterated every time. And understanding their behavior is important to understand the folk tale, because it is just not a tiger. It's just not a snake. It's much beyond that. And that tale evolves out of a lot of understanding and emotion to our nature. And understanding their behavior is equally important. Snakes and reptiles in India. Well, before we even get into this word reptile, as a practitioner, yes, I'm not an academician, I'm just a practitioner. A lot of times we really don't understand. Yes, we learned it in school, but sometimes it's important to pause and look at these just as pure definitions. There are just 3 reptiles that exist: the crocodilia, the testudians, and the squamata. And according to the Zoological Survey of India, India has 3 crocodiles: the marsh, the saltwater, and the gharial. And then there are these different snakes, like the numbers I've mentioned, and they've changed over time. Even every 10 years, every 5 years, we're discovering new and new. And the lizards and the snake belong to one family. The turtles and tortoises belong to one family, but are the tortoises and the turtles the same? Are the lizards and the snake the same? Do we give the same relationship to the lizard and the snake? Why? How? Stereotypes and biases. And the same thing with the crocodiles. And with that, I'm going to take into the big 4. As much as we think every snake, and every time we look at a snake, what does it evoke in us? And that is only the 4 of the snake, they say the big 4, which creates death. And of that, only the Russell viper can put down. And 40 to 50% of deaths in India is only because of the Russell's viper. But what do we do to the other snakes in our stories? What do we create that aura in the stories about these snakes as if they're deadly? No. Are humans deadly or snakes deadly? And the snake bite has been studied multiple times, and there's enough anti-venom research going on. And that's why it's important to look at the local origin of the folktale to see where the snake is and which snake are we talking about in the folktale. A folktale from Assam having a snake is not the same as a folktale from Andhra having a snake. A tortoise in Kashmir is not the same as a tortoise in Tamil Nadu. And that is a responsibility of the teller and also the listener sometimes to question it. The Panchatantra is a source of animal tales. Why is it important? Because if I have to ask you 3 stories that you remember from your childhood days, you will tell me mostly, think about it. It would be the hare and the tortoise, which is not the Panchatantra. The other is the crocodile and the monkey. And the third, the mongoose and the snake. The mongoose and the snake and the crocodile and the monkey is from the Panchatantra. And these 2 have the reptile as a key animal source. As much as there is zoological mythology, which talks about animals in mythology, what I define slowly will be the ethological tales, which talks about the animals by themselves. And the story of the mongoose and the snake even finds a mention in the Silapadigaram. When Kovalan is coming back, he sees the mongoose. And the influence of this in world culture is immense. You go to a country, you will find the story in another form. You might have the tiger instead of the snake, and you might have the other animals instead of the snake in the stories. And a quote from Kakolukyam, the 3rd chapter that talks about war and peace, says this following quote: Sprishan napi gajo hanti, jidran napi bujanga mama, hasan napi nrupo hanti, manayan napi durjanaha. An elephant kills by touch. It's a loose translation. An elephant kills by touch, a snake by the breath, a king or the ruler by the laughter, king, queen, ruler by the laughter, and a scoundrel by putting garlands or decorations. And this, to understand this quote, is a simple line, but does a snake always kill by the breath? We need to understand the snake a little more. When, how, and do we provoke these snakes? Do the snakes provoke us or we provoke the snakes? And that's important to understand the text of these classical sources, which are very deeply ingrained to our soil. And to understand each line, I think it'll take a lifetime. And for that, I'm opening this word called ethology. And ethology is study of animal behavior. And snakes and reptiles have, in every story, you'll find the reptile with another species. And mongoose and the snake, they say the mongoose has a little bit of anti-venom, and the ethological behavior is called mobbing. If you look at the story and many other folk tales, you'll find the mongoose or the other species tilting their head and facing the snake. And that is mobbing, and mobbing is a way that snakes encounter or counter in the wildlife. And two communities which I've studied in my travels and my understanding is the Kalbelias and the Irulas. And if you see this, you might understand what I'm talking about. They're not snake catchers, they're snake rescuers. They're not people who take snakes and take away the fangs, as popularly told, but they're the ones who lead them back into the jungle and the forest. They're the ones who are gentle even now to them. And the Kalbelias have stories of snakes which are annoyed of humans and go away from the land. Once there was a king, and this king wanted to punish a snake, and he sends everybody, the Kalbelias, to the snake, and the Kalbelias go and play what we call the Magudi or the Pungi, and the snake gives 2 gold coins and never leaves it, and again 2 gold coins and doesn't leave. And finally, what happens is the story. And the Irulas have stories of the tiger, whereas a cat and a tiger, a cat teaches a tiger to climb the tree, but doesn't teach it to climb down the tree, because tiger and snake here represents the society in many ways in their stories. And these tales are there in our cultural spaces, but the origin of these will be a folk tale, like the Naga Mandala, a ritual in coastal Karnataka, and also the play by Girish Karnad. When I attended his lectures and talks, I asked him, why did the Naga Mandala influence you so much? And he said, Ekya told me the story, and he goes back into this tale. And the tale over time became a ritual, or the ritual led to the tale, is again the human cycle. And many of these tales, they're shown as oppressors and villains, but also have divinity in them. And I have 2 stories that I heard from 2 communities. One is the Halaki women, again near Gokarna, and one from my grandmother. There lived a snake and a mongoose, and a farmer once was walking and looked at that. He looked at that and looked at the mongoose cutting the snake, eating the snake, giving it back to life. He went back, cut his wife, but she didn't come back to life. I asked the women, why did this happen? And she said, men have never understood women. Matadu, matadu, mallige. And she finished that tale. And the second tale is from a grandmother, my own grandmother, where she says, once there were 2 kids born, one was a snake and one was a baby. They kept the snake in the kitchen and the baby for naming ceremony. They put a hot vessel on the snake died, the baby also died. I leave this tale for you to interpret. Why did a grandmother tell the story? Is up to us. Many errors in the way we talk about reptiles. Is it venom or poison? Is it turtles or tortoise? Is it crocodiles or alligators? Every word has strength, and every word not used properly is an abuse to nature. I conclude, I think I'm on a little bit over time. These reptile stories have feminine expression if you listen to them. And the English translation loses them, and sometimes you need to go back to nature to listen to them. And stereotyping and biases, the stories we heard create the world of today, and the stories we hear today create the world of tomorrow. And to understand, go back to ecology. And this is me rescuing a snake, and I finish with this quote. Jiveshu karuna chapi maitri teshu vidiyata. Be compassionate and friendly to all living beings. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vikramji. I think you brought out the complexity of stories in India, in diversity rather, in terms of, in fact, in the modern world, particular aspects gets over highlighted, and that is how we remember some dimensions of our past, whereas the tradition itself has been multidimensional in the way it has looked at everything. There is not one thing that it has looked at from in a positive or negative way universally. I think a good it would be very interesting to see how the same object is represented in multiple ways in multiple stories and traditional. I think the geography part that you brought out also is extremely important. I think there's a lot more pearl that needs to be unearthed in this direction. Thank you so much, audiences. Any question for Vikramji? While Vikramji was narrating this story, I was reminded of another story where a sannyasi comes and tells a biting snake to not bite. And finally, he returns, and the snake is browbeaten by the society. And the sannyasi then advises that you must hiss at least. I think that story really represents the entire complexity, with which our tradition has seen. It recognizes the fang and the poison, but we have nurtured saints who can speak to the snake and soften it. And the saints are not blind. They're not asking you to commit a suicide. You have to protect yourselves as well. It's a beautiful story. I was reminded of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vikram. Wonderful to hear you.
Now move to the um, next speaker session. I'm very pleased to invite Lavanya Prasadji. He's going to talk about something extremely interesting. Villu Pattu, a traditional South Indian folk oral storytelling form. And Lavanya ji, she's an electrical engineer turned professional storyteller and believes that she makes better and long-lasting connections through stories rather than through electrical wires. No doubt about that. Her organization, Telescope, will be stepping into its 9th year this March and works with children, adults, and senior citizens using stories as a medium. She's been invited as a featured teller in international storytelling festivals in Singapore and USA and elsewhere. And she's had the opportunity, the privilege to take her stories in person to Australian Storytelling Guild, Melbourne. Multiple projects, and her project Roots with Senior Citizens was in the year 2020 acknowledged and appreciated by none other than Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Over to you, Lavanya Prasad.
Thank you so much. Okay, I just want to know if I'm audible. And and you can see me on the screen because I need to.
Yeah, very much.
One second. Let me just. Okay, and I'm just going to present my screen. I have an audio video play. So is there something that I'll have to do, adjust here or something before I'm presenting the screen?
Srinivasi?
Yeah. So please keep open the file first.
Okay, yes, I'm going to share the screen. Can I share it?
Yeah, before sharing it completely, you have an option for the sound there. You have to check 2 boxes there.
Oh, yes, share sound and optimize for video clip.
Yes,
got
both
it.
you please check and then share. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh. தந்தனத்தம் என்று சொல்லியே வில்லினில் பாட அம்மா வில்லினில் பாட வந்தருவாள் கலை மகளே. My pranams to everyone present in this conference. I'm here to tell you about Villu Pattu, a beautiful art form that stole the heart of everyone. Namaste, Vanakkam. My name is Lavanya Prasad and I'm a professional storyteller from Bengaluru. Today, my heart is filled with gratitude to Team INDICA and Deepa Kiran for letting me know about this conference about indigenous storytelling traditions in India, which is why I'm here to tell you all about the journey of a war instrument from extermination to expression, and as a result of which this beautiful oral storytelling tradition from South India, Villu Pattu, was born. If you all were the child or children of 90s times, then you would have definitely grown up watching Doordarshan just like how I did. In DD, especially the regional DD channels, on special days like Independence Day and Pongal, there will be this group of storytellers who will come and recite or tell stories about that particular day, something like this.
ரசிகர்களுக்கெல்லாம் நம்முடைய பணிவு அன்பு கலந்த வணக்கத்தையும் வாழ்த்தையும், வாழ்த்து என்ன வாழ்த்து? பொங்கல் வாழ்த்து. சந்தோஷமான வாழ்த்து. எல்லாரும் மகிழ்ச்சியா இருக்கணும். அதுக்காகவே பெரியவர்கள் அந்த நாளை வகுத்து வச்சிருக்காங்க. அந்த வாழ்த்தையும் தெரிவிச்சுக்கிறேன்.
What drew me to this storytelling was the sing-song manner in which these artists told stories, especially interacting with each other. Also, the very special musical instruments that these people were using. And you know why I was so fascinated by it? Because it was at the same time in the 90s, in Doordarshan, you would have also seen the Ramayana. Rama was using the same bow to kill the evil people, whereas these storytelling artists were using the bow as a form of expression, telling stories. How could this have happened? And for that, I will have to tell you a story. Very, very long time ago, in the southern part of Tamil Nadu, Tenpandi Nadu, there lived a king. And this king, he loved hunting. One day, after his hunting expedition, he and all his troops decided to rest under a tree. As he was sitting under the tree and the soldiers laid out in front of him the amazing number of animals that he had killed that day, for a moment the king's heart was filled with pride. But suddenly a thought crossed across his mind. வாழும் உயிரை வாங்குதல் யாவருக்கும் சாத்தியமே, ஆனால் வீழும் உயிரை எழுப்புதல் வேந்தன் நினைத்தாலும் ஆகாதுவே. Who am I to kill or take a life if I can't bring back one to life? Who am I? The king was confused. The chief minister, who was standing right next to the king, came to help. பாவத்தை கழுவ பாட்டு பாடி விடுங்கள். To wash away your sins, why don't you sing, my lord? He took the bow that was right next to him, gave it to the king. Use this that made you commit the sin. Use this to wash away your sins. Sing the truth from your heart and you will feel better. They took a water pot to make the bow stand. He gave the arrows and he asked the king to make rhythms by striking the string of the bow. He said, sing with all your heart. Give yourself to the art. தன்னை தந்து பாடி விடுங்கள், தன்னை தந்தோம் என்று பாடி விடுங்கள். That is what later became தந்தனத்தோம். And the king started to sing. தந்தனத்தோம் என்று சொல்லியே வில்லினில் பாட. The soldiers who were there wanted to acknowledge the king. And they said, Ama, Ama, Ama. தந்தனத்தோம் என்று சொல்லியே வில்லினில் பாட Ama. That was how this beautiful art form of Villu Pattu came into being. And that is how the war weapon became a healing instrument. Now, could there be a psychological significance of making the war instrument into an instrument of expression? Well, in our Indian culture, weapons have always been treated or seen with utmost respect. If you recall our Puranas and the Itihasas, you would have always read or remember about the kings or the divine beings who always invoked the divine before using an astra. When I say invoking the divine, I do not mean any form of worship or a ritual. It is more about considering whatever you're holding in your hand something above yourself. And when you do that, what happens? You become mindful of what you're using, completely aware of the fact about the destruction that this instrument could otherwise bring about. I think this is something which is very deeply rooted in our Indian culture. I will have to tell you about the Ayuda Puja for that. A very important puja during the Navaratri festival. When I say Ayuda, I don't mean only weapons here. It means any tool that we put to use, we use on a day-to-day basis. I'm sure most of you here who would have celebrated the Ayuda Puja know. What do we do? What is the underlying significance of an Ayuda Puja? It is only giving complete reverence to whatever is there right in front of us. In other words, we bow with reverence to it so that when we use it, we do it with a deep sense of involvement. I think our ancestors were very clever in putting this aspect of bowing in reverence to the Villu Pattu by literally taking the war weapon and converting it into an instrument of healing. That is how a bow came to be used to tell stories. Well, the Raja was very happy that he found a new art and he went around telling stories to people along with all his people and made sure that the people in his kingdom learnt the art too. And this is how it became a very intricate part of the Tenpandi regions of the Tamil Nadu, the Thoothukudi, Tirunelveli, Kanyakumari districts. Even today, if you go and watch a Kodai Vira that happens there, which is a post-harvest festival, you will see this group of Villu Pattu artists sitting right opposite to the Sanctum Sanctorum of the temple and invoking the deity, the village deity, and connecting the people there to the divine. That is how the traditional Villu Pattu that we see today came into being. The stories that are told in this Villu Pattu is very interesting. There are two kinds of stories in the traditional Villu Pattu. One is the birth stories. In these birth stories, the heroes and the heroines are the gods and goddesses who are called as Deva Piravis, meaning they are of divine origin, divine birth. And now these gods and goddesses, they come to earth, become the, Kavalali Kadavul, or the people or the gods who help or take care of the people in the village. And they have been given temples and they confer boons, just like Ayyanar or Kaliamman, for example. Whereas in the death stories, the hero or the protagonist of the story is a human being. And this human being would have gone through a death in a very most unjust or a violent manner. So what happens to them is the soul of that person goes to Kailasha, that is what they say, and it gets special powers, comes back, takes vengeance on those who have caused unjust death, demands worship, temples are built, they confer boons, and something like the Muttupattan or even the Paranur Neeli, for example, everybody, all that comes under the death stories. Well, like I told you, the one that I saw in Doordarshan was something like this, the contemporary form of Villu Pattu. But what actually happens is the traditional form of Villu Pattu. So what is actually the difference between these two? One is definitely the stories that are told. The stories that are told in contemporary Villu Pattu address anything, any issues. The instruments that have been used also have changed over the years. Nowadays, people start using tabla and keyboard for better reasons. But what one should remember is the bow that is used in Villu Pattu has got a very, very literal and metaphorical value. The bow that is used to make this Villu Pattu bow is made from something called as the Vairam Kachiya Panai, which means a very old palm stem, which is very strong, that it is also very easily flexible, just like how the art form itself is very flexible, and it could be used to tell anything. Also, the string that was made earlier was to be with cowhide, but nowadays people use nylon strings. That's what I hear. But the most important thing of all is, how did this transition happen from the traditional Villu Pattu to the contemporary one? And for that, I will have to tell you about this person. Kalai Vanar N.S. Krishnan Avargal, a very, very well-known comedian from the Tamil cine industry. He was a person who was born in the Kanyakumari Mavatam, or the Kanyakumari district, where this Villu Pattu originated. So it was natural for him, a person who loved music, drama, and poetry, to start his career as a Villu Pattu artist, because it is only in this Villu Pattu you will see the three elements of Tamil, the Iyal, Isai and Nadagam, or otherwise the poetry, music and the drama come together. And this slowly led him to get into the Tamil theatre industry, and from there he saw his presence in the silver screen. In silver screen, during his times, he ruled the silver screen with his humor. Subtle humor and deep messages was his forte. But despite all this, I should say that this artist's heart was always longing to go back to his roots. He wanted to bring back Villu Pattu. But how? With a different vision. Did that happen? Well, it did. In the late 1930s, when this artist was in the peak of his career, he was invited as a chief guest to a function that was happening in a Tirunelveli college. It was during that time he came to listen to one lad, Subbu Arumugam, who was singing songs about the freedom struggle that was happening in the Tirunelveli Jilla at that point of time, infusing humor in his songs. Now, how can NSK leave somebody like that? He went to Subbu and he said, "You should come with me to Chennai Pattanam, and there I will give you a very important job." Subbu did go, and these two, the revolutionary combination, I should say, with Subbu's beautiful lyrics and NSK's infused humor, Villu Pattu was taken to a different level altogether. In 1957, when NSK died, his vision for Villu Pattu did not die, for he had already transferred the art to Subbu Arumugam along with the villu that he was using. Today, at 94, Subbu Arumugam Ayya is still using the same villu, the bow that was given to him by his tutor, N.S. Krishnan. Subbu Arumugam Ayya was one primary person who brought Villu Pattu to the living rooms of all of us, just like how I saw him in the television, with the advent of television. Not only that, he addressed anything from social issues to scientific developments using that Villu Pattu, keeping the 7-step traditional original structure intact, which is this. You can read about this very detailed in my paper. But what I should definitely tell you here is a Villu Pattu, which is otherwise a 3-day long festival, was definitely, with the advent of television, reduced to something half an hour to 45 minutes, or sometimes even 15 minutes. Well, But Subbu Arumugam definitely inspired a lot of young minds, just like this.
சபையிலுள்ள பெரியோரே தாய்மாரே தந்தைமாரே நாமரே அக்காமாரே தம்பிமாரே தங்கச்சிமாரே எத்தனை பிழை உண்டேனும் எல்லாம் பொறுத்தருள் பிழையெல்லாம் பொறுத்தருள்வே அன்று கேட்டுக்கொண்டு இன்று எங்களுடைய கலைக்கு வருகின்றோம். பொய்யாமொழி புலவர் என்னென்ன கொய்யாமொழி புலவரோ அது கொய்யாமொழி புலவர் இல்ல, பொய்யாமொழி புலவர். பொய்யாமொழி புலவர் என்பது வள்ளுவ பெருமானை குறிக்கும். ஓம் அண்ண அந்த தாடி எல்லாம் வச்சிருப்ப.
If you watch this, you will understand how the three elements of Iyal, Isai and Nadaga Tamil come together, and also
Lavanaji, we're not able to hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, now we are able to.
Okay, I don't know what happened. I'll just get back to my presentation. I'm very sorry about that. Okay.
You have to choose that option, sound option. It is not coming. Lavanyaji?
Yeah?
It is not coming. Sound is not coming. You have to choose that again.
1 second. I don't know what's happening. I'm very sorry about this.
It's okay.
Okay, I will have to choose the
both options about this sound.
Yeah, got it.
Yeah.
சபையிலுள்ள பெரியோரே தாய்மாரே தந்தைமாரே நாமரே அக்காமாரே தம்பிமாரே தங்கச்சிமாரே எத்தனை பிழை உண்டேனும் எல்லாம் பொறுத்தருள் பிழையெல்லாம் பொறுத்தருள்வே அன்று கேட்டுக்கொண்டு இன்று எங்களுடைய கலைக்கு வருகின்றோம். பொய்யாமொழி புலவர் என்னென்ன கொய்யாமொழி புலவரோ அது கொய்யாமொழி புலவர் இல்ல, பொய்யாமொழி புலவர். பொய்யாமொழி புலவர் என்பது வள்ளுவ பெருமானை குறிக்கும். ஓம் அண்ண அந்த தாடி எல்லாம் வச்சிருப்ப.
Just like how I told you, it is infused with the Iyal, Isai and Nadaga Tamil, and also humor seems to be a very important element of all this. Not only that, people took it to the next level by also infusing English. Like I told you, the bow is a symbol of flexibility, just like how this art form brings or is flexible to take anything in its form. Also, talks about taboo topics were included in Villu Pattu, just like how the sisters of this South is telling us.
Vanakkam, I'm the sister from the South and these are my Thangachis. We'd like to put a big welcome to everyone watching this video. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Sisters, do you know what's special about 28th May? What is special? It's World Menstrual Hygiene Day. And today I want to talk about the menstrual hygiene products that we have. See, I used to use sanitary pads. Sanitary pad. They are efficient, hygienic, and easy to access. Bish, bish. But then, like the poet Thiru J.Z. Avargal once said, I had 99 problems. What problems, sister? Sing and tell, no? Okay, sing it up, poche. DJ, start music. Boing. Did you know the pads that you have are 90% plastic, 90% synthetic, just like my exes, I love you. That's 125 kg of sanitary waste that you throw away every year.
Messages like this, also appealing to the younger generation, is what is being told now, thanks to technology. But then comes the next question. Is technology a boon or a bane? Well, when we consider traditional Villu Pattu artists, it's definitely caused them a decline of performances. People do not invite them much because there is so many other things that they can do with technology. But for artists, city dwelling artists, technology has definitely turned to be a boon, where they are conducting Zoom online sessions, traveling across the continents using the technology that is there. Does that mean that Villu Pattu is thriving? Well, the answer is both yes and no. For people like Subbu Armugam, he has made a clever choice of including his family in the telling. The picture that you see in black and white is his son and daughter, and the picture that you see in color is his family now, where even his grandson has come into picture. But for traditional artists, it becomes very difficult to bring in 5 different artists to come together for one performance. This is the sad state of Villu Pattu today. To me, Villu Pattu is something which is very deeply rooted in our culture and tradition. Our ancestors have made it a very beautiful thing by bringing in both psychology and spirituality into one art form. Well, is this art dying with the artist? That is a question that I would like to leave you all with. But for now, I think we should all bow with reverence to this art form. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Lavanyaji. I think you've thrown light on not just an important storytelling form and an art, but also thrown light on a very important aspect of the civilization, where how we treat weapons.
Exactly.
What is the care? What is the sense of responsibility? What is the sense of ritualism around that? How do we transform weapons into something else for domestic time, peace time?
Right.
That is a very, very important. In the past, I used to see, at least in Karnataka, the bow-shaped instruments through which they would use it to make special items in cotton. So bow is an instrument that I've seen being used in multiple different ways. And in some ways, it also represents how, the weapons, there is a sense of responsibility towards the weapon, that it ought to be used for deadly reasons, in special.
Absolutely.
In
Yes.
other times, you do it like this. Or there is this tradition in our state where weapons are you brought down at certain time, but again packed back on terrace at other times. I think is this sense of responsibility has saved us as a civilization.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And audiences, thoughts, suggestions, questions?
Thank you, Lavanya. It was wonderful. I'm not able to send chat messages, so I'm just wanted to say thank you so much because it was a lovely research and so much clarity. And I think it talked about revival, which was so important today. That it's not just enough. When you left with that question, I think it's very important. How do we revive and get these traditional forms on their feet again? I think this was a question that I started my Gatalia with, but because of the storytellers like you, I think it's wonderful that we are still trying to revive these. So thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Coming from you, I'm so deeply honored. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. We now move to the next session. We have a message from Deepaji. Over to Deepaji.
Yeah. Thank you, Lavanya. That was lovely. And the next session, as per the schedule, is Jiva Raghunath. Jiva Raghunath ji would have been here sharing the story of her storytelling journey. Unfortunately, she's not keeping well and has not recovered as yet. And she specially asked to convey her sincere with a heavy heart that she will not be able to be here, and was really saddened that this was unprofessional on her part. So I really wanted to very quickly mention that in the brief meetings whenever I've been to Chennai, or our paths have met at different festivals elsewhere in the country or other countries. There's one thing that Jiva has always shared with me, which is, Deepa, from your end, always be very professional. You be there on time, you stick to your time for your session, you have everything ready from your side. But as far as the organizers go, completely give them benefit of doubt. They are doing their best. There may be some mess ups from their side. If they delay, if something goes out of schedule, don't complain. So coming from a person like that she could not make it to the session today, I know how deeply she's feeling about letting down the community. But I also wanted to share this backstory that it was very genuine, and she's unwell, and that's why she couldn't make it. And we all wish her quick recovery and very good health. She has an upcoming festival of her own soon. So over to the next session.
Thank you, Deepaji. We wish her a speedy recovery. We move to the next session, which is I now invite Sridevi ji and Hema ji. They're going to talk about another very interesting form, Gamaka and Kavya Vachana. Srimati Sridevi Iyengar she's an engineer by profession and a musician at heart. She holds a master's degree in engineering from University of California and MA in music from University of Mysore. She has a penchant for presenting theme-based music programs. One of them, Shakti Swarupini, a ode to the goddess, which presented stories and music on the Divine Mother from Kashmir to Mysore. Srimati Hema Jairam, she's an electrical engineer and ex-IAF technical officer, and currently a trained educator in a reputed school in Bangalore. She is also trained in South Indian classical music and loves to weave stories, bringing with them a fresh, relevant perspective based on scientific, analytical, and spiritual thinking. The duo are cousins, but sisters by heart, and have presented a few programs together and are eager to present more theme-based bilingual shows. Over to you, Sridevi ji and Hema ji.
Thank you. I am having problems sharing my PowerPoint actually, because the tablet doesn't allow me to share PowerPoint. Hema, can you share?
Yes, I will.
Screen itself, Sridevi ji, in case.
Yeah, I wanted to share the screen. Okay, I think I can do it. Okay. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. Then I shall. All right. Can you see my screen now?
Not yet.
Okay. Emma, can you try?
I've also connected through my iPad. Give me 2 minutes. Sir, shall I go off video and set it up? Is that okay, sir?
Yeah, sure.
No, I have your presentation, Ma. If you want me to share, I'll share for you.
Okay,
and I will give you the control, remote control also to you. You can operate it.
That would be great. Sridevi, would you like to take over the control there?
Yeah, please.
Yeah, but actually that is changed. Let me just try again, okay? Because I can see it in my screen.
Oh, you have modified it later?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay.
Actually, let's see. You can't see my screen, is it?
No, we can't. Have you taken this share screen option, ma'am?
Yeah, I've taken it. Let me see.
But
Where is my Zoom? Okay. Okay. I'm going to share my screen. Okay, start now. Can you see my screen at all or no?
No, even your video also switched off.
Okay. This is strange, actually. Oh. Can you see my video now?
Yes.
Okay. Screen. Okay. Okay, can you see my screen now?
No, madam.
Hema, can you try though? Because I'm having problems.
I'm trying. I will be off video till I share my screen, sir. Is that okay?
Yeah, okay, ma'am. Please share.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm trying.
The other option is I will email it.
I think you're able to see my screen.
Yes.
Okay.
Please
great.
open the presentation.
Yes.
Actually, it is
Yes,
not.
sir. Yes, sir. I'll open the PPT. Open the PPT. Yes. Are you able to see, sir?
Oh.
Finally.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Yes, sir. Would you like me to be on video throughout? Or if Sridevi is on video, is that fine, sir? Because this will affect my screen sharing.
No
Is
issue.
that okay?
Okay, ma'am. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir. Right. Sridevi, over to you.
Yeah. All right. Shri Vanitya Rasana Vimala Rajiva Pithala Pitala Jagakati Pavanane Sanakadi Sajjana Nikara Datara Ravana Mathana Shravana Sudha Vinutana Kathana Karana Kavudanata Janava Kavudu Anata Janava Gadugina Veera Narayana Gadugina Veera Narayana
The verse sung by Sridevi just now in Nata sets us off for an auspicious beginning, invoking the blessings of the presiding deity of the famed Kannada poet Gadugina Naranappa, composer of the medieval Kannada magnum opus Karnata Bharata Katha Manjari, complete Vyasa Bharata in Kannada. In these verses, he describes his valiant Narayana of Gadag, presided over by his consort Lakshmi, son Brahma on a pristine white lotus, and the poet seeks Veera Narayana's blessings for the entire mankind. He says Mahabharata is because of Veera Narayana, and he is composing a piece, a literature piece, which is unique and novel, and he dedicates it to Veera Narayana, who is going to bless the mankind. I am Hema, and Sridevi sung the verse just now. She was singing the verse, and I have elucidated the verse. So this is how a Gamaka presentation happens.
Gamaka, an ancient art form. It's also called Kavya Vachana. It is an engaging, entertaining, and an educational form of storytelling. Both storytelling and music is listed as one of the 64 Brahma Vidyas in Puranas. In Treta Yuga, Maharshi Valmiki, legend says, taught the Ramayana to be sung in this style to Lava and Kusha, and they went and presented it to Lord Rama himself in his court. Therefore, chronologically, Lava and Kusha are pioneer Gamakis. Gamaki is a proponent of Gamaka. The word Gamaka should not be mistaken with the word Gamaka we use in the musical sense, where it is actually an ornamentation.
Gamaka can therefore be defined as the performing art form where a kavya is a poetic composition characterized by decorative elaboration. It is musically read with an appropriately chosen raga, just now like the way Shri did, using nata. Nata always denotes auspicious beginnings. There are similar ragas to suit the mood. And it is followed by meaningful elucidation. It is a well-established fact that kavyas of yore are revisionist versions of ancient mythologies, aren't they? Epics, historical events laced with values, life skills, philosophies, and prevalent traditions. So Gamaka, therefore, qualifies for an eloquent and ancient storytelling methodology. You can see in the infographics there, Gamaka makes kavyas musical because it's musically read with an appropriately chosen raga, and it is meaningfully elucidated with appropriate references. You can see the two of them added on together to create magic in a very simplistic manner on a stage. Gamaka also happens to be a well-balanced storytelling art form. Why are we saying this? As we said, Gamaka has a singer. Gamaka also has a person who elucidates. So the two of them have to go in perfect balance. The singer should not elaborate as it happens in a regular classical music kacheri. And the elucidation, the person who is elucidating it should not go overboard with his or her explanation. There has to be a perfect synchronism between the singing and the elucidation. So Gamaka, therefore, becomes a well-balanced storytelling art form which recounts the past glory and transports a listener to the time in context. It could be Treta Yuga, it could be Dwapara Yuga, or it could be as recent as the 18th century or the 17th century. We can see from the next slide, Vachana and Vyakhyana. Shri sang, so she will be a Vachanakara, a person who sings, and I happen to elucidate. So I will be a Vyakhyanakara, a person who elucidates. So therefore, Vachana is emotive appeal through carefully selected ragas. Carefully selected and curated ragas. It is not just the raga. The raga has to be appropriately chosen to soothe the emotion, and the musician has to be perfect in intoning and in tune. And usually the genre is either Carnatic or Southern Indian classical. Except Shruti, no other laya accompaniments. There's no other instrumental support that we need except for the Shruti. On the other hand, Vyakhyana, that is why we have given the idiom there, 2 in 2. One follows the other. Vyakhyanakara appeals cognitively through his oration. He appeals to his listeners, his or her listeners. He orally transcribes the kavyas over to the audience. He or she interprets the musical rendering through examples. he or she has to be a connoisseur of music. Only then he will be able to get into that, the skin of the characters there, or the skin of the incident being narrated. He needs to be perfect. He or she needs to know how to paraphrase the verses. And definitely, most importantly, draw parallels to real life scenarios. He or she also needs to compare and contrast other kavyas as well. It becomes very important for him to do that. And that is how he enhances the beauty of a performance, the beauty of this storytelling performance. Some of the performance competencies manifest to desired outcomes. For example, a musician. A musician has to be very careful while choosing the raga. A lot lie on the shoulders of a musician. There are no accompanying instruments except for the tambura shruti. The singing has to be methodical, and the singer has to understand the meaning of the verse completely. A competent singer will then give the required emphasis on each word, split the verse with pauses or musical elaboration to give the desired meaning. Sometimes phrases are repeated musically, where all done within the framework of the raga chosen for the verse. On the other hand, the Vyakhyanakara, the person who elucidates, he interprets the musical rendering through examples. He has to practice and exhibit skills like in-depth knowledge of the presenting kavya and similar ones, ability to analyze the literary literacy of the audience, and should have erudite, mindful oratory skills with sharp listening skills as well. He should be able to connect to an age-diverse audience through historical evidences and applicable morals, as well as scientific theories. In the picture shown there, you can see two ladies, Vidushi Srimati N. Jairam, one of the leading Gamaki proponents of the state. And along with her in pink, the lady in pink, Dr. Sunanda Gururaj, who is a Vyakhyanakara. These two presented Kumaravyasa Bharata incessantly for 4 days in Malleshwaram and had picked out stories, incidents from Kumaravyasa Bharata and transported the listeners onto a different world. A diverse set of listeners had come to listen to them. Some of them were musicians, some of them were literateurs, and some of them musico-literature combination, and some of them students, some of them practitioners, some of them learners, some of them simply came to listen there, and they were transported to a different world. The duo proved that Gamaka is one of the most effective way to tell a story and also propagate the ancient Kannada kavyas.
The storyline for any Gamaka event can be an episode or a chapter from Ramayana, Mahabharata, or even Puranas. Or it can be a story with linkers to cover different episodes of the same kavya. Of late, Mankutimana Kagga is a very popular set of verses composed by Manya DVG, and it is known as Kannada the Bhagavad Gita. In fact, Professor Dr. Gururaj Karajagi has given a series of lectures wherein he has taken verses from the Kagga and found a samya, an equivalent verse in Bhagavad Gita. And these are kind of exercises that people have done wherein they want to work with an event with a certain theme around it. In a Gamaka program, it is an amalgamation of raga and rasa. Next slide, please. Hema, can you move to the, yeah, thank you. As we know, in dance and drama, and we know how important these rasas are and the facial expressions are. However, in a Gamaka program, there is no dance, there is no percussion. So a lot of onus lies on the musician. And how does that musician take up the responsibility? By choosing appropriate ragas. Now here in this table, I have just given one example for each of this rasa. It is not a hard and fast rule. It also depends a lot on the competency of the musician. The same raga with the sahitya, you can bring out a Veera rasa by using Mohana or even an Adbhuta rasa. But this is just a template that we follow. I will use the next slide to explain about the raga and rasa as well. Now, an interesting offshoot of Gamaka, we presented a program called Draupadi Vijaya. Here, the storyline is actually, we popularly know it as Kichaka Vadhe. But we decided to give it a positive spin by calling it as Draupadi Vijaya, the victory of Draupadi. Now, this long story short, we know that Draupadi and the Pandavas were in the Virata Raja's Asthana during their 30th year of Ajnatavasa, and Kichaka developed an amorous affinity towards Draupadi. So when there is a verse like that, we probably use a raga like Nilambari. Draupadi is upset. She goes to Virata Raja's Asthana and she pours her woes. Then she goes to Bhima. She pours her woes to Bhima. Will you not help me, Bhima? Bhima is aroused. He's angry. He's angry with Kichaka. He says, na 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 ra ra. See how the music comes, the raga, the rasa is interwoven, and we can get a story to come alive. And just imagine this with a verse, with sahitya to aid and present this. So in Draupadi Vijaya, it was an interesting feature that we did. Here we had a pivotal gamaki who sang verses that linked the different episodes or the dialogues. And each of the gamakis sitting there donned a role. Like, for example, I was Kichaka, Hema was Bhima, and our guru was the pivotal gamaki, Srimati Jayaram. And then there was Sudeshna, and of course, Kichaka. And then the narrator was different, and he gave the elucidation after each verse. So this was very interesting and an offshoot of then this is called Gamaka Rupaka. We spoke to popular Gamakis to talk to them about what is happening in the Gamaka scene today. And I quote Vidushi and Srimati Jayaram. She laments that appreciation of great literary works in Kannada is witnessing a steady decline, particularly in the younger generation. Carnatic music is itself a thriving art, but these offshoot musical forms have to be infused with new ideas without impacting the core essence of the ancient art form.
We also spoke to Vidwan N. Ramasheshan, a very popular Vyakhyanakara. He says, bilingual presentations can be one approach taken, especially when the audience is not that well versed in Kannada, especially ancient or the medieval Kannada. So it is imperative that he gauges the audience and tailors his elucidation to get the message across. He needs to be abreast of current trends, language nuances like slangs or dialects, and events more than ever before. So what makes Gamaka tick? What are its novel components? And how is it when it comes to technology adaptability? Actors and theatrics define a play. Gamakis define a kavya. The simplicity of a setup for a performance, sans instrumental support, makes Gamaka one of the most simple Indian art forms. All it needs is a complementary set of musical literature performers and listeners. Perhaps that may be one of the reasons for it to be an ancient one dating back to Circa times. It is said that somewhere between 10th and 15th centuries, many rural listeners, though not reading or writing literate, were literature literate because of the Gamaka performances. In fact, they had the knowledge of applying the messages in the kavyas to their daily lives and lead meaningful and contented lives. Another novelty of this art form is its flexibility to embrace technology, defying the tradition technology mismatch. Shri is in Mysore and I am in Bangalore. From two corners, we are presenting this. Through online meeting platforms, a Vachanakara and a Vyakhyanakara, despite their physically distant locations, can sing and tell a story wonderfully. It can also manifest into an interesting multimedia presentation with a screen sharing of the visuals or lyrics of verses. Also, it is interesting to know that there may be some musicians who are laya challenged. They cannot stop. They cannot stop to a tala. They just can't. All of us are blessed with multiple intelligences, isn't it? But some of them just can't keep up pace with the tala, but they have beautiful sense of raga. For such musician, I think Gamaka is the answer to bring it to the fore. So this art form can therefore be empowering. Let us look at the prevalence of Gamaka. Gamaka Kala Parishat is the key organization holding conferences year on year and in different districts of Karnataka. They do have these conferences. They felicitate popular Gamakis, upcoming Gamakis, and then they organize Gamaka Rupakas and Gamaka performances all over the state, all over the country as well. Apart from them, the two quaint towns or two quaint twin villages, hamlets called Mattur and Hosalli, are very, very synonymous with this art. Mattur is known as the Samskrita Grama, where Sanskrit is spoken. And Hosalli is the village next to it, the neighboring village. It's known for its Gamaka. In fact, in Hosalli and Mattur, they have Ahoratri Gamaka performances. Night-long sessions go on. Poets are sung. Pampa, Ranna, all poets are sung. Kavyas are studied. Audience soak in music and literature. It is like a habba there. It is like a habba. And I have been to Mattur and I could feel vibes there. And they need to be mentioned here for their giant cultural strides that they have made. Two twin quaint hamlets worthy of mention for their giant cultural strides.
The two doyens from the two hamlets. Kumarvyasa Bharata Vachana by Vidwan Shri Hosahalli Keshavamurthy and Vyakhyana by Shri Mattur Krishnamurthy. There are tons of videos on this in a YouTube channel run by Bharat and Software. And you can see the emotional connection that both these Vidwans have. When Keshavamurthy ji sings, Krishnamurthy ji is in a trance. And when Krishnamurthy ji elaborates on the verse, Keshavamurthy ji is seen nodding his head. It's a treat to listen to these doyens who brought to life many a kavya in their illustrious careers spanning over 6 decades. I implore the audience to go and check these videos out to get anubhava, rasanubhava of Kumaravyasa Bharata, especially pivotal episodes like Draupadi Vastrapaharana or even Kichakavade. It is just mind-blowing.
We will not like to call this as a conclusion. We would like to call this as a revelation, because Gamaka is an art. And through this small window that we have for us, thanks to INDICA, you have opened us this window of opportunity to a gateway of a vast world of Sangeeta, Sahitya, Charitre, Samskriti. We thank INDICA for giving us this window of opportunity. Gamaka is a revelation, and Gamaka needs recognition. Gamaka needs more performances. It is definitely, we cannot say it is waning. People are striving hard to keep it live, but let it be there forever. Literature for its parent and music for its guardian, Gamaka is a precious brainchild of the past. It can tell a story musically, teach life skills, values, help look inwards, and transport a listener to a parallel world. It's a harbinger of culture and heritage.
Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. This effort would not have been possible without the blessings of our parents and gurus. We sincerely thank senior Gamakis, Vidushi and Srimati Jairam, Vidwan and Ramasheshan for their valuable guidance and inputs.
Thank you so much, Shri
We
Devi
wish
ji.
to...
Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, we wish to laud the efforts of many Gamakis striving relentlessly to keep this art form live. This is our humblest of tributes to a brilliant storytelling art form. Sirigannadam Gelge, Gamakam Balge. Thank you so much.
Gamakam Balge.
Thank you so much, Shri Devi ji and Hema ji. I was transported to my childhood experiences of listening to Gamaka in Bangalore. Those days, everywhere we would have Gamaka sessions, especially during important festivals. And you spoke about Hosahalli Keshavamurthy ji and Mathur Krishnamurthy ji, and listening to them on, I think, television and the audio CD as a medium. I think they brought back the interest and the audience to this. I've had the pleasure of listening to Gadugina Bharata completely end to end while being in the car. I mean, I would just put on the audio and I listened to it over 7-8 months period like that, and that is still possible. And in our busy life, I think Gamaka can sit and can occupy a quiet place and continuously lighten our minds. And when you watch it, it's not just a Sahitya, it's not just Sangeeta. It also becomes a performing art, like the way you spoke about Mathur Krishnamurthy ji, becoming emotional when Keshavamurthy ji is singing, and when he's elaborating, he's nodding. That was almost like a performance to be watched, which you will miss if you are merely listening to it. I think it's great art form. And audiences, your questions, please.
Apparently, sir, I think we lost some of the infographics, that compatibility issues. These infographics looked great on laptop screen, but somewhere we lost. But then we try to make up for it. Definitely, nothing is lost. That is what we can say.
In the paper, you will have the opportunity to.
Yes, sir. Yes, we will do that.
Thank you so much, Shridevi ji and Hema ji.
Sir.
And we will now move to the next session. I'm pleased to invite Meena Sundaram ji. Her session is Raga Rasa, the confluence of Katha and Kacheri. And this session is about storytelling in musical forms. Meenaji is a postgraduate in mathematics and Carnatic music, a guest lecturer at BITS Pilani, Goa for theory of Carnatic music. She is very passionate about teaching and sharing the knowledge of India's rich tradition of musical art. Of 23 years of learning masters in mathematics and 25 years of working in a public sector bank, now she's following her passion.
There's some noise is coming, Shivkumarji.
Some noise is there?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think somebody watching the event in back end also. Meenaji, anything is playing in your computer?
No, I'm not able to get no voice. It's clear. It's clear.
Yeah, there is nothing here. Is it clear now?
Yeah.
Okay. And I was here. Now she's following her passion, Carnatic music. After retirement, she's completed her master's in Carnatic music. In addition, her contribution to various forums, spreading the interest of Carnatic music. She's also now a guest lecturer at BITS Pilani. Over to you, Meenaji, for your session.
Just give me a minute to share the screen, please.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Should I check the share sound?
Yeah, we can see the screen.
Yeah, I'll just check so that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Good.
Good. Yeah,
okay.
All good.
Okay, thank you. Namaskaram to everyone. Sri Gurubhyo Namaha. My presentation for today, Raga Rasa, Confluence of Katha Kacheri. Here I shall be talking on the storytelling traditions in Tamil Nadu, its evolutions, and what exists today as this new art form, Katha Kacheri. I am presenting excerpts from Sri Dushyant Sridhar's Katha Kacheri on Sri Purandara Dasa Charitra. He is a narrator. I shall be presenting the song at the appropriate places. So begin with, after his narration, I shall be presenting an Uga Boga of Sri Purandara Dasa.
நமக்கு பிதாமகர்னு சொல்லுவா கர்நாடக சங்கீதத்துக்கே பிதாமகரா இருந்தவர் தாசர்வாள் வரதப்ப நாயக்கர்னு இருந்தார்.
ಬಲಿಯ ಮನೆಗೆ ವಾಮನ ಬಂದಂತೆ ಭಗೀರಥಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಗಂಗೆ ಬಂದಂತೆ ಮುಚುಕುಂದಕ್ಕೆ ಶ್ರೀ ಮುಕುಂದ ಬಂದಂತೆ ಗೋಪಿಯರಿಗೆ ಗೋವಿಂದ ಬಂದಂತೆ ವಿಭೀಷಣ ಮನೆಗೆ ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ ಬಂದಂತೆ ವಿದುರನ ಮನೆಗೆ ಶ್ರೀಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬಂದಂತೆ ನಿನ್ನ ನಾಮವು ಎನ್ನ ಜಿಹ್ವೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಬಂದಿ ನನಸಲಿ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ ಪುರಂದರ ವಿಠಲ.
ಲೀಲಾವತಿ ಮಲೈ ಏರಿಪ್ಟ ಶೇಷಾಚಲ ಗರುಡಾಚಲ ಸಿಂಹಾಚಲ ವೃಷಭಾಚಲ நாராயணாச்சல அஞ்சனாச்சலாதிரி 7 குண்டலங்கள் 7 குண்டல வாடான்னு சொல்றா பாருங்க. 7 குண்டலங்களுக்கு நடுவுல ஒரு பள்ளத்தாக்கு, அந்த இடத்துல பகவான் இருக்கார். அந்த க்ஷேத்திரத்தை நோக்கி நடந்தா.
So the story goes that Srinivasa Nayaka was born to Sri Varadappa Nayaka and his wife Leelavati on praying to Lord Venkateshwara of Tirupati.
நன்னா வருதே, நன்னா இருக்கு. மீட்ட ஆரம்பிச்சுட்டியோனோ ஒரு நாள் இந்த தம்பூரை உனக்கு உதவும், தம்பூரி மீட்டிதவ பவாப்தி தாட்டிதவன்னு பாடுற.
ತಂಬೂರಿ ಮೀಟಿದವ ಬಾವಪ್ತಿ ದಾಟಿದವ, ತಂಬೂರಿ ಮೀಟಿದವ ಬಾವಪ್ತಿ ದಾಟಿದವ, ತಾಳವ ತಟ್ಟಿದವ ಸುರರುಳು ಸೇರಿದವ, ತಂಬೂರಿ ಮೀಟಿದವ ಬಾವಪ್ತಿ ದಾಟಿದವ. So a certain miraculous incident in his life transformed him from Srinivasa Nayaka to Guru Purandara Dasa and later to Sangeeta Pitamaha. He gave away his wealth, started living a pious life, singing songs and on Lord Hari, and he started to sing with the tambour.
கேட்டே வீணடிக்கிறியே, ஹரிஸ்மரணம் பண்ண மாட்டியா? அவன்தானே கஜேந்திர ஆழ்வானை ரட்சித்தவன். அன்னைக்கு அந்த பெண்மணியான திரௌபதி கதறினாளோன்னு சங்கச்சக்கர கதாபாணி பீதவாசா ஜகத்பதின்னு சொல்லக்கூடிய பெருமாளை ध्येयस्सदा सवितृमण्डल मध्यवर्ती नारायण सरसिजासन सन्निविष्टः केयूरवान् मकरकुण्डलवन् किरीटी हारी हिरण्मय वपुः धृत शङ्खचक्रः श्री द्वारका निलयाच्युत गोविन्द पुण्डरीकाक्ष रक्षमां शरणागतं न.
ಹರಿಸ್ಮರಣೆ ಮಾಡೋ ನಿರಂತರ, ಹರಿಸ್ಮರಣೆ ಮಾಡೋ ನಿರಂತರ, ಪರಗತಿಗೆ ಇರು ನಿರ್ಧಾರ, ಹರಿಸ್ಮರಣೆ ಮಾಡೋ ನಿರಂತರ. So this was a very, very brief presentation of a Katha Kacheri. For the Katha, you have a narrator, and in this case, it was Sri Dushyant Sridhar. And for a Kacheri, you have a classical musician singing with the accompaniments, violin and mridangam. But here, I was able to present just a line of the song for you all to understand what a Katha Kacheri is. So now going to the different traditions of storytelling in Tamil Nadu, we will see how it goes. The age-old method of storytelling. We all have enjoyed the stories, listening to them from our mother as well as our grandmothers. The traditional art of storytelling in Tamil Nadu is called Katha Kacheri. Kacheri means spending time. Katha is story. So it generally means the time spent in narrating the stories. Here the storyteller is a scholar, well versed in our ancient text. He is known as the Bhagavata. And he or she infuses the story with songs, upakathas, as well as humorous anecdotes. Kacheri, of course, is a musical concert. It's a full-fledged Carnatic music concert, which has the accompanying artists like the violin for the melodic representation, the mridangam for the percussion as percussion instrument. The rasikas, of course, the audience, enjoy the music. Coming to the timeline of Carnatic music, it is divided into 3 periods, which we call the ancient period, the medieval period, as well as the modern period. The major developments in these periods make it easier to appreciate and understand the art. Many important contributions were made by scholars and composers during the medieval and the modern period. So during the Bhakti movement, we have the 63 Nayanmars, the 12 Alvars, who were poet saints from Tamil Nadu. Their role was crucial in propagating the Bhakti movement, and they brought about a development in devotional music. In the same case, the Haridasa movement, which took place roughly around the 13th century during the early rule of the Vijayanagar Empire. Here the prominent composers and scholars were Sripadaraya, Vyasatirtha, Vadi Raja, Purandaradasa, and Kanakadasa. The development of Carnatic music by Sangeeta Pitamaha Purandaradasa also took place at this time. Coming to the Kirtan movement in Maharashtra, this was explained in detail by Varadaji in the earlier session. Here the Haridasa movement as well followed by the Kirtana movement, because of the rule of Maratha in Thanjavur, it brought a lot of influence. And that spiritual influence was of Sri Ekanath, Tukaram, Namdev, and Jnanadev. The Marathas themselves, they were composers, they were musicians as well as musicologists. So because of that, we had a lot of songs soaked in spiritual flavor. Coming to Tanjore as a seat of music, especially during the Maratha region. It is a very unique heritage that we have got, that Tamil Nadu has got, which is called the Tanjavur Marathi tradition. The Kirtanakas from Gwalior and Pune came to Tanjavur and settled down. And with them, they brought musical forms such as the Sakhi, Dindi, Ovi, Abhanga, and Nirupana. Nirupana is a form of narration as well as music. Coming to the different forms of storytelling in Tamil Nadu, we start with the Upanyasam. Here, the Upanyasam is told by an Upanyasakar, does not involve much of music. Here, the Upanyasakar interprets a particular topic and it is performed in a seated position. Coming to the Harikatha Kalakshepam. Here, the narrator, known as the Bhagavatar, performs in a standing posture and donning traditional attire. There are no restrictions in the singing style nor in the language of the song. A great transformation actually was brought about by Sri Tanjavur Krishna Bhagavatar, who formulated the performing style, blending the old with elements of the Maharashtrian Kirtan. He adopted a lot of variety of musical forms, the talas as well as the ragas. A typical Harikatha Kalakshepam starts with the Panchapadi, which is the invocation to Vinayaka, Saraswati, Rama, Krishna, and Anjaneya. So it is actually an integration of the music, the moral values, as well as the spiritual ideas. Other than the violin and mridangam, the chiplakatte and the jalra are very essential. The Bhagavatar has command over 5 languages and also has stronghold on our itihasas as well as Puranas. A good memory, a blend of narration, singing, philosophy, and above all, Guru Bhakti are a must for a Harikatha Kalakshepam artist. Coming to Villu Pattu, here we had an extensive session just before this by Lavanya ji, which gave the full details of the Villu Pattu. So the Villu Pattu, known as the bow song, it uses the bow as a primary instrument. It is a very, very attractive form of folklore storytelling performed during the temple festivals in the villages. The other instruments used here are the udukku, the kudam, the talakatte, and cymbals. It is both entertaining as well as educative. Coming to Katha Kacheri. With the passage of time, significant changes came about in storytelling. Katha Kacheri is an art form which quickly accumulated a following. The Katha narrator is well versed in our Puranas and Upanishads. Kacheri, on the other hand, is performed by classically trained singers. The unique contribution of Carnatic music to this art is enhanced through different languages, and the Katha brings out the meaning effortlessly. Here, both the narrator and the singer are the main performers and are seated next to each other. The accompanying artists, like in the case of Kacheri, violin, mridangam, ghatam, and ganjira. The songs, first the theme is selected. Based on that, the songs are also, therefore it is predetermined. The slokas, the poetry from the Puranas and epics is effortlessly narrated by the Katha narrator. It has become very popular in the sabhas, especially during the Margazhi season in Chennai. Katha Kacheri, the scope for Manodharma is limited when compared to a typical Kacheri. The methodical format which is there in the Katha Kalakshepam does not exist here, but still there is a very fine balance between both the Katha and the Kacheri. And it blends along with the music very, very effortlessly. There is a contemporary touch through the traditional view. The themes are continuously evolving with the introduction of new songs and ragas. The Katha Kacheri format is becoming very popular with innovative themes which are attractive to the current generation. The confluence of the music and storytelling is engaging and encouraging. Observing, reading, research, and rehearsing are all very essential for a successful storytelling. The current generation will definitely learn to appreciate our history and our culture through this art form. Now coming to some of the performers, both Katha Kacheri as well as Katha Kacheri, we have Srimati Kamala Murthy, Srimati Suchitra Balasubramaniam, Dr. Sudha Sheshayan, Srimati Vishaka Hari, and Sri Dushyant Sridhar. All of them perform to a packed audience. Last line I would like to tell about Katha Kacheri. It brings in the rasa of both the Katha as well as the Kacheri. And we have best of both the worlds offered on one single platform. The audience, the rasikas, at the end of a Katha Kacheri, leave with a sense of tripti. Finally, I would like to thank the organizers of this seminar. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to present my thoughts, to share my thoughts on this particular topic, Katha Kacheri. And I also feel very blessed because today being the Tyagaraja Aradhana, I am very blessed to have been able to present my topic today on this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Meenaji. I think, like you said, I was just reminded of that. Today's the Aradhana, and it's nice that we've had one Gamaka related session on the Aradhana day and the Katha Kacheri session as well. Very related in their forms, but presented little differently. It has evolved differently in Karnataka and in Tamil Nadu. Audiences, any thoughts, questions? Thank you. We now move to the next session. I invite Dr. Divyas. Her session is Sleep, Oh Sleep, My Child, Lullabies in Gujarati language as female narratives. Dr. Diti is an associate professor in Anant National University. So grounded in literature, management, and fine arts, she has a very rich experience of academic teaching, research, and consulting spanning to close to 2 decades. Her doctoral research from IIT, focusing on Indian children's literature in English and in regional languages, has received national and international accolades by bodies such as International Research Society for Children's Literature and the Irish Society for the Study of Children's Literature. She is widely presented at both national and international forums such as Maastricht University, the Netherlands, University of Worcester, UK, York University, Canada, Marino Institute of Education, Ireland, and so on, and many other institutions. She has mentored mid-career executives of various institutions in areas such as leadership, communication, and interpersonal skills. And she represents Gujarat in the collection of folk tales, legends, and modern lore of India. They all delivered the good news all night long by Alf Book House of Rupa Publications. A multifaceted personality. I'm pleased to invite Dr. Diti Vyas.
Namaste to all the Gunijans present here. I'm extremely humbled to be amongst the stalwarts of the storytelling world today. Please allow me to share my screen. I will just select the sound option because I also have some audio-visual clips. I hope my screen is visible.
Yes, Ditiji.
Thank you so much. So lullabies are probably the first traditional verbal lore available to the children. Intended to be cradle song, producing tranquilizing effect, lullabies are basically meant to lull to bye-byes, that is, to sleep. And this intention resonates in the Gujarati word halardu, which comes from the root hala, which is sung in Gujarati colloquial language while the mother is rocking the cradle of the child. From Queen Madalsa's enlightened mother's lullaby in Markandeya Purana to Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav's Lori submission guidelines, lullabies are universally seen as packed with mother's unconditional love for her newborn child, her attempt to instill values in him or her, and her aspiration for the child's bright future. Despite the onslaught of the digital media, lullabies have retained their oral function, where the child...
Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, please.
Yeah, in the bottom that, can you please click on more button? The strip is showing in the bottom of the page.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Please click on hide floating meeting controls.
Yes, I will do that.
Below.
Done.
Below. Yeah.
Good to go?
Yeah, please.
Thank you so much for pointing that out. So I was just sharing that despite the onslaught of the digital media, lullabies have still retained their oral function, where the child's cradle becomes a stage. Mother is a singer and the child is the audience. Academically speaking, these sleep-inducing songs are primarily perceived as oral tranquilizing devices with musicality and monotonic resonance and rhythmic repetitions. One strand of literary studies centering around the genre focus on this instinctive musicality which is embedded in the genre. Iona OP categorizes lullabies as nursery rhymes, that comprehensive collection of songs and verses which assist the grown-ups in pacifying and entertaining children from their birth till the age of 5. She opines, I quote, "A woman with a child in her arms automatically rocks it and sings. Even today, the song may be only a repetition of meaningless hushing syllables sung to a spontaneous tune. But more than often, a young mother will sing the lullaby handed down in her family, possibly for generations," unquote. The second strand of studies on this area concentrate on the psychological and educational impact of lullabies on children. So we have Yuns and Yuns who study the tone, how alongside the tonal variations in a mother's singing voice, which soothe the baby to sleep, there's also this content of lullabies which impacts the subconscious of the children. It magnifies their brain capacity and forms the attribute of their personality. Yet another strand, which is a third, a little modern strand, theorizes on lullaby by focusing on the socio-cultural construction of childhood as reflected in them. And we have the proponent of this strand, Miri Baroch, who demonstrates the dichotomy between the sleep-inducing purpose of a lullaby vis-a-vis its disturbing content, such as family distress and threat of war and financial hardships. These strands are also visible in the scanty little theorizing that we see in Gujarati children's literature. Kanu Jani, in his essay called Halardu Ek Vatsalyavani, states that it is not necessary that lullaby becomes a poem. It should just be musical, and that itself helps in building the character of the child, I unquote. He invokes the terms such as Matru Udgar, a mother's utterance, or Matru Gunjarav, which is mother's humming, and reiterates the soporific performative aspect of lullabies by focusing on the child and by drawing parallels from lullabies from Europe, Africa, and America. Usha Upadhyay also takes the path of psychological, linguistic, and musical impact of lullabies on child into consideration. Amongst these thinkers and critics, I would like to borrow the term Matru Udgar from Jani, or mother's utterance, broadly speaking, female utterance. And I argue that in their content and performance, folk lullabies densely pack female cathartic and subversive strategies. By doing this, I also postulate that these songs are as much for mothers and about mothers as they are for children and about children.
This I demonstrate through my study of folk lullabies in Gujarati, a language which is often blamed for gender apathy. Thematically, lullabies in Gujarati include songs focuses on religious, historical or Puranic personages. So we have Shivaji Nuhaladu, we have Vanraj Nuhaladu, Dula Kag's lullaby for Veerbhadra Singh, community focused songs such as lullabies of Vaishnav community, of Jain communities, Chaudhary communities of Dang, Wagri communities in Gujarat and Brahmins of Uttar Gujarat. However, structurally, and this is going to be important because I'm going to use this categorization for my discussion, lullabies in Gujarati could be divided into two categories. The first category is orally transmitted lullabies, which are archived by folklorists such as Mahipat Ram and Jhaved Chand Meghani. And the second one is literary lullabies. Literary lullabies are the ones which are composed by Madhav Das, Brahmanandji, Dalpat Ram, Nana Lalji, so on and so forth. Now, what I am trying to do is, first of all, distill the common structural elements between both these categories. So if we look at both these categories, whether orally transmitted or literary lullabies, the lullabies are composed in very conspicuous female voice, which is a mother's voice. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean a biological mother. It could be a grandmother, an aunt, a sister. Any woman voice within the family could take on the role of singing the lullaby. In both these categories, the narrative mother employs devices such as description of sleep rituals, descriptions of location of sleep, you have banishing of anxieties, assurance of the mother's love in particular and family love in general, and visions about the future greatness of the child. I'm going to demonstrate this through some examples. So this is the one in which the narrative mother is making the child feel loved, wanted, precious. The child is a gift from God, and she's wishing that, you know, the child stays eternal. The other one is this one that we see on the screen is about the assurance of the family love. So the lullaby goes like this: Podo ne mara hari halo halo, tu to tara baap ne walo, podo ne mara hari halo halo, tu to tari mata no lalo. So it goes on, it talks about the father, the mother, the paternal uncle, the paternal aunt, the mother, the maternal uncle, and so on and so forth. So the song is about how family cherishes the child. There is this other strand which I already talked about, which describes the place of sleep very, very magnificently. So the one here, Sona no jhulo reshamni dori, jhula ma podi che chanda chakori. A cradle of gold with silken strings, sleeping in the cradle is my baby with moon rings. And the next one describes how the cradle is very beautiful, made out of hollow bamboos. It is adorned by peacocks and swans, so on and so forth. So there are these elaborate descriptions of the jhula, the cradle, in these lullabies. So this was a common focal point between lullabies of both the categories. But alongside this perfect mother, who is always loving, giving, forgiving, self-effacing, balanced, shaped by universalistic standards, folk lullabies also reproduce, and this is where they are different from the literary lullabies, they reproduce what is called a real mother. A real mother who I think she hides behind the veil in the literary lullabies. Rajeshwari Sundar Rajan in Real and Imagined Women defines the real representation of women as, she says, something that reproduces the dialectics of struggle within the historical and social situations of women, something that does not gloss over the difficulties of women or do not provide pseudo solutions to it. And we know that, we know it from personal experience, and also from the diversity of research which has been done about the lived experience of motherhood, that the woman's experiences of birthing, mothering, and associated caring responsibility is extremely diverse, to just use one simple word. So the folk lullabies, basically, they project these real issues, the complexity of the experience of motherhood, and by doing so, they embrace the mothers as much as they embrace the children. And therefore, I say that it is about mother's utterance or female utterance. I'm going to demonstrate this through some examples. The continuum of mother centricity is evident in the folk tradition of Gujarat, whereby the lullaby singing doesn't start with the birth of the child. The lullaby singing starts with the prenatal phase, and it continues way beyond the cradle song. So there are songs where, the narrator mother is also teaching the child to walk, and these are branded as lullabies. So this is one lullaby which starts with an address to goddess Ranna De, with an expression of mother's desire to have a healthy child. So it says, Lipyu Gupyu Maru Anganu, Pagli no Parnar Dejo Ranna De. Adorned my floor with fresh cow dung, bless me with baby prints on it. I can't bear being childless. And then it continues, and lastly, it thanks Mother Goddess for giving the blessing in form of a child. So this is branded as lullabies in Lok Sahitya or Gujarati folklore. The other one is what is called Janetana Hayyama. These are all archived lullabies. They are not literary lullabies. So Janetana Hayyama actually is couched in terms of a conversation between Devaki and Yashoda. And Devaki is asking, the mother of Lord Krishna, she is asking Yashoda how she is. And the lullaby goes on to catalogue the symptoms of motherhood. So it talks about how the first month is all about weakness. Devaki, Yashoda has lost her weight. The second month is about sensing the presence of the, the presence of the child. So it says, second month, it was felt in the heart, Ray Govind's lullaby. In the first month, it was known and yet not known, Ray Govind's lullaby. And then it goes on to talk about how the mother feels the craving for sweets in fourth month, and so on. So it takes, it follows the mother till the birth of baby who's visualized as Krishna. In Halardu Vahalu, and this is extremely interesting, the mother is in the weaning process. So the mother tells the baby, Rude Rumale Luch Karine Undar Lai Dharavu. I'll dry you with soft towel and then I'll feed you well. Dabe de Hatma Dordi ne Jamna Hatma Mada. Rope in one hand and rosary in another. Chapkarre chokra have male dhavya na chada. Shut up, child, and stop suckling now. I'm going to feed you with wheat roti and mixed jaggery, and then I'm going to cradle you. So it's about the weaning problem of a mother and how she's handling that in the course of her motherhood journey. So then there is another one. Usually we say that lullabies are all about banishing the fears and anxieties of the children. So, but in folk lullabies, the mother uses devices which range from cajoling to threatening. So in Chana Re Raho, Beni Chana Re Raho, please stop my little daughter crying. How do I put you to sleep? The mother entices the daughter to go off to sleep by offering blessings and pats and endearing looks and affection. But the child still refuses to sleep. So the mother doesn't mind using fear by using hyperbolic imagery. So she says, "Suo suo bavare ghogar avya." You know, sleep, my little child. Terrifying sadhus are here. And what are these sadhus like? Their bread is like the moon and their crispies resemble wheel. I'll also do a little Gujarati because it's beautifully composed. Dhakni e dhankata avya, supri e santata avya. Vadar jevdo rotlo lavya, paida jevo papad lavya. Vas jevda chokha lavya, charni jevdi dal lavya. Their rice is of the size of the bamboo and pulses are as big as sea. They've made a plate out of the earth and the glass is, the ocean is now their glass. So the mother doesn't even mind using fear in order to pacify the child and make her go off to sleep. The mother is now currently a shield to the child. But the folk mother doesn't want to shield the child from the realities of the world. So here is a lullaby called Shivaji Nu Halardu, which is composed absolutely under folk, folk influence. And the Halardu goes like this. The lullaby goes like this.
काया तारी लोही माना से ढाकण तेरी ढाल लोटा
So here the mother is exposing the child to the real dangers of the world, and she says that your shield is going to be your lid and you're going to bathe in blood in future. Currently go off to sleep and rest. These lullabies also give mothers a chance to an outlet to vent and restore, which is so important sometimes in the whole journey of motherhood. So in this song, in this lullaby called Violia, the mother actually confides her pain of missing her husband. She tells her son that when you meet your father, scold him because he has gone to another country and he has not even written a single letter to me. And further, she goes like this.
मेघल राते फूल मरूप पड़े बापू बापू बुमरे पड़ने थरे नेवे जो
So she talks about how she's pining to be with her husband and how her son is, waiting for the father to come back. And this becomes a sharing through a lullaby. There is there's one more which I would want to mention here in lullabies such as My Brother is a Good Boy, Dikro Maro Dayo. In the nonsensical verse of this lullaby, the mother starts ranting about her cunning relatives. So she says that your maternal aunt is sly. Off with your cap, she would fly. She cautions her son against these cunning relatives. Especially, I would want to mention there's something extremely tender when the lullaby is for a daughter. So the tone acquires deepened intimacy when the lullaby is for a girl child, as in Queen Night Descends. This is where the mother urges sleep. Sleep is being addressed to reveal her secret imaginary abode. So the mother says she has a secret imaginary abode up in the cloud, and she wants sleep to carry her daughter and show what she has imagined. The song also is very special because it holds a special place for the daughter to respond in a babble. So it doesn't remain a mother's song literally. It also has spaces where the child could respond in babble. I'd also want to highlight how the power of orality comes into the fore through this particular couplet. It is called Parrots of the World, Sudare Jagatna. And this is where there are two versions which I could find in the process of discovering lullabies in Gujarati. And the first version goes like this. It's a translation. Only my son is awake and he has woken up the entire village. Sleep for a moment, my son. I have work to do as always. Or leave aside work and keep sitting with the child on the lap. Leave aside all that is left. Don't let my child keep crying on my lap. This was one version that I found in one of the archives. The other version is actually completely opposite to it. It says, leave aside work and keep sitting with the child on the lap. Leave aside all that is left. Let my son keep crying on my lap. So this was very, very unique. Somewhere I realized that the second version is an improvisation by a mother who is who through the motherhood is trying to escape through the drudgery of domesticity. She's trying to escape from the drudgery of domesticity by being engaged in childcare. So she says, for a while, it's okay, let him cry so that I can rest with my baby. These versions bear witness to the fact that the textured mother's voice in folk lullabies celebrates all the hues of motherhood, all the colors of motherhood. This multi-layered mother's voice becomes almost a monotone with the passage of lullabies from the ear to the page, exposing Gujarati literature and children's literature in general to the charge of apathy for gender issues. This total disregard for what is happening in the world of mother empties these songs of their female folkloristic elements. And I would want to underline the fact that none of these folk lullabies are available in digital formats. I could discover few of these sung from people who are folklorists and all scattered around, but it is not available, generally accessible across. So this is about the power of improvisation which folk literature would give. I would want to close by highlighting, by talking about the socio-cultural practice of lullaby singing. So we know that, and I'm not talking about this platform, which has storytellers and singers, but broadly, lullabies are not a part of our culture and life as they were in past. The busy modern mother in the nuclear family, juggling between work and life, leaves her child with a musical apparatus, or uses maybe going to bed books such as Moonlight or bedtime stories to perform the function of lulling the child from wakefulness to sleep. However, these idealized, scripted creations lack the healing power of orality. In fact, the practice of singing lullaby to a child performs a function akin to what is called non-directive counseling intervention that is used in treating postpartum depression. Based on the Rogeria principles of therapy, in non-directive counseling, the counselor offers, I quote, listening visits. The counselor aids in exploration and understanding of feelings without offering any judgment or advice. And a practice of musical verbalization, the possibilities of improvisation that the folk lullabies provide become such restorative medium for the the mother to share her aspirations and relieve her distress through this very, very intimate sharing ritual with an uncomprehending listener, a child, who also is her confidant forever. Further, unlike the bedtime books or going to bed stories, which are emblems of idealized middle class childhood, lullabies are accessible all across. Rather, I would say all parents can invoke the power of lullabies for their children and also for themselves. These conclusions underline the significance of archiving and preserving oral lullabies and also preserving the practices centering it. So, by keeping the lullabies alive, let us promise to celebrate our mothers in all the myriad swaroops and avatars that we see them. Thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Thank you so much, Dr. Diti. I think that the lullaby is also it's both at once a musical form and also a narrative form is important for us to realize. There are so many narratives that you presented. What kind of situations, emotions, that get portrayed. I think we focus on the musical part of it, but there is a storytelling dimension also in that. The song on Jijabai and Shivaji was really very haunting. It's much more than a lullaby. It is way beyond actually. So thank you so much. Audiences, questions?
Varadaji has her hand raised.
Is it? I'm not able to see. Go ahead, Varda.
Thank you. Excellent presentation, and I'm extremely moved. And we in Maharashtra, of course, Shivaji Maharaj is a great historic figure for us, and it would be very interesting to know more stories and maybe a possibility of, because some part of India, especially in the later years and later period, also devilize Shivaji Maharaj, because in some part of Bengal, I believe, I have heard these stories that mothers would put their children to bed and sleep by telling them, "So jao jaldi se, nahi to Shivaji aa jayega." So these are the stories which tell us something much more than the words themselves, and how a story travels across the continent. Because Shivaji Maharaj, as I said, it's a huge figure for us in Marathi culture, but how Shivaji travels and Shivaji stories travel across the continent is something that I would like to look into. And you had excellent presentation. So thank you for enlightening us.
In fact, Varadaji, I use this platform to invite people who would want to collaborate on lullabies. It'll be great if we can put together this vast repertoire of amazing literature that is there, hidden in various states.
Thank you so much, all of you. And with this, we come to the conclusion of the morning session, a perfect ending with a lullaby, although it should be in the evening rather. But let that be a small leisure. We'll come back in another half an hour. So it's 1:30 now. We'll come back and start the session. If you can all join by 1:55, that will be helpful. We'll start the session at 2 p.m. sharp. And you will have the first session will be from Sri Shanmuga. Thank you. Namaste. We'll start in 5 minutes, Shanmugamji. Deepaji, you are there? We'll start in 2 minutes. Shanmugamji will start. Namaste. Welcome back to the afternoon session. We begin the first session with Shri Shanmugamji. His his topic is overview of storytelling using bow as musical instrument, Villu Pattu. Another session on Villu Pattu with a focus on storytelling. Shanmugamji. Over to you, Shanmugamji.
Is my screen visible?
Yeah, it's visible.
Is it my screen visible? Okay.
Your mic is a little weak.
My hello, is it
Yeah, now it's
audible?
better. Yeah, you need to keep it a little close.
Okay. So good afternoon to one and all present here. I am Shanmugam. I thank amazing team for giving me an opportunity to give you my presentation on overview of storytelling using bow as a musical. Storytelling is an art. It is performed everywhere in and around India. As regarding the storytelling art in India, its own style and storytelling tradition is in various languages, and also it consists of most musical composition as well as the narration. We have different form of the storytelling
Sir,
art.
we are not seeing your presentation.
Yes,
It
sir.
is showing some blank screen.
Actually, I shared this, sir.
Can you please stop sharing and again share, please? Yep. Please put on slideshow mode. Sir, it is okay, but please put on a slideshow. Yeah.
Storytelling is a art. Okay, we are having different forms of storytelling in and around the world. In India itself, we have different.
No, sir. Actually, when you put on slideshow, it is going to a blank screen.
Blank screen.
Yeah.
Okay, sir.
Or do you want us to share your PPT?
Yeah. Okay, sir.
Sir, please go ahead and please let us know when we need to go for next slide.
Good afternoon. Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. I am Shanmugam. I thank the organizing team for giving me an opportunity. My view on the storytelling using a bow as a musical instrument, which is called as Villu Pattu. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Yes, sir. In India, we have different form of the storytelling. Different forms of storytelling gives mainly the information related to either God or the social related one, like that. In folk art is an art in which the average member of the group participate more generally than is the case with the cultivated music or literature of the society. Nearly everyone in the folk group knows the song and sing them, or at least listen to them, know a good deal within them. As regarding the word folk, the word folk is mainly from the Greek German word folk, which means people. That is, the folk art is the art of the people. In India, we have different forms of. Among the one is Villu Pattu. Villu Pattu comes under the category of folk songs. The Villu Pattu is one of the most popular film in the southern district of Tamil Nadu, namely Tirunelveli, Tenkasi, Thoothukudi, and Kanyakumari. And this form of art is said to be art for all the storytelling art. We have Katha Kacheri and also we have Pravachanam. This form of storytelling mainly arise from the Villu Pattu. This is the one. Next slide, please. The next slide, please. As regarding the history of Villu Pattu, once upon a time there lived a king in the forest. He went on for hunting in the middle of the forest. Then after the hunting, the king was so tired. He sat on a tree and want to take rest. The persons accompanied them began to sing a song on various topics using the bow as the instrument, and they also used kudam as another instrument. In this manner, the history of the Villu Pattu was there. Next slide, sir. This is the picture showing the group of singers singing the Villu Pattu. At least 5 or more members. Next slide, sir. Apart from that story, other traditional information are also there related to the Villu Pattu history. We know very well that Lord Anjaneya is the great Kadakar. Lord Anjaneya used bow as the musical instrument when the Lord Rama was in the stress condition. So Lord Anjaneya was also contributed to the bow musical instrument traditions. And apart from that, another story is also that during the war time, in order to refresh the soldiers, in order to bring back the happy, was sung on the ancient war heroes, the life story of the great warriors. Okay. Later, as the culture develops, Villu Pattu was performed on the village deities. Next slide, sir. The exact period during which the bow song developed was not known, but traditionally the people believe that it was during 15th century when it was developed. But the points related to the various forms of Villu Pattu is also seen in the Sangam literature. For example, Kumirin Purar Kot Todutta Mararpuri Narambin Vilyard Sikum Viraleri Kurinji. This is the line taken from the Villu Pattu, as well as the person who is singing the Villu Pattu. They are called as Panas. And in the Silapalikaram, the great epic, we have one line related to that. Vitturil Veder, Yeivil Yeiner, Veivil Yeiner, Ambudai Valbil. So this lines denotes that the exact period may be more than the 15th century, maybe it is around more than, it may be older than the 2000 years old one. We have different change in the Villu Pattu tradition. We have current form of the Villu Pattu tradition was mainly trained by the Pulavar Arudakutty. That is mainly during the year of 15th century. Next slide, please, sir. As regarding the musical instrument used in the Villu Pattu, we have wide variety of musical instrument. Among them, first one Villu, Visikol, Udukku, Kudam, and Talam. Okay, in this we will see one by one. The exact troop to 6 members. I quote from a folk song which explain all these instruments as well as the exact 2 members present in that. 5 பேர் சேர்ந்திங்கே ராசமேளம் தானி செய்து வில்லிசை சிறந்திடவே ஐங்கரனை தொழுதோமே. The person who is singing that song, that person is called said to be the main chief performer. He is singing that 5 பேர் சேர்ந்திங்கே, that is the troupe exactly consists of 5 members. 5 பேர், 5 in Tamil, this is the Tamil word 5. The exact English word is 5 members. 5 பேர் சேர்ந்திங்கே, all in a group manner, join together in order to sing various songs, mainly using the instrument called will. Okay, that is bow. 5 பேர் சேர்ந்திங்கே ராசமேளம் தானி செய்து வில்லிசை சிறந்திடவே ஐங்கரனை தொழுதோமே. ஐங்கரம், the Ganapati is said to be in the ஐங்கரனை. So the exact meaning is 5 members join together, worship to perform the very well in bow song. As regarding used in the Villu Pattu is the Villu, or it is also called as bow. It is mainly made from either palmita tree, jackfruit tree, or even the bamboo tree. Okay, so in that category we are having one song related to that. பனைமர கம்பெடுத்து கனையொன்னு வடிவமைத்து புனைந்த 7 அடி நீளம் இது வில்லிக்கோர் என்பதையா, வில்லு என்பதையா, that is பனைமர கம்பெடுத்து. The bow is mainly prepared using a wood mainly from palmyra tree. பனைமர கம்பெடுத்து கனையொன்னு, kanai means here will. It is prepared from mainly the palmyra tree, and it is said to be the total length of around 7 to 8 feet. 7 to 8 feet lengthy bow is prepared, and it is covered with more and more colored cloths. Vanna tunigal katti vengala manigal putti. Vengala manigal means it is with more and more strings. Another instrument in this, that is called as visukol. That visukol is a tool that is used to stick with a small handle. The main artist, that is that person is called as Annavi. The storyteller will hold it in hand. While singing, he would beat the strings of the bow with this swing and raise the music to the rhythm. Next slide, please, sir. Another musical instrument, which is a percussion instrument. This instrument is called as udukku, or also it is called as udukai. It is through this instrument called udukku that the ultimate music is expressed. This is made from a calf skin. பனங்கிழங்கு நார் சுற்ற சிறப்பாக பாட்டு செய்க சித்துடக்கை செய்து வந்தோமே. That is, this instrument is mainly prepared from a skin that is obtained from cow. Okay, and it is covered with more and more fibers. That fibers are mainly called as palmyra fibers. And this udukku is said to be one of the most traditional musical instrument, almost used in the various temple festivals. And next slide, please. The next slide. Next slide is we have important tool that is used in the Villu Pattu. This is a part made of clay. This bow is clay with unique design that has rimless mouth area. The earthware is placed on the platform and tied with will. Okay, this is made from clay. மண்ணால் செய்வித்த குடமென்னும் கடமதையே கதிர்கொண்டு சேர்ந்திட்டு பூட்டி kudam is tied along with the will in order to create a proper music. Next slide, please, sir. Kudam is beaten with the one instrument called patti. Okay, this is made from varai nar. So varai nar வாங்கி வந்து வைக்கோல் சேர்ந்துங்க கட்டி குடம் patti ஒன்று கொண்டு வந்தோமே. So this type of patti is mainly prepared from one nar that is called as varai nar. I bought patti which is made out of straw paddy and plantain fiber to beat the kudam. So in order to create the sound from the kudam, we use it to straw of paddy and plantain. That thing is called as patti. Next slide, please. Next slide, sir. Then we have another instrument that is called as talam. This talam is a musical instrument. This is made of two circular plates made of brass or bronze, and music is born when these two circular plates are tapped on top of each other. Rhythm is also important one in the bow. The next slide, please. Next, we have various sessions associated with the Villu Pattu. What are all the various sessions? 7 sessions associated with the Villu Pattu are: first one is Kapu Paruvam, second one is Varuporul Uraitha Paruvam, Guruvadi Toludal Paruvam, Avayadakam, Nattu Nalam, Kadai Kurum Paruvam, and Valethu Paruvam. These are all the various sessions mainly associated with
Shanmugamji.
First one is we have Kapu Paruvam. Kapu Paruvam. This Kapu Paruvam
Shanmugamji.
With the worship of the god. Yes, sir.
You have another 2 to 3 minutes.
Okay, sir. Kapu Paruvam. In that Paruvam, the person will begin to sing a song on the god in order to complete the entire process within a stipulated time. Next, we have Varuporul Uraithal Paruvam. During that, Marbodu Otiyange போரிலே வில்லெடுத்து போருக்கு கதை சொல்லவே வில்லெடுத்து பாட வந்தேன். Like that it goes on. Next, Guruvadi worship. In that, the person will praise the one who taught the art. Next, Nattu Nalam. In that Nattu Nalam, the chief singer will explain about various things associated with the particular country. Then comes the next Parvam that is called as Kadai Kurum Parvam. Then the last one is Valethu Parvam. In that Valethu Parvam, the chief performer will all the audience to have the happy as well as the prosperous life. Sir, next slide, please. These are all the different forms, Pravachanam and Katha Kalakshepam. These forms developed mainly from the Villu Pattu. Next slide, sir. Next slide, sir. It play important role, for example, creating awareness in population control, blood donation, eye donation, AIDS, and latest one is mainly the COVID awareness as well as awareness is mainly done by this Villu Pattu artist. Next slide, sir. Villu Pattu as present situation, mass media development, decreased growth, Doordarshan and All India Radio preserved the tradition to little extent. Government as well as the central government as well as the state government gave award like Padma Shri award to recognize the contribution. Due to the COVID situation, the economy of the artist is very poor. More efforts needed to preserve the tradition and regarding the latest development in the Villu Pattu is Singapore-born Tamil origin rap singer Lady Kash Aka Kalaivani Nagarajan prepared an album on Villu Pattu and it went on viral on the internet. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much, Shanmugamji. Audiences, any question? Thank you, Shanmugamji. I now invite Yogendraji Ranganathan, and his session is on the art of storytelling in the Dasa Padas of Karnataka. Welcome, Yogendraji, who is a student of Indic Studies.
आपादमौलिपर्यन्तं गुरूणाम् आकृतिं स्मरेद्येन विघ्नाः प्रणश्यन्ति सिद्धन्ति च मनोरथाः हरि ओम् हरे श्रीनिवास. I need to share my audio as well since I have to play some songs. So can you hear me?
Yes, yes, Yogendraji, we are. But audio is not coming. I think you haven't played it, or
No. I didn't play it yet. I just shared the sound. Should I try?
But the slide is a little, partially visible. On the left side, it's cut a bit. Maybe you have to do a, slide.
How about this slide?
It's still the same. I think there is some aspect ratio problem you have to fix.
No, I'm
Marji, at our end it is okay.
Okay, all right, go ahead.
Okay.
Any other people facing the same issue?
Deepaji,
I think.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you, sir. My topic is the art of storytelling in Dasa Padas of Karnataka. My name is Yogendra. A lot of other participants have described about Haridasaru and Purandara, so I'll directly skip to the classification. I just want to add a point here. In the Adhikara part, Sri Mahipati Dasaru had composed songs in more than 6 different languages, including Farsi, for the sake of Muslims and Mughal rulers of that time. So that is one point I wanted to add. From the point of view of storytelling, I've classified the Dasa Padas into 2 main categories. One is Dasa Padas based on Vedic literature, which is further divided into 2, where the Padas narrate a story from Puranas, Itihasas, and Shastras. And the second one is Padas that don't tell a story, but bring out the Sara, bring out emotions like Bhakti, Vairagya, describe rituals, and so on. And in the second category, Dasa Padas based on real life events. These are basically the Padas written by the Sishyas and other Dasas about their gurus and other contemporary Dasas, describing their Mahimas, their works, biography, and events relating to them. In this Pada, the second category is about the Dasapada, which is composed in reaction to a certain event, and that event is recorded as a story and has been passed down from generation to generation. And there are quite a few Padas in that category as well. So first, the Dasapadas based on Vedic literature. I've chosen Rukmini Parvati Samvada. Dr. Nagaraju Paturi sir has described the literature into 3, classified them into 3 parts, 3 categories, Prakhyata, Utpadya, and Mishra, if I recall correctly. This pada could be classified into Mishra category because this is based on Bhagavata, which is a Prakhyata literature, and the Samvada itself, Rukmini Parvati Samvada, which never really happened, is the imagination of Purandara Dasaru. This pada is basically in the form of questions So Parvati asks a question about each avatara in a funny way, and Rukmini gets back to it in a equally witty reply, with an equally witty reply. The listener has to know a bit about Bhagavata to understand this Dasapada. First, listen to the Dasapada, and then I'll talk a little bit about it.
ಜಲದಿ ನಿಲಯ ಗಾರಯ ತರ ಚಲುವ ರುಕ್ಮಿಣಿ ಬಿಳಿಯ ಮೈಯ ಬೂದಿ ಶಿವಗೆ ಒಲಿದೆ ಪಾರ್ವತಿ ವಸುಧಿಗೀಶನಾಗಿ ಬಲಿಯ ಬೇಡಲಿಲ್ಲವೇ ಎಸವಾಕ ಪಾಲ ಪಿಡಿದ ಕರ್ತನಲ್ಲವೇ ವಸುಧಿಗೀಶನಾಗಿ ಬಲಿಯ ಬೇಡಲಿಲ್ಲವೇ ಎಸವಾಕ ಪಾಲ ಪಿಡಿದ ಕರ್ತನಲ್ಲವೇ ಕರ್ತನಲ್ಲವೇ.
So as you can see, first Parvati asked about, here I chose the Vamana Avatara, where Parvati asks if he is the Lord, how did he end up begging Bali? And Rukmini replies, what about Shiva when he tried to cut off the head of Brahma? Actually, Shiva gets the Brahmahatya and the Kapala comes and sticks to the hand. It's a very big story. Anyway, eventually to get rid of that Brahmahatya dosha, Shiva had to take a Bhiksha, and that is why he's called as Adi Bhikshu. The important element that I want to highlight here is that this is not simply to make fun of each other or anything like that, but rather the Dasaru wants us to think the events that led and the dharma sukshmas behind it. Our Acharya used to say that if you have curd and if you just leave it there, at most it will be bitter and it gets spoiled. But if you make it buttermilk, churn it, and then you get the butter out of it. So having just knowledge is not enough. You need to churn the knowledge and get the dharma sukshmas out of it. And at least here the Dasaru had an entire line to provoke such thoughts and describe certain elements of dharma sukshma. You'd be surprised to know that Dasaru does that even with just one word, makes us think. For example, in the description of Dasavatara, Dasaru says, ಕಣ್ಣು ಮುಚ್ಚದೆ ಬೆನ್ನು ತೋರುವಿ ಮಣ್ಣು ಕೆದರಿವಿ ಚಿನ್ನಗೊಲಿದನೆ ಸನ್ನವಾಮನ ಅನ್ನರಾಮನೆ. Here kannu muchade means without closing eyes. That's all he says. He doesn't say anything else. Kannu muchade means here he implicates that fishes don't close eyes. So here the fish means the Matsyavatara, not the ordinary fish. So you have to think a little bit to understand, he's talking about the Matsyavatara of Srihari. And I think the advantage Dasaru has here is they have the vocabulary, the extent of vocabulary they have. They can use Kannada terms, they can use Sanskrit terms, they can Sanskritize the Kannada terms, and they can replace the Sanskrit terms with their own Kannada terms. For example, describing an event from Mahabharata, Hastinapura, in place of Hastinapura, Dasa says Kariyapura. Hasti means elephant in Sanskrit and Kari means elephant in Kannada. So instead of saying Hastinapura, he says Kariyapura. ಕರಿಯಾಪುರದ ನಗರದಲ್ಲಿ ಕೌರವರು ಪಾಂಡವರು ಧರೆಯ ನೊಡ್ಡಿ ಜೂಜನಿಟ್ಟು ಲೆತ್ತವಾಡಲು ಪರಮ ಪಾಪಿ ಶಕುನೀತಾನು ಪಾಶದೋಳು ಪೊಕ್ಕಿರಲು ಧರ್ಮರಾಯ ಧಾರುಣಿ ದ್ರೌಪದಿಯ ಸೋತರೆಂದು ದುರ್ಯೋಧನ ಸಂತೋಷದಿಂದಲ್ಲಿ ತನ್ನ ದೂತ ರಟ್ಟಿ ಪಾಂಡವರ ಬದುಕು ತರಿಸಿದ. So as you can see, the lyrics are very easy to sing and remember and understand. And the way they play with the words is really beautiful. I have to move on to the next now. This is the second classification of my songs. These songs don't narrate a story, but I've chosen this song because it has everything in it: Vairagya, Bhakti, Niti, and everything. Just listen to the song and I'll talk about it a bit.
ಆರೇನ ಮಾಡುವರು ಆರಿಂದಲೇನಹುದು ಪೂರ್ವಜನ್ಮದ ಕರ್ಮ ವಿಧಿ ಬೆನ್ನ ಬಿಡದೋ 5 ವರ್ಷದ ಹಸುಳ ವನವೇತ್ತ ತಪವೇತ್ತ ಬೈದು ಮಲತಾಯಿ ಅಡವಿಗೆ ನೂಕಲು ಸುಳಿದು ಕೋಪಾಗ್ನಿಯಲಿ ಪುರ ಹೊರಟು ಹೋವಾಗ 5 ಪಿತೃಗಳಿದ್ದು ಏನು ಮಾಡಿದರೋ.
As you can see, Dasa is invoking Vairagya through this Dasa Pada. But I chose this song because it is very evident it is based on Vedic literature. The Bhagavata, the Aidu Varshada Bala, the 5-year-old child here is Dhruva, who had to go to Vana and do tapasya at the young age. What I really want to focus is about the Niti here, the Aidu Pitrugalu, the 5 fathers, as you know, the one who gives Janma, Vidya, Vaidya, Raja, and Annadata. This speaks a lot about our society also, the kind of relationship people had with each other, the relationship between Guru and Sishya, the relationship between the father, the Raja and the Spraja, Annadata and Bhikshuka. So unlike how the Western perspective or colonial perspective is that our culture was always dogmatic and regressive, it is actually quite beautiful. And these padas can actually, even though they don't narrate a story, for storytellers, these padas can be very useful because especially when you are doing an Utpadya literature, that means you're creating your own story. You can directly use these daspadas to make your story dharmic, to get the element of dharma in your story. Since they adhere to Shastras, you don't have to worry about it. Once I had to write a story in which I used a Niti for Vidyadana, and some of the people were like saying, why can't we use the English equivalent? Annadana Mahadanam Vidyadanam Mathaparam Annetu Kshanika Truptihyava Jivantu Vidyaya. So my friend wanted to say, no, people won't understand this. Why don't we just use teach a man to fish, the equivalent version? I have a problem with this because Vidyadana can never be equal to teaching, even though one can argue that teaching should be universally free and for all. Then what about the Patratva? It is not just the meaning of the word, but also there is a framework around in which it has a different meaning, and a lot of implied dharmas are there along with it, which is very necessary to understand our culture. And moving on, I want to now go to the second category, Daspadas based on real life events. This is composed by Sri Vyasarajaru, the one who initiated Sri Purandara Dasaru Dasa Sreshta and Sangeeta Pitamaha. He wrote this Daspada praising the Mahimas of his Vidya Guru Sri Padarajaru. You first listen to the song and I'll tell what the context is about.
विप्रगे ब्रह्मत्य दोष बरलु क्षिप्र शंखोदक दिकळये विप्रगे ब्रह्मत्य दोष बरलु क्षिप्र शंखोदक दिकळये अप्रबुद्धರು ದೋಷಿಸಗೆರಣ ಕಪ್ಪು ವಸನ ಹಸನ ಮಾಡಿದ ಮಹಿಮೆ ಸಾಲದೆ ಮಹಿಮೆ ಸಾಲದೆ ಮಹಿಮೆ ಸಾಲದೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಮಹಿಮೆ ಸಾಲದೆ ಇಷ್ಟೇ ಮಹಿಮೆ ಸಾಲದೆ
Here, Sri Padarajaru once had to remove the Brahmahatya of Samantaraja, Salva Narasimha Bhupala, who went on to become the Chakravarti of Vijayanagara later. In an instant, he had to kill the Archakas of Tirupati. The entire story is kind of very big, and I think I don't have so much time. So if you're interested, please go through my paper, and I've covered it in detail. Basically, he felt that the Archakas were in getting involved in the political affairs of the kingdom, compromising the integrity and the security of the kingdom, and also that they were neglecting their duties. So he had to kill all of them. And he went to Sri Padarajaru and begged to save him from the Brahmahatya, for which Sri Padaraja agreed. And he, using the Shankodaka, he used to sprinkle it every day on the Raja for over a period of time, and he removed the Brahmahatya. And when king came to Sri Padaraja and told finally that he was freed from the Brahmahatya, people started laughing and said Brahmahatya is not a joke. You cannot just remove it by sprinkling some Shankodaka. So in order to prove the siddhi of Sri Padarajaru, he asks the students to bring a white cloth, dip it in gerenne, which is black seed oil used as a natural dye, make it black, and then using the Shankodaka, he makes it white again. Kappu Vasana, Kappu means black, Vasana is cloth, Hasana Madida, made it white again, Sri Padarajar Mahima. What I want to actually stress here is, like I said, this is Dasa Padas not only teach us Tattva Jnana, but a lot about our history and society as well. Now, this Kerene, I learned something really nice with this Kerene concept. I once asked my mother how popular was this Kerene. Does everybody know it? My mother said the washermen used to use this to mark the clothes of our family. For example, if it is from my family, they will put a symbol like plus or a minus or something like that. And all the clothes of my family would have the same symbol. So they would never get mixed up with the rest of the clothes. So the management of clothes by washermen, I came to know how they used to do it with this song. I mean, it also describes the great Vijayanagara Empire and Sri Raja also, but along with it, we can also learn little things about our society. That is what I wanted to tell. And going to the last classification, Enta Shrimantanantanu. This is a song composed in reaction to a challenge by Sri Prasanna Venkatadasaru. Sri Prasanna Venkatadasaru was actually performing his daily rituals, and the then Peshwa ruler Bajirao II had come to visit the town. He wanted to see Prasanna Venkatadasaru, so he sends a soldier, and Prasanna Venkatadasaru says it in a funny way, saying, "If this Peshwa wishes to do so, I will come." And the soldier doesn't understand, but the Peshwa understands this, and he immediately sends his best man to get the Dasaru to the kingdom, because he was very excited to see the Dasaru. And then when the minister comes to meet the Prasanna Venkatadasaru, he comes with a golden pen. He has exceptional memory and writing skills. So he had a little bit of ahankara in him, that he could pen down anything he wanted to by just listening to it once. So Dasaru realizes this and then says, "If you pen down one of my songs, I will gladly come and meet your Peshwa." So he then composed a Mundige. Mundige is a special category of Dasa Padagalu, which doesn't have, which you cannot understand it. It sounds like gibberish. It's completely encrypted. You have to know it, or somebody has to explain it to understand the meaning. The additional thing in this song is that he made the Mundagi in such a way that he put a lot of tongue twisters in the song. So nobody can memorize it, at least definitely not by listening it to once. Please listen to the song, and then I'll finish it off.
Yantha Shrimantanantano Shrikante Kanta Yantha Shrimantanantano Bammanu Hemmaga Mamma Mrudammari Mamma Shatimma Swaramma Paramma Ammaru Samoha Nimmanu Gammaru Nammo Namma Paramma Mahimma Yantha Shrimantanantano Shrikantaya Kanta Yantha Shrimantanantano Angaru Hangala Anganantagada Mangala Panga Vishwangala Mangala Shingara Danguta Sangada Jagada Athangala Thangala Hingi Palanga Pannaga Panna Shayanna Mohannata Pannage Paravahanna Ratunna Pavanna Sukonna Taranna Garanni Janinna Durinyarinnodayanne Yantha Shrimantanantano Shrikantaya Kanta Yantha Shrimantanantano Valla Kaivalyatra Vallabha Sullabha Ballida Kullaradallana Nallade Ullodu Nallola Valla Ninallade Salladu Solla Ninilladi Nilla Valla Kaivalyatra Vallabha Sullabha Ballida Kullaradallana Nallade Ullodu Nallola Valla Ninallade Salladu Solla Ninilladi Nilla Yantha Shrimantanantano Shrikantaya Kanta Yantha Shrimantanantano Ambara Dumbige Tumbe Vishumba Sudumbili Nimbito Komba Krupambude Bimba Kadamba Kabimba Prasan Venkata Nambita Nimmiva Nemba Kutumbi Yantha Shrimantanantano Shrikantaya Kanta Yantha Shrimantanantano.
So after listening to this song, he couldn't write anything. He just apologized to Dasaru and he realized that he was he had ahankara, and he thanked Dasaru for getting him out. With this, all the categories are finished. I want to conclude by saying that Dasapadagalu is not just about spreading bhakti, or they were definitely not some revolutionaries trying to change the dogmas, or the imaginary dogmas that colonial historians try to portray in our culture. It is very clear that they wanted to spread the siddhanta, the gnana, which the people were not interested in. And the formal education was very difficult, and you couldn't do your job or stay in samsara and attain the same level of knowledge. So Dasaru tried to bring all those the Sara of those, like Gita Sara, Sudhama Charitra, Mahabharata, Tatparya, and all these things into Dasarapadagalu. There's a lot of Vedanta literature written in Dasarapadagalu. Unfortunately, there's not much left. Of 475,000 songs written by Purandara Dasaru, there are hardly a couple of thousand left today, and even that is a lot. And in Purandara Dasaru's own words, I want to say and conclude this. While writing Sudhama Charitra, he doesn't say this is Sudhama Charitra. Rather, he says what he wants to audience to listeners to think about. He ends it by saying, "Idu bhagavatavenni, idu bhagavatavenni, idu bhagavatage kiyulugalu, idake priyanu namma Purandara Vithalanu, idarinda mukti koduvanu satya." He doesn't say this is Sudhama Charitra. He says this is Bhagavata, and this is Kilugalu of Bhagavata. Kilugalu means the joints of our body. And one can imagine without the joints, we cannot do anything. So by understanding the Dasa Sahitya, we understand that we can connect the knowledge in our brain, in our minds, and remove all our confusions, understand the Tattva, and then perform our karma and finally attain the mukti. And the most important element is that we stay in samsara, do our jobs, and yet do this. This is also said by Purandara Das in one of the kritis. He says, "Kare kare samsara niguvaragi, Purandara Vithalana sevi paragi, ragi tandira." So I hope Dasa Sahitya will help everybody understand the Tattva and also know about our culture. With this, I want to end. Kayena vacha manasendreyaro udhyatmana pradesh swahat karomi datskalam prasmehi narayanayti samarpayami. Dhanyawad. I want to thank Dr. Nagaraj Paturi sir, Shivkumar ji, and Srinivas sir for their untiring support, and INDICA team. I wish that the team will do such Jnana Yajnas for a long, long time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Yogendra ji. I think having grown in the environment of Purandara Dasa Padas and other Padas, I can tell one thing, that the number of narratives, complex Itihasa Purana narratives that are presented in the Dasa Padas in a seamless fashion. In one or two lines, an entire story is captured, like the Dhruva story. And it is captured in a very intriguing form, like, the 5 Pitrus were there, yet they could not do anything. That should mesmerize somebody, and it created curiosity to go and read that in detail.
Yeah.
That is the kind of story narration techniques that Dasapadas employed, that they shortened it and made it concise, but the expressions were so powerful and full of bhakti rhetoric that it would push an individual go further deep into that.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, Yogendra
Thank
ji.
you, sir.
And audiences, any question? Dhanyawad, Yogendra ji. I'm now honored to invite our distinguished speaker, special guest, Peter Shan ji. Deepa ji, you would like to introduce?
Yeah. Namaste Peter Chand, warm welcome to you. Thank you for joining us all the way from UK. Delighted to have you here with us. So a little introduction about Peter Chand. Peter Chand is an award-winning international storyteller, constantly in demand for his unique retelling of tales from his motherland, India. He has shared his stories across Britain, and he has also performed in Norway, France, Croatia, Austria, Canada, and Singapore, amongst other countries. Peter grew up with Punjabi as his first language and still visits his family in Punjab to collect folk tales, which he translates and shares with keen listeners worldwide. As well as touring extensively, he has also shared his storytelling skills by leading workshops with teachers, librarians, budding storytellers, and anyone trying to find their voice and gain confidence in performing in the public. Whether it's performing to a tiny classroom or enthralling hundreds of adults in a theater, he has a story for every occasion. Peter is also part of the organizing team of the Festival at the Edge, the oldest storytelling festival in England, which has a fine reputation for showcasing some of the best storytellers from around the world. Until summer 2021, Peter was also storyteller in residence at the Story Museum in Oxford and was recently recognized as one of the 100 masters for his contribution to storytelling and building community relations through the arts. Over to you, Peter.
Thank you, Deepa. Thank you very much. Can you hear me loud and clear? Yes?
Yes, we can.
Excellent. Can I ask you guys to do me a favor, please? Can you, if you are able to and you are happy, please switch your cameras on so I can see your faces. I'm a storyteller. I like to see the people that I am talking to. I like to see the people that are listening, hopefully, as well. Brilliant. Human beings. This is what I've been waiting for. Thank you. Good afternoon. It's afternoon in India, I believe. So, like Deepa said, I am a storyteller. I have just celebrated my 17th year as a self-employed storyteller. So as far as I know, I'm not 100% sure, but as far as I know, I think I'm the only storyteller of Indian origin in the UK who does this as a full-time job. And so I'm very proud of that fact. My family came from the Punjab area in the 1950s, and we weren't a middle class family. We were very much a working class family, you know, immigrants working hard. So as a result, we didn't have many books in our houses, but we had imagination. We learned how to fend for ourselves, and we learned how to pass the time and occupy ourselves. And that's why I think I love stories, you know. And also as well, I think it's why I also love folk stories. The great myths, with no disrespect to anybody, never sang to me. But the folk stories, the stories of the people, the folk stories that were from the ground, and the folk stories that were connected to sort of reality in a different way, have always appealed to me. Always, and I think they always will. And the folk stories are the stories that I still go back and collect now from my motherland, especially in the Punjab. And also, I also collect stories and read stories and translate stories, obviously, from Indian collections that were collected particularly by the British under the Raj. And those are really interesting stories as well, because those stories, and I'll be talking a little bit about context in a while, those stories, of course, were recorded in a completely foreign culture, were documented in a completely foreign culture, and then translated for a monotheistic culture thousands of miles away, and they were trying to shoehorn, and sort of, it's like putting a square peg in a round hole. So those stories took on a different shape, took on a different meaning, took on a different, what I would say, flavor. So part of my job, I feel, as a storyteller, is to put the masala back in these stories, because the masala was taken out for obvious reasons, which I'm not an academic. You guys can figure that out yourself, for what reasons they were contextualized for a Western European audience. And so part of the fun is, for example, is in a particular story, perhaps they will say something like, it'll be set in, like Tales of the Punjab is a fine example, by a lady called Flora Steele. Even the introduction has me in stitches, has me laughing my head off, because her husband was a magistrate. So he is dispensing justice to the natives, and she is sitting under a tree collecting stories from the natives. And And in one of the particular stories, she's talking about the good fairy, and I'm thinking, who is the good fairy? So she is translating these stories and contextualizing them for a Victorian audience, and who didn't know about the gods or the goddesses. So whether it was Lakshmi, whether it was Durga, whether it was Kali, whoever it was, has been turned into this conventional and convenient good fairy. Does that make sense? So part of the process as a storyteller, even when you're reading the story, is how do I interpret this? How do I go back to the masala of this story? And I'm very, very keen on this. I'm also very keen on the concept of who drives the narrative, whether that's in general life, whether that's in politics, whether that's in the media, but particularly in the context of storytelling, who drives the narrative? Who says which stories we are supposed to tell or are allowed to tell? So let me give you more of an example of this. I was talking to my partner. My partner's also a storyteller. She lives in Belgium. We were having a conversation last week, and I was saying, now in the West here in England, particularly, I'm talking about, say if you tell a story about a witch, yes, you tell a story about a witch. Now, already in a Western liberal context, that subject at this precise moment, for understandable reasons, is a very weighted motif or subject or area, because straight away now, in the context of the arts and the context of the liberal West, straight away you start thinking about oppression. Understandably, you start thinking about people who were mistreated, people who were wrongly accused, false accusations, misogyny, all those things, which I completely 100% get. I completely get this. But, however, the point is this: whether you like it or not, whether I like it or not, there are still millions of people around the world who still believe that there are witches, who still believe that there are demons, who still believe there are possessions. It might not sit well with our intellectual or progressive attitudes or a Western framework, but do we stop telling those stories? Do we ignore them completely? Are they be banned or cancelled? Is something that I consider every single day. And over the years as a storyteller, I've had to defend stories from my culture. And the point I'm trying to make is that it's very nice telling stories and saying, yes, we're communicating and we're building bridges. I get that. I understand the benefit of that. But then I also stand by, we all have our own truth as well that we have to fight for as well when we tell these stories. And we have to be bold when we tell these stories. And there's a very tendency in the West that I see in India as well, in the small sort of insights that I get of us becoming very cozy and becoming very self-satisfied in what it is as storytellers. What is our role as storytellers? You know, are we just pushing the narrative that is the status quo, or are we questioning? Are we stimulating? Are we agitating? Because the folk stories have always done this. Just as all the folk arts have always done the same thing. They've always asked the questions. They've not just gone along with what is the status quo and what is perceived wisdom in the wider sort of kind of context, you know? So that's a little bit of the kind of background of where I'm from. I started off by, was forced to go to a storytelling club. We're very fortunate here. We used to have about 60 regular storytelling clubs in the UK, which run normally once a month, normally in a room above a pub. I was into poetry as a kid, I still am. I was into writing, creative thought, all those kind of things. I love narrative arts. And it took somebody 3 years to say, come to a storytelling club. I thought, what's the storytelling club? It's going to be people sitting in a chair reading a book. This is the perception that many people have of storytelling. For 3 years, this gentleman said, come, it'll be good. You love words. And so finally he forced me to go. And I was thinking, what am I going to do? This is just not my thing at all. So finished my day's work. He took me into this countryside. I was in this pub in the middle of nowhere. Lots of white people sitting in a circle with lots of beards and white hair. And I'm sitting there as they're drinking their ale, and somebody then kicks off by telling a story from Wales, a Welsh legend. And I was like, they're not reading. They've told this from memory. This is cool. Then the next person said, well, I've just come to listen. I'm not telling. And the next person said, well, here's a Chinese story. And suddenly, within 10, 15 minutes, my brain, all the synapses were going like crazy. Images, dragons, characters. There was a familiarity with the narrative that suddenly I felt like I was awake. And I thought, this is something different. And from that, and in the end, when it came to me, I didn't plan to tell anything. I was there under duress. But I think I can't even remember what it was, but I know I just joined 2 30-second funny lines or jokes. I can't remember what it was, to make a 1-minute story on the spot, because I wanted to be part of this, whatever this was, this collective thing, this excitement, this narrative, this story, this rhythm that I understood, that sang to me. And from that night, believe it or not, it was only 6 years later from being introduced to storytelling that I gave up a full-time job with, at that time, 2 young children, a family, to become a full-time storyteller. So I worked hard for 5 or 6 years around a full-time job, working 60 hours a week, and then learning my storytelling craft so I could become a storyteller. And it's taken me all around the world, I'm very happy to say, but it's also put me in contact with interesting people and interesting ideas. And stories are the fiber of us. They're part of our DNA. You know, if you follow a religion, they're a set of stories. If you, who doesn't have a family member, that uncle or that auntie that nobody ever invites to the parties? Yes, I do. Every family has that. That's a story. When you, if you like, if like most of us, you have a mirror by your front door when you leave the house, and you look in the mirror before you leave for the day, and you go, or you go, ooh, that is a story that you tell yourself that carries you throughout that day. You know, and stories are powerful in so many ways, in the good stories we tell about people and the negative stories we tell about people. Stories are part of our DNA. We don't always see it as that, you know. Why are the stories around the world? Doesn't matter if it's an Indian or an African story or a Chinese story or a Grimm's brothers story that they've collected, which incidentally, they weren't writers. People always mistake them for writers. They collected from peasants who have the best stories. Academics don't have the best stories, I'm sorry to say. Peasants have the best stories. And why are these stories from around the world? Doesn't matter where they come from. Why do they have a deep, dark forest? Does anybody know? Why do these stories always contain a deep, dark forest? Because a deep, dark forest is a metaphor for life. That's why. So if you are a child who has just finished primary school and you're going to secondary school, your first day, you were previously the biggest, the tallest of the children in small school. In big school now, you're the smallest. You look in the playground, there's all these loud children running around. You're thinking, oh my goodness me, I feel like an insect amongst these loud grown-up children. That is a metaphor for a deep, dark forest. If you start a job and it's your first day in the office, everybody knows where the tea is, where the coffee is, what the conventions are, who is the joker in the pack, who's the serious person, who's the boss that nobody can laugh about. That is office politics. That is the deep, dark forest. How am I ever going to fit into this rhythm, you know? And just like a deep, dark forest, just like in life, a deep, dark forest, you have encounters in life, obstacles in life. You need guidance. You need the wise person. You need your Gandalf. You need your Merlin. You need your wise woman of the woods to guide you along that path. At the end of the journey, there will be problems, there will be troubles, but hopefully you'll emerge at the end of the forest into some kind of sunlight, into some kind of resolution, into some kind of understanding. You might have lost people along the way, but hopefully at the end of that story, as you emerge from the deep, dark forest, something has been garnered, something is added to your understanding of the world. And this is why stories are important, and this is why the metaphor of stories is very important as well, I feel. So, so yes, when my mother passed away, my brothers told me something, and he said, you know, when we were in India, because my family, like I said, comes from the Punjab. He says, when it used to be like the summertime, we used to sleep on the chawara, you know, the terrace. He says, and we used to have the manje out there on the terrace. He says, and all the children in the village used to come and lie on the manje, and mother used to be lying, looking up at the sky and looking up at the stars, and she would say, tell stories using the stars as illustrations to illustrate and to sort of pinpoint these stories. And he said we were mesmerized, and the children in the village would be mesmerized listening to her stories. I never knew this at all. I had no idea that this is what she used to do. So in a way, going back to the motif of stories and DNA, I think that me being a storyteller was inevitable in one way or another. And storytelling is used in so many different contexts. You know, I work with organizations. I just recently done a big project with the NHS Leadership Academy here in the Southwest. Once again, using the metaphor of stories in a leadership context, and how the language of storytelling is part of our understanding of the world around us. You know, I'd like to sort of finish this part of the talk, if I may, because I think there's some time for questions. But when I do workshops, I often give the example of cave paintings. You know, those cave paintings, those ancient cave paintings you see in France and parts of Spain. And I don't know if you've ever seen pictures of those cave paintings, but have you ever noticed this? Yeah. Have you ever noticed that in those cave paintings that the hunter is never running away from the herd. The hunter is never stampeded. And I'm sure that happened in reality. So you have this hunter comes back and he says, look, this was my day today. I was hunting these bison, and look how big the bison are, but look in this picture how big I am. And look how straight my back is, because those hunters are never stooped over. Those hunters are never having any doubt, or they are heroic, you know, and they always look in scale much bigger than the bison or the buffalo that they are hunting. And like I said, you never ever see them running in the opposite direction. I'm sure that happened. I'm sure they got knocked down to the ground in reality. So as far as I'm aware, I think that's the first illustrated version of storytelling. Something that actually did happen that is enmeshed in truth, but has been embellished by the beauty of the imagination, by the beauty of storytelling, if that makes sense. So I have no notes today. I've not got any slides. I've not got any pictures. I've not got any PowerPoints to show you. I've just sort of talked a little bit about what came into my mind, and just like a story, it pops in and out of different scenarios and different motifs. But I hope there's some kind of insight into what it is that we do as storytellers, and the importance of why storytelling is relevant today. I would say arguably more than ever, when there is so much misinformation out there about others, about ourselves, about our perceptions, about the perfect image on social media that we try to portray of ourselves, of filters to make ourselves look beautiful and blemish free. Now is the time to tell stories honestly and openly, and also look at the underbelly. You have that expression in India, the underbelly of a story. You know, it's like it's the underbelly. So you see, say, a beautiful animal, you see a beautiful horse, you see its mane, you see its haunches, you see its beautiful face, its strong face. But the underbelly of the story is where the shadow is, where the shade is. That's another part of the story that is not obvious, and those in those dark places and in those crevices and those shadows, I believe, are where the most interesting stories lie. And those are the stories that I like to personally explore myself. And like I said earlier, not follow the status quo in what we're supposed to tell and what we're supposed to contextualize, you know. And even the fact that this conference here, INDICA, is fantastic that you guys are doing this. The fact that we are speaking and understanding and communicating in English would not happen if it was not for empire. So let's think about where these narratives are driving, and who is driving the narrative, and who decides what story is to be told or is allowed to be told. Let's be bold as storytellers, or practitioners in the folk arts, or academics. Let's not think in straight lines, because life is never in straight lines. Stories are never in straight lines. It's in circles. So I think that's about my time as far as I can tell. So if there's any questions, please feel free to pop them in. I'll put my spectacles on because I'm a man of certain ages, so I can see you a bit more clearly. Okay, so I've got an anonymous attendee saying, life of storytelling in the UK, amazing. Which book in English of Indian stories do you suggest me to start? I would say A.K. Ramunajan's Folk Tales of India is the book that I use the most, because not only has he collected amazing stories, but he also in his notes are some of the best notes that I've ever seen in any storybook. So Folk Tales of India, A.K. Ramunajan.
Rama.
That's a fantastic book. How do you handle the contrasting narratives of the West about East? Do you tell them the native perspective? Well, see, this is the interesting thing, is that is even though I'm obviously Indian, my mother and father are Indian, I was still brought up in Britain. I was raised in Britain through the British education system. So a lot of the times, like I said earlier, it's, which I think kind of relates to this question, is that I'm constantly fighting for my stories, you know? So I'll give you a very quick example of this, if this makes sense. And this is what I'm talking about, being bold and being truthful to your own truth, and being willing to sort of stand for what the story stands for and what you believe the truth in that story is. So recently I was doing a story, I think it's a Bengali story. And in that one story, I've told it 1,000 times, it's a beautiful story about understanding and about the capacity to listen to each other. What happens, you know, the powerful exchange of listening and really understanding each other. And that's the essence of this story. But there's a part in that story where I was saying, this daughter-in-law is mistreated. So I'd say, like, you know, when she's stirring the dal, you know, the Sasoji is saying, is this how you, don't you know, we don't stir the dal like this. When she's washing her husband's shirts, the Sasoji is saying, we wash the collars first, we don't wash the cuffs, and all this. And this one particular lady took offense of the character washing she says, I didn't like that she was washing her husband's shirts. And I thought, so strange that this is the thing that you've picked up from this whole story, which is about the power of listening and understanding. You know, that's like the old Bruce Lee quote where he says, you know, when you're looking at the moon, is the idiot looks at the finger and not the moon, you know? And that's the first thing. And secondly, I said, but I give my audience, I invest with them the intelligence that they know that this is an old story, you know? And secondly, that it's from a culture that you might not agree with, you know? This might not be your concept of what a woman, it's not acceptable for you. It might be that a woman should not wash her husband's shirts. But I hate to tell you this, there are millions of people around the world that is their norm. You know, you have the freedom, the liberty, the circumstance, the privilege to be able to say, that is not my way of living. But millions don't, billions don't, you know? And once again, it's that arrogance of saying my truth is the only truth, you know, is, I find very, very disturbing. So the question of how do I tell it in a native context? How native am I, you know? I know my Punjabi background, I know who I am. That's one thing I've had no conflict with. I know my family's history. I know the freedom struggle the independent struggles that my parents were involved in. I grew up, like I said, not surrounded by books, but having calendars on the walls of my parents' business, of people like Bhagat Singh and freedom fighters like this. They were my heroes, you know. So I know about my culture, and we need to know about our history and our stories, but we also need to be bold to be able to stand up for them and defend them as well. Because constantly in this world, we are being told there's a single narrative. It's black or white. That's why everything is so polarized. You're either right or you're wrong. And if you have a different opinion to me, you are my enemy. Geez, where did this come from? When did our thinking become so narrow and so restrictive? You know, India, if anything, is one thing, has always been pluralistic in its thoughts and its ideas, you know, has always been, here's a multitude of attitudes, here's a multitude of ideas. Why were the Greeks visiting India, you know, 300, 400 years BC and beyond, you know, and even beyond that? Because the exchanges of ideas were open to interpretation, were open to discourse. And once we lose discourse and the ability to listen to each other's stories without saying, okay, well, that's no, I don't agree with that story, so that story therefore is taboo, we're on dangerous ground. We're on very dangerous ground. So I hope that kind of answers in a very long storyteller's response to that question. I think, Deepa, are we done for time? I'm sorry, I've lost a bit of track now. So let's have a look.
Shivkumarji will be able to tell us.
Yeah, another 3-4 minutes.
Emotions play a very important role. How to put emotions into stories. Yes. Thank you very much for that as well. Is it Sugandhi Sarath? Yeah. Let me do one thing. Let me type in this title of this book, so everybody has that. Is that okay? Yes. That probably would be everyone. So it's. Okay, I think I've spelt the surname right, but you will find it under this Folktales of India, A.K. Ramanujan. I think that's how you spell it. Excuse me if it's a misspelling, but
A.K. Ramanujan.
That's right. Yeah. I think I'll put an extra couple of letters in there. But this book, I have many books, of course I do. But that book
is a beautiful book. It's a beautiful book.
It's the one that it's my go back to book every time. It's the book that sort of always provides a story for me when I'm looking for a particular kind of story. I forgot to say as well, I also collect stories from India as well, from family. And those are the best stories because the stories I collect from a particular cousin's wife in Hoshiarpur. She's amazing. She's in her 70s now, does not speak, does not read or write. She's illiterate, but my goodness me, she's, with due respect to all the storytellers I've met, she's the best storyteller I know, and she knows these stories that have been passed from generation to generation to generation. And it's so exciting because not only is it the stories that are beautiful, but I can ask her, why did they do this? Unlike a book, and she'll say, well, in those days, that in those days the tradition was so and so, and that's why they do this. So I have an encyclopedia there in front of me that actually is the notes in a voice, in a human person, telling me the notes and the questions to those stories, and the expressions. There's an expression that I've tried. I'm articulate. I can speak. I can express myself. But there's an expression that she said in a story once that I've not got the same power in English as there is in Punjabi. And she's talking about a couple who have no children. And they've been trying to have children for ages. And she says this expression that made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੰਗਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੰਦ ਕੱਸ ਗਏ ਸੀ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੇ ਮੰਗਦਿਆਂ ਨੂੰ ਦੰਦ ਕੱਸ ਗਏ ਸੀ From begging and begging and begging, their teeth ground down. Isn't that a beautiful expression? And I've never got the same pataka, the same power with it in English, because normally people would say, like, they begged so much their tongue was worn out. But this was even more begging because their teeth actually ground down. And it's little expressions or turns of phrases like that that people don't use anymore, that it's really important to keep alive in these stories as well. So yeah, I'm very lucky that I have this amazing storyteller. Last time I went there, she said, these stories that you tell? I says, yes. She said, you get money for them, don't you? I said, yes, Paviji, I do. I get money for them. She says, So now when I go and see them, and I will see them when lockdown is over, obviously she's my elder, so she would not take money for me directly for the stories, but I just say, here, buy yourself something nice. So in a way, yeah, she's an enterprising Indian woman there, right there in front of you. So thank you ever so much for all your time, and good luck with the rest of this conference. And I hope I see you somewhere down the road, hopefully. And good luck with happy storytelling, and take care of yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter Ji.
Thank you.
Two
Thank you
things.
so much. Sorry. Yeah.
Go ahead, Deepa Ji.
You finish, then I'll speak.
So two things struck me. One is your reference to A.K. Ramanujan. the author. He's a celebrated author. He was in University of Chicago in the South Asian department. And he's from my state, Karnataka. He's from Mysore, and he was a bilingual writer. He could write in Kannada and in English, and is a very important influence both in academics and in the folk traditions. The other thing I'm very happy is that the influence of your aunt in Hoshiarpur, I think that it is that our striving for the flow of the past into the future. I think that's an important aspect of storytelling itself, actually. So
yeah, very much so. Yeah, very much so.
Thanks, Deepaji.
Thank you, Peter. I did want to mention. Okay.
Sorry, I'm here. Sorry.
Yeah, I did want to mention that three things that certainly stayed. One was about acknowledging the multiplicity of stories and multiplicity of realities. And then, of course, not fearing to share yours, whatever is yours. And lastly, I still remember the twinkle in your eye with which you would talk about, I go back to Punjab, we're having those discussions in Scotland at the Scottish Storytelling Festival. And to be reminded of that enthusiasm, that it's only when we know what's really there that we can have, I think the lack of fear comes from knowing also. So that was a lovely reminder, hearing your story. Thank you so much.
No, you're very welcome. Thank you for having me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peterji. I'm now very pleased to invite our distinguished speaker and author, Rachna Ji Chhabria. She's going to speak about the journey of her book. She's a children's author, a creative writing teacher in the past, a freelance writer, a columnist with India's leading newspapers, a couple of them, the Asian Age and Deccan Chronicle. She freelances for 5 English newspapers now, writes short stories, features, and a lot of writing engagement. She has written more than 300 features and stories for newspapers. So she's written books. Her published credits include Festival Stories Through the Year, on which she's going to speak today, Lazy Worm Goes on a Journey, The Lion Who Wanted to Sing, Bunny in Search of a Name, Ganesha's Blanket of Stars. Her stories and articles feature in many schools' textbooks published by Oxford University Press, Pearson Books, and INDICA Learning Private Limited. Several of her new books are awaiting publication. We look forward to that. Over to Rachna Ji. We're honored to have you.
Namaste, everyone.
Namaste.
Can everybody hear me? Namaste.
Yeah.
It's my honor to be here for INDICA's Indigenous Storytelling Traditions of India. I'm really honored to give my paper on my book, Festival Stories Through the Year. A big thank you to Team INDICA, especially Shiv Kumar ji, Srinivas ji, and Amit ji for helping us behind the scenes, for giving us the confidence and boosting our morale. I'll present my book. I'll run you through all the festivals that I mentioned in my book, my journey of research, my journey understanding the symbolism of India's rich culture, and also my journey of understanding how and why we celebrate certain festivals.
Excuse me, Rachna ji, may I share the presentation?
Yeah, I'm sharing it.
Okay, thank you. Please go for slideshow.
Yeah, I'm going for the slideshow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, I'll go to the next page. I'll talk about my book, Festival Stories Through the Year. When I was approached by HarperCollins to do this book, I was both excited as well as very nervous, because festivals are so extensive and so deeply entrenched into our lives. And they are also tied to people's emotions and feelings, to an aspect of their culture that is so precious to them. I was very scared that I shouldn't hurt any community or any particular religion by misrepresenting their facts. But I decided I'll take that risk and give it my best shot. I will try and verify each and every fact so that no community that feels misrepresented, or no community feels that I have misquoted or said something wrong. And as I started research, I realized that forget about the people. Even I don't know much about the festivals other than the bigger and the better known festivals. And even those festivals, I had just little clue about what was the origin of the festivals, not much knowledge of the stories behind the festival. And for the book, I created two characters, Nikhil the boy and Natasha the girl, through whose eyes the readers see the glorious culture of our nation. And the twins chronicle all the festival details in their blog and diary. That blog and diary form the part of non-fiction. This book is in the concept of fiction and non-fiction. There's a story about entire story, and then the blog and the diary enter the picture. The more I researched, the more I realized that there are so many stories behind the origin of each and every festival. It's like a big circle, a never-ending circle. And we also know that festivals play an important part in our lives, but these stories, which are the background of the festival, also play a very important part in the life, in the origin of the festivals. We know that festivals are important to us. They are a part of a tradition which we celebrate. And for each festival, there was 2 or 3 stories. One story was something we all know about, but there were 2 or 3 smaller stories which I've tried to highlight in the book. And how were these stories passed down to us? Through poems by the traveling bards, through dance dramas, through plays. Even grandmothers have done their bit to pass on the stories. Have you seen like grandmothers sitting and telling a story? This is a tradition which we have been following from beginning. Okay, now let me start with a question. What actually is a festival? We can say that a festival is the birthday of our tradition and culture. A birthday, entire communities celebrate every year to honor that tradition and pay their respect to that aspect of our culture. And when you see flowers around in the marketplace, you know there is a festival around the corner, because festivals and flowers, festival and sweets are closely associated. Most of the festivals that we celebrate now have been celebrated from time immemorial. And with time, smaller rituals, which are a part of people's personal belief and faith, have slipped into the fabric of the larger ritual, which are common across India. I'll give you an example. When I started researching for Pongal, I asked quite a few people. One of my friends said that it's customary in her family to see the sun through clasped hands. I asked many other people because I like this idea of putting it in my book, but not a single person verified that fact. They hadn't even heard of it. Then another person told me that she has a tradition of making a sun-shaped rangoli, which resembles the sun, yellow, all the rays of the sun. Again, nobody verified that fact. So sadly, these two facts didn't enter the book. I think some family elder must have, followed these rituals, or must have started them because it was a part of that person's personal belief. And over time, this ritual passed down from generation to the next and continued till that girl. I hope she starts something else, a better tradition than just seeing the sun through clasped hands. Okay, in my family, there is a ritual we have been following from the time I was a kid. It is a ritual of giving sharbat on Akshaya Tritiya day. This ritual is a mystery which no Sherlock Holmes has been able to solve. I asked a lot of aunts, they had no clue. I asked my mom, she said she has been following this ritual since the day she got married. As my grandmother wasn't alive, I couldn't ask her. While researching for this book, I realized that followers of Jainism consider Akshaya Tritiya an auspicious day because it is associated with Lord Rishabhadeva, also known as Adinath. He is the first of the 24 Tirthankaras. It is said that Lord Adinath ended his year-long tapasya on Akshaya Tritiya day by drinking sugarcane juice, which was poured into his cup palms. You can see it here. Lord Adinath and of course the King Shriyansh. This is a picture of a 1 anna coin that of course is not available anywhere now. So Lord Adinath is accepting the cup in his cup palm, the juice from King Shreyans. That time it was sugarcane juice. Somehow our family has made it into a sharbat, and now I have made it into a Tetra Pak. One festival that all of us celebrate, Raksha Bandhan. Most people don't know the origin of Raksha Bandhan. Why do we celebrate? All that they know is that that sister ties Rakhi on the brother's wrist and he promises to protect her. And of course, he gives her a gift. When I researched for Raksha Bandhan, I came to know that there are three stories, not one, but three stories behind the origin of Raksha Bandhan. One legend says that when Lord Krishna injured his finger while putting, while he was, I think, fighting or something with Shishupal, and the Sudarshan Chakra hurt the Lord's finger. To stop the finger from bleeding, Draupadi tore a piece of her sari and tied it on the Lord's hand. This ritual has become the ritual of Raksha Bandhan. Lord Krishna, in return, promised to repay his debt whenever Draupadi needed his help in the future. This is, of course, the Raksha Bandhan ritual. There's one more ritual where it's believed that Yamuna, the river Yamuna, tied a sacred thread on her brother Yamraj's wrist. Yamraj was so pleased with her, Yamraj is a lord of death, that he promised her immortality. Now there is a third story. I told you to, there's a third story about the origin of Raksha Bandhan. The third story is basically from the Shrimad Bhagavad Purana and the Vishnu Purana, which says that after Lord Vishnu won the three worlds from the Asur king, Mahabali, he sent him to the netherworld. But he was so impressed with Asura's innocent devotion and faith that he decided to protect him. And how did Lord Vishnu protect him? By becoming Mahabali's doorman in the netherworld. Now, Goddess Lakshmi was not pleased that her husband wasn't with her in Vaikuntha. She needed her husband back with her. So she tied a Rakhi on the Mahabali's wrist and made him her brother. Now, as is customary, a brother has to give his sister a gift. So Mahabali asked Lakshmi what gift she wanted. She replied that Mahabali should free Vishnu from the promise that he had made of staying with him. To honor that sacred brother-sister bond and the ritual of Rakhi, Mahabali couldn't refuse the gift. He allowed Lord Vishnu to return to Vaikuntha and be with his wife again. So one particular festival, three stories behind the festival. Now coming again from Lakshmi, another. Lakshmi had a habit of moving from one place to the other. We all know that as her Vahana is the owl, she's never in one place for long. Here today, there tomorrow. Now, I had always wondered why was Ganesha worshipped with goddess Lakshmi on Diwali day. I had to do research for the book because there were certain facts I wanted to present. In this, I came to know that once, like goddess Lakshmi became very arrogant about her fame and power. She told her husband that everybody worships me more than the other devis. I think he wanted to, bring down her arrogance to make her more mellow. So he told her that a woman is considered incomplete if she does not have a child. He didn't want to hurt her, but just to mellow her because she was feeling I'm superior to the other devis. Hearing this, Lakshmi was very sad. She appealed to Parvati to allow her to adopt one of her sons. Now Parvati was in a dilemma. She knew that Lakshmi is never in one place for long. So how would she look after any of her sons? So when she told Lakshmi this, Lakshmi assured her that I will look after your son. I'm sure she must have assured her that I will also be in one place. So Parvati allowed Lakshmi to adopt Ganesha. Now Lakshmi was so happy, she declared that whoever prayed to her would have to seek Ganesha's blessings. If you see this ritual makes so much sense. On Lakshmi Puja day, we worship Ganesha and Lakshmi. The thought behind this ritual is that whoever wants wealth, Lakshmi, has to worship Ganesha, who is the god of wisdom. So that if you seek wealth, you should also seek the wisdom to use it wisely. Because this wealth in the wrong hands can be very dangerous. Perhaps, and also I think this small little belief also makes people believe that if you want to worship the image of a sitting Lakshmi. Some years back, when we were ordering our image of Lakshmi, the first thing people told us was, what is the image? Is it a standing or a sitting Lakshmi? So I remember my mom saying, I think it's a standing Lakshmi. No, cancel the order. Always take a sitting Lakshmi, as it's believed she'll stay with you longer. Again, these are people's personal rituals which have join the main ritual. Like, I think it's a personal belief. If you have a sitting Lakshmi, she'll stay with you longer. So I noticed one thing in all festivals, people's personal, I think, faith, belief, whatever they felt was lucky for them, ended up joining the larger ritual. One thing I love when I came across this particular festival in Kerala, it's called Vishu. It's the Malayali New Year and also the Harvest Festival. I wanted to explain this Vishu Kani to the children. So when I researched for it, I asked a lot of people because, as I said, I had to verify each fact. So how Vishu is celebrated is people make a Vishu Kani, which is an arrangement before Lord Krishna, and that arrangement can have anything. It has to have fruit, some yellow fruit, some yellow vegetable, pumpkin, coconut, banana, cucumber, lady finger, and of course rice, sugar, grain, uncooked rice. And there is this, if you notice, there is this Lord Krishna's image. There is this, what is the tradition is that they have a particular mirror which has a handle, but depending on, I don't think everybody can have that mirror. So people put whatever mirror they get available in the area. So I realized that all these items that one places before the Lord one day before, these are the items of abundance that people seek for the entire year, because it's believed that all the items that you see in the Vishu Kani, first thing on Vishu morning is something you will see throughout the year. So of course, people put gold coins, silver coins, and even notes of different denominations. So I'll show you the other Vishu Kanis later. This is a very small Vishu Kani. Again, it depends on people's how much space they have, what's important to them. So, okay. So what people do first, early morning, they just get up, close their eyes until they reach the puja room, look at the image of Lord Krishna, which is here. And immediately after that, they look at the mirror. Okay, that mirror is called Valakanadi. And what it believes is that when you see Lord Krishna's image and then see your image, you are seeing the divinity, you're manifesting the divinity in your own body. You're manifesting those qualities in your body. And also it makes people realize that there is a divine in everybody. So you treat everybody with love and respect and kindness. What a beautiful concept. People are not just seeking material goods. They are also seeking spiritual abundance, spiritual qualities. And this makes a lot of sense, because only if you have good spiritual values can you make use of your material objects. Otherwise, it's useless. It's just like a hollow body. This was one of the best things I liked about the Vishu Kani. I'll show you some more Vishu Kani. Here is Lord Krishna's image, and the mirror is here. This is a traditional mirror with a handle or a tail. And again, everybody has whatever they want to put. Some people put very few things, some people put a lot. I'll show you one more. These are another Vishu Kani. This is from a friend's in America. You can make out the mall bought bananas and very basic. And here, one more Vishu Kani. The mirror is here. So everybody had, again, there are personal beliefs people have. One of my friends puts all her jewelry. Another one puts sari. A third one puts all her spiritual books. So whatever you desire, you seek that in the Vishu Kani. But I think the concept of Lord Krishna, and looking at after seeing his image, you see your reflection in the mirror. So you see that you are part of the divine. As we all know, we are all God's children. So you see the divinity in yourself, and all that you have to do is manifest the divinity in your behavior, in your attitude towards the less fortunate. Another ritual that I wanted to present to the children was a Dahi Handi ritual, which basically I had absolutely no clue about. I live in Bangalore. My mom, who's from Mumbai, used to tell me, at least come to Mumbai once and see the Dahi Handi ritual. So a few years back, we went to Mumbai and I saw quite a few rituals. But again, at that point of time, I didn't know what was the reason behind that Dahi Handi ritual. Later, I came to know that as Lord Krishna loved eating butter, which he would steal from his own house and from the house of his neighbors, his mom, to safeguard this butter, would hide it tied on the ceiling, near the ceiling, so that the small Krishna, the Balagopal, would not be able to reach the ceiling. The moment his mother left the house on some chores, the small Krishna, the smart Krishna, would call all the boys of the neighborhood and make a humid pyramid. Climbing on their shoulders, the small Krishna could easily reach the pot of butter he and his friends would have a feast. So this was the ritual of the Dahi Handi ritual. And with the passage of time, this ritual got additions, like all the rituals have got. In Mumbai, where I saw, they had, when the boys were climbing the pyramid, they would spray water to make it difficult. Every time they would spray, the top boy would fall and the entire pyramid would collapse. So this was one of the things I saw, which was an addition. And of course, the entire pot of butter has got another addition in the form of honey, dahi, and there's lots of money, which is a reward for the boys for their effort. Even Diwali, I noticed, has basically got crackers. I'm sure when the Diwali was first celebrated, it just was diyas, which the people of Ayodhya lit to welcome Lord Rama, and it was an Amavas night. So they needed the light. But later, sound came. That time they must have just clanged some vessels or clapped. Now it is crackers, light and sound. Coming to the symbolism behind all the rituals, they're not just empty rituals. Each one, if you analyze, is such a wealth of meaning and a subtext between each and every ritual that we have. When we clean a house before Diwali or any major festival, it symbolizes the cleaning of one's mind of negativity, which appear in the form of negative thoughts and feeling. Over the entire year, a lot of negative thoughts come, and not just about people, about the world, about your own achievements, about your own relationships. So when you clean up, you want to start with a fresh thing. You take a proper new perspective and clean up your mental door, not just the physical house, but the mental space too. The tradition of making rangolis outside the main door symbolizes the different experiences we must welcome into our lives and I think undergo with equanimity. It's not always going to be a happy. We all know there are going to be ups and downs, the seesaw of life. So when you put all these rangoli, all the different colors of the rangoli, of course, represent the different emotions and feelings we must accept with others, from others, from ourselves also. Sometimes, in the morning you're happy, in afternoon you feel a little low. By night you're completely gone. Something has happened, a bad news, something. So when you have those a beautiful rangoli outside, what does it show? Every color is not going to be your favorite color. There will be your pink favorite or green or some color you don't like, some pattern you don't like. Likewise, in life, you accept everything with equanimity. The exchanging of sweets is symbolic of the sweetness we must incorporate in our speech as well as in our relationships. The exchange of sweet is not just a physical mithai. It's also that you will adopt a sweetness in your speech, in your behavior, in your attitude. Because ultimately, that is the essence of life. Giving a sweet and being rude to a person doesn't make sense. The sweetness should be there in your entire persona. The lighting of diyas symbolizes our inner awakening, as well as lighting the diya of compassion in our lives. When we wear new clothes or buy new clothes, what we are telling the universe is that we are willing to accept new changes into our body, into our mindset, into every aspect of our life. So when we discard the old clothes, we are also discarding our old habits and adopting better habits, which help us physically, emotionally, mentally, financially. So you're just telling that I'm going to cultivate new habits and better habits. And this illustration is from my book. I took quite a few illustrations from my book because I thought it'll be more authentic. And when we hang mango leaves on our door, this is basically to invite positivity. They say mango leaves are auspicious. So when you hang mango leaves, it's also symbolic of, I think I shouldn't say draping, filling your mind with positive thoughts. Because once you're positive, you can go out and achieve a lot more in every sphere in life. Different festivals, one soul. At the bottom level, every festival, be it Pongal, Makara Sankranti, Bihu, or Vishu, all these are harvest festival. The soul behind them is gratitude to the sun, to the rain god, to Mother Earth for the abundant crop. Because the food that comes on our table doesn't come with our effort alone. It comes with the effort of all the people. Everybody has contributed to bringing it onto the table. And of course, there's the festival food. No festival is complete without the food. By now, all of us know that there is Pongal, Chakra and Vain Pongal of Pongal, the Gujiyas of Holi, the Modaks of Ganesh Chaturthi, the Shrikhand of Janmashtami, the Kara Prasad of Gurpurab, the Gavers of Raksha Bandhan, the Kaju Katlis of Diwali. And festivals are just a small fraction of a glorious culture and heritage. There is so, Amar, I think I need to write at least a couple of books to do justice to the entire festivals, because while researching, I came across at least, I would say 50, 60 festivals. In my book, I could just put 34, 32 plus 2 more, 34. Even now, people keep asking, when is your next book out? I said, yes, but not about festivals, because I exhausted the major festivals. The smaller festivals, I don't know how well the kids will appreciate them. And of course, even for the major festivals, even for the festivals that I don't celebrate, like for that matter, Gurpurab or something, I realized that there were three stories. So every time I had come across something new, I would call up 2-3 people and say, have you heard of this? Can I put this in the book? Is this authentic? So I think I'm done with festival for the time being. I must end my talk with saying that there are so many stories behind the stories. It's a never-ending circle. This is a rangoli from a friend. She makes it on Onam. And then there are the storytellers who bring the stories to us. And then there's also the biggest story of them all, the story of creation. That will be the biggest story for all of us. I end my talk about festivals by running you through all these little research that I came across, through all the people I spoke, and everybody was so appreciative and also so, what do I say? They gave off so much of time. I remember when I digressed from this. I was doing the Parsi Fest New Year. I called up one lady at least 4 times to verify each and every fact. I think by my 4th call, she must have really got tired of me. But I wanted, as I said, we didn't want to hurt any community. So we had to get each and every fact right. And that also from the elders of the family, because the youngsters have, shortcut through the festivals. The elders know the perfect ritual, how each is celebrated, what is the authenticity of that particular celebration, how to give you the correct thing. The youngsters were just giving me shortcuts, like, oh, we do this, we do this. So I used to speak to the grandmothers and the older people who must have celebrated it from years without making any shortcuts. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Raji. I think just as we are a civilization of stories, we're also a civilization of festivals, and each festival has so many experiences transformed into an occasion to celebrate, and all those experiences are there even as a collection of stories, for all of us. So, audiences, any questions? Shweta ji has a question.
Yeah, Rachna, how did this transform you as a writer working on the stories of India, the festival stories of India?
Okay, I'll tell you the truth. What happened? I don't think I should talk about others. I'll tell you about myself. Until I started researching for this book, I also had no clue about the smaller festivals. For me, Vishu was something the Malayalis celebrated, or the Onam was something they celebrated. I did not know. When I came across the entire tradition of Vishu Kani, I realized that it's something so beautiful, the entire concept of seeking the divinity. I think every festival, every culture taught me, like Jainism, the entire thing of not hurting people. I was born in Raipur, so I had seen a lot of Jain munis there they wear the klotna because they don't want to breathe any insect or harm any insect, and they had a broom that they would sweep while walking so that they don't step on any insect. All that I have mentioned in the book in a very child-friendly way. So I think festivals made me see our culture. And after doing this, I have gone and written 2 more such books. They are awaiting publication. I realized that it's time I tapped that aspect of a culture and presented it to the kids in a very friendly fiction, non-fiction format.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you so much, Rachna ji, and we'll look forward to many more books from your side. So with this, we are now moving towards the last section of the conference. We begin with this with a very exclusive special session, Ramayana within a folk tale, sweet and salty, by our own Deepaji. I welcome Deepaji. Over to you for your session.
Namaste, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yeah, very much.
Okay. Come, listen, everybody. Come, listen, everybody. That's all you have, story. Come. So welcome to the story, and let us begin with sound like the universe began. This story takes us to a small village once upon a time where they lived a nice, happy couple, Subbamma, an old woman, and her husband. They were very happy in very many ways, except one complaint that Subbamma had. And this was it. You see, when she was making a beautiful rangoli, Tomar ঘরে বাস করে কার হে আমন জানো না তোমার ঘরে বসত করে কোন জানো মন জানো না. Hey, can you be a little softer? I'm trying to read. Okay, I was just singing. All other husbands would be admiring the music, but look at my husband. I wish he had some culture. And later, when the husband left home, the old man would walk with his slippers right over the beautiful rangoli. The rangoli is the columns that Rachna was just talking about. So this was her complaint. How I wish my husband had some appreciation of culture, of art, of all these beautiful things like music, dance, drama. And just as this wish left her lips, something beautiful happened. They heard an announcement. Listen, everybody. Coming to town is the storyteller, Goran Nagaru. Oh, wow. Goran Nagaru is coming to town. Subbamma was so excited. And you should know why she was so excited. Because you see, Goran Nagaru was like Ranveer Singh, like Allu Arjun, like Shah Rukh Khan. He was the rock star of storytelling. Oh my God, big fan. I'm so excited. She turned to her husband and said, you must go and see him, huh? This was her big hope, that watching Goran Nagaru, perhaps her husband would get some introduction to culture. And so she prepared his dinner and packed him off, because that is when the storytelling begins in the villages, you see. After dinner, once the lamps are lit, in the temple under the banyan tree, all of the people would gather and listen all through the night. And so our man also went. He went. On the way catching up with friends. And he went, and of course reached super late. He was so super duper late that all he could do was sit right behind, at the end of the audience, found himself a nice pillow, settled down, rested his back, and went to sleep. And then began Goran Nagaru, the storyteller. There he came, chanting the name of Rama. Come, everyone, let's listen to this great story. He began with the Ramanarayanam, Nama Ramayanam. Shuddha Brahma Paratpara Ram, Kalatmaka Parameshwara Ram, शेषतल्पसुखरेतरां ब्रह्माद्यमरप्रार्थितरां चण्डकिरणकुलमण्डनरां श्रीमद्दशरथनन्दनरां कौसल्या सुखवर्धनरां विश्वामित्र प्रियधनरां घोरताटकाघातकरां मारीचारिणि पातकरां कौशिकमकसंरक्षकरां श्रीमदहल्योद्धारकरां गौतममुनिसम्पूजितरां सुरमुनिवरगणसंस्तुतरां नाविकधावितमृदुपदरां मिथिलापुरजनमोहकरां विदेह. Of course, all this was lost to our old man, Subama's husband, who was fast asleep. But Koran Nagaru narrated the story, and the audience listened with rapt attention. The story of how the rishis came and they asked King Dasharatha, please send your sons Rama and Lakshmana to protect the yajna that we are doing. He narrated how Rama and Lakshmana went with their bow and arrow. They protected the yajna while it was safe and as it came to its end. Pushpam Veda, Pushpavan Prajavan, Prashuman Bhavati, Devam Veda, Ayachanam Veda, Ayachanavan. The demons began to come and dance all around, and that is when Rama took aim with his bow. The arrow went piercing through, leaving Maricha flying 7 yojanas away. Then Koran Nagaru narrated of how Rama and Lakshmana were taken to the palace of King Janaka, where there was a Swayamvaram, and in the Swayamvaram won the hand of Sita in marriage. Sita Kalyanam Vaibhogame, Radha Kalyanam Vaibhogame. Sita, and the audience heart was filled with the joy of the song, of the emotion, of the wedding, and that's when Koran Nagaru said, what happened after that in their marriage, I will tell you tomorrow. And he left. Koran Nagaru left, and slowly all the people left. One lady was distributing prasad to everybody. So she put one laddu in our Subama's husband's mouth. Old man woke up, went back home, knocked on the door, tuck, 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 and the wife opened. How is it? How is the storytelling? Sweet, he said. Huh? Sweet, she thought. And then, oh yeah, Rama saved the yajna, and then Rama and Sita got married. That's such a lovely news. That is sweet. Oh my God, my husband is getting some appreciation of culture. Subama was really thrilled. Next night, once again, she packed up the husband, and off he was again, this time too. And once again, he went talking to everybody, killing time as much as he could. When he reached, once again he was late. Sat right behind against his favorite pillar, settled in, and yawned. Koran Nagaru was about to begin his storytelling when a little girl who loved the stories and loved Koran Nagaru realized she was late. She looked here and there. She couldn't get a good view. She was too short. And then she saw this old man. So she climbed onto his shoulder, sat right there, got a lovely balcony view, and enjoyed Koran Nagaru's storytelling for night 2. And then Koran Nagaru went on about, oh my dears, the great life of Rama and Sita was not filled with the beauty and the luxury of the palace. No, it wasn't. But they had to go away and live a frugal life among the birds and the bees in the forest. But such was the nature of Sita Mata. She never complained. She never complained, said Gorinagaru. Except after very many years, almost towards the end of this journey in the forest, which you might ask why. They had to go because the stepmother Kaikeyi, in exchange for an old promise, said, I want Rama to go away for 14 years. So Rama left without questions. Sita followed and Lakshmana followed. They lived on in the jungle without any complaints until that terrible day when Sita was so fascinated with the deer she saw, but it escaped her, and she was uncharacteristically obstinate on that day. I want that deer. I want it at any cost, she insisted. Rama left, and then Lakshmana too. Not before protecting her with a rekha and asking her not to step out. Both were gone, said Gorinagaru, and at that time arrived a man who we all thought was actually a harmless poor mendicant. He came there and asked, Mata Bhiksham Dehi. Mata Bhiksham Dehi. But when Sita, forgetting all the rules, stepped out of the Lakshman Rekha to hand over the arms to him, it turned out that he was no poor harmless mendicant. He was the 10-headed Asura Ravana, took Sita with him and went away, flying in the chariot. There were tears in the eyes of the audience. There was anxiety for what would happen to her. Rama and Lakshmana came back, said Gorinagaru, to find an empty hut. Sita nowhere. Where is my Sita? What has happened to her? Looked Rama distraught. Will Rama find Sita? What will happen next in the story? I will tell you tomorrow, said Gorinagaru, and he left. The audience also left. The little girl, she jumped off the back of our old man, and our old man also went back to his house with some unusual pains. Tuck, 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 he knocked on the door. Wife opened. How was it? How was the storytelling? How was the Ramayana? Heavy, he said. Huh? Heavy? And then the wife thought about it. And Subama thought, indeed, how heavy a story. Sita and Rama go away on Vanavasa, and Sita is kidnapped. Oh my God, my husband is not only appreciating art, he's also finding the vocabulary and adjectives to express it. Heavy like the heart. She was delighted as hell. You must go tomorrow also, huh? Huh? Okay, that was it. The next night, once again, Gorinagaru left most unwillingly. He was done with all these nights. So this time, when Subama's husband, the old man, reached the temple and saw Gorinagaru, the storyteller, on the stage and the entire audience and his favorite pillar, he didn't even bother to sit. That's right. He found himself a nice spot, lay down flat on the ground. And there he slept. So my people, as we heard yesterday, Rama was looking everywhere for Sita. He was looking everywhere and asked not only the human beings, but he also asked the birds and the bees, the trees, all of the animals and the little insects. Everybody he asked, have you seen my Sita? Have you seen my Sita? Where has Sita gone? As Rama went looking, they heard a voice, and the voice was of Rama's most beloved devotee whom he was going to meet. Ye tirugananu dayajujeda poinavam sotamarama Natarama bhavasagaramidan nadinadane chanarama Sri Raghunandana Sitaramana Sutajana Poshakarama Karunyalaya Bhakta Varadaniyo Kannadikano Rama Rama, Rama, Rama was the only name in the heart of Hanuman. Yes, it was Hanuman who was praying to Rama, Sita, and to see his Lord without Sita. He was worried and anxious and said, we will do what we can. I have the entire Vanara army with me. I will bring all of them. We will help you. Please do not worry, my Lord. And so Hanuman did. He went and brought the entire Vanara army. The whole lot appeared in just a fraction of a second. Monkeys and bears and squirrels and all. And of course, King Sugriva also. Everybody was there to help Lord Rama. They got the information that Sita had been taken right across the ocean to the land of Lanka by the Asura Ravana. Someone had to go and find out what was happening and let her know that Lord Rama is here and is going to come to rescue her. Yes, yes, someone has to go, said Hanuman. It will be you. Me, said Hanuman, who always doubted himself, who was always uncertain about his own potential, his power and strength, until Lord Rama looked right into his eyes and said, yes, you, Hanuman, you shall go. You can do this and you will do this. I have my faith. And just with hearing those words, Hanuman became large enough to traverse across the mountain. And he did. All over the ocean waves. He flew with courage in his heart, feeling the breeze. Hanuman traveled, but not without his challenges. On the way, he had to meet and greet Surasa, the sea monster, who said, you cannot cross without getting into my mouth. Within a fraction of a second, the huge, humongous Hanuman became as tiny as a bee, and he went right into Surasa's mouth and out. I have done it, Mata Surasa, he said. She was indeed impressed with his presence of mind and wisdom. Blessing him, the mountain sea monster Surasa returned. And our Hanuman successfully landed across the ocean on the other side in the land of Lanka. Now, said Gauranagar, what do you think? Will Hanuman find Sita? Will he find Sita? What will happen, my dear listeners? I will tell you tomorrow. And Gauranagar left. All of the people left. Nobody had brought any prasadam or laddu this day. There was no little girl sitting on the old man's back. So after everyone had gone and the sun came up, the old man was still lying down beside the pillar. Everyone began to wake up and go about their daily duties in the village, and so did a little puppy. a little puppy came scurrying near the pillar, and just like puppies are wont to do, it picked up one leg right beside the pillar and on the old man's face. Yes, a nice, warm, wet wake-up alarm for Subbamma's husband. The old man woke up and he walked back home. He went and he knocked on the door, tuck, 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 and the wife opened. How was it? How was it? How was the Ramayana? With all her eagerness and curiosity, she asked once again. Salty, he said. Salt. What? Salty? Have you been listening? With that straight look, she asked, where it is very difficult to lie in response. And the old man went, How did Rama and the Vanaras cross the ocean? Who helped Rama? Who is Rama? So you have not been listening. You've been fooling me around. Tonight, we will both go. So that night, Subbamma also got ready in the best of her dress, in her favorite flowers. And just like we would hold a child's hand when we go to the Jatra or the Mela, she held on to her husband's hand and they went well before time and sat down right in the front row. Before any of the guests had started even to trickle in, they were there. Subbamma was mighty thrilled with her achievement. Today is my best attempt. And then Goran Nagaru walked in. Goran Nagaru walked in. My dear people, today I shall tell you what happened after Hanuman reached Lanka. He was on a mission, remember? He was there to meet Sita Mata. And let me tell you, he was there with something very precious. He was there with the ring. Our old man was looking, ring? Yes, Lord Rama had given his ring to Hanuman. Keep this very carefully. Give it to my beloved when you meet her. She will know and she will recognize that you are my messenger. Hanuman had taken the ring and placed it carefully in his dhoti. And Hanuman went searching through the streets. He went to the palace. He went here, he went there, he went everywhere. It took him very long before he could find Sita Mata. Finally, he found her. He found her in the Ashokavana, lost in her thoughts of Lord Rama. Savitri. There she was, all by herself. Hanuman waited a while, checked that no one else was around, and he went close to her. He was so glad that he had found Sita Mata. Goran Nagaru was listening. Goran Nagaru was narrating. Subbamma was, of course, lost in the story, and so was the old man this time. A rescue mission? He was completely engaged. And that's when Goran Nagaru said, Hanuman was going to meet Sita Mata with the proof that he is the messenger of Lord Rama. He took out from his dhoti the ring. Oh my God. The ring is missing. Goran Nagaru turned to the audience and said, Hanuman has misplaced the ring. What will Hanuman do? How will he go and meet Sita Mata without the proof? What will he do, dear audience? Can somebody help me? He asked the audience. Subbamma's husband, the old man who was sitting right there in the front, He was so taken up. How can this rescue mission be completely a disaster? Not possible. He pulled out his own ring and threw it to Goran Nagaru, the storyteller. Goran Nagaru caught it. Thank you. Thank you very much. Tucked it in his dhoti and said, this man in the audience, listen, each and everyone in the village, he is a true listener. He is indeed a divine listener. Goran Nagaru continued the story of the rescue and of the operations of how they all came together and finally went to Ayodhya together. The story of the joyful ending as they reached Ayodhya. There was celebratory spirit everywhere, but most of all, the celebratory spirit was in the heart of Subbamma. Anandam, 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 she danced, because now her husband had culture. That is the story that's called Sweet and Salty. It's called What Happens When You Listen. A story about listening itself. Listening not just with the ears, listening with the eyes, with the body, with the mind and spirit. Thank you very much to all of you. Thank you to INDICA.
Thank you so much, Deepaji. I think it was just absolutely fabulous and mesmerizing a session. I don't think, every single moment, I'm sure everybody was glued to the video and very attentively listening. At least I was, at once it was a spectacular performance of audio, visual, and the substance and the narration and everything. And it was a mix of so many different techniques and instruments all put together into a single thing. And it was just, mesmerizing is the word. Thank you so much for it. Audiences, any thoughts, questions? You have something to ask Deepaji on this?
I'll just switch to my laptop where I can see.
Yeah, sure. I think there's somebody raising hands. I'm not able to. Dr. Diti.
That's so. Shivakumar, how do we ask the question? Do we speak out or type?
Yeah, please.
So Deepaji absolutely mesmerized. I mean, could not imagine that this was happening online. Actually felt we were there. So heartfelt thank you for presenting it to us. I just wanted to know the creative process that goes behind putting together this eclectic elements. So do you organize it? Do you structure it? Do you leave certain things for the moment? I mean, what happens? How is this beautiful product, a wholesome product prepared back end as a creator?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. Am I visible? Because I'm not able to see my screen. I don't know if that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you are.
Right. So yeah, thank you for that question. I have been asked this before. I'm still trying to understand and arrive at it, because when I do arrive, I'm sure I'll be able to, articulate and also maybe train others in it. But broadly, I would say that I can go another level back, which is I have a training in Bharatanatyam. I'm trained in, I've learned a couple of musical instruments, violin and flute. I have also been with All India Radio for 5 years, which is why I'm comfortable even if nobody's camera is on, because I'm used to that blind medium. I studied literature, and I have worked with Anupama Kailash, the Kuchipudi dancer, danced Kuchipudi, and also, been through the process of how they create dance ballets, where I have been the Sutradhar. I do the narration and the dance happens. I'm mentioning all this because I realized that all of these come together in trying to imagine how to put it together. So I think my primary structure I imagine is a bit of a dance ballet structure. In my head, I would imagine it that way. And then, yeah, spontaneity is only in the, of course, like we all spoke about in oral traditions, there is the unscripted. So if I was doing a live, there would be a lot of interaction. That would be the spontaneous element. Otherwise, no, I don't go unprepared. I go heavily prepared, heavily prepared. And even this morning, I rewrote my script. I find that very helpful. It always helps me when I do that. And even when I'm writing, I'm mentioning where I'm going to dance or where I'm going to play what, where I'm going to whistle, even that. It's just that level of scripting is required as a preparation, I believe, and to be ready for the unexpected. To accommodate that is the next step. But definitely something like this, I cannot afford to go without preparation. Yeah, broadly, this is how I would say. I think my reference point is the dance ballet structure.
Thank you so much. I think God has created you for storytelling. The way you said everything comes together.
Thank you. Enjoyed your presentation also. Yeah.
Any other question? Thank you, Deepaji. With this, we are now moving towards the valedictory session. This session will be presided by Dr. Nagaraj Paturi Garu. And we will begin the session with, I'm very pleased to invite Professor Balaganapati, who is going to honor this program with his valedictory address. And namaste, Professor Balaganapati Garu, and welcome once again. Deepaji, I kindly request you to introduce Professor Bala.
If Deepaji is winding up her storytelling presentation, this may be taken up by Shivkumarji also. Deepaji, are you ready?
Yes, your voice.
You're muted, Deepaji.
Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I was logging in from my system. So yes, I'm ready. Can I just take 1 second?
Yeah, sure.
Sorry, I think I lost the technicals. You should go ahead. I can just say big welcome to Professor Balaganapati, my senior from the university. So I'm really delighted. Over to Shivkumarji.
Professor Balaganapati Garu is presently a professor of philosophy at University of Delhi. His research interests are in the areas of Indian philosophy, philosophy of religion, social and political philosophy, and philosophical practice. In addition to teaching and research, Professor Bala is a certified philosophical counselor by American Philosophy Practitioners Association, New York. Some of his publications include Philosophical Doctrines of Andhakas, Exploring Early Buddhist Sects of Andhra, Colonial Designation of Artificial Legal Entities, A Post-Anthropocene Dynamic Jurisprudence, Shifts in the Classical Indian Conception of Philosophical Practice, and so on. He's a project fellow of Great Transition in India, a Korean perspective on Indian studies, by Institute of Indian Studies, Hankook University, of Foreign Studies, South Korea. He's working on a project titled Yoga Consciousness in Mahabharata, the ethical value of societal and political well-being, and has completed a major funding research project for ICCR through the Labyrinth of Globalization, a study of popular imaginations, and alternative narratives. Uh, Professor Bala guest edited the special issue on Indian perspectives on philosophical counseling for the Journal of APA, Philosophical Practice. He's been associated with various editorial boards of various journals such as Journal of Human Values, Journal of Foundational Research, University of Rajasthan, and so on. Professor Bala is presently a member of the Research Project Committee of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, New Delhi. He was a Chancellor's nominee for the Board of Management of Mohanlal Sukhadia University, Udaipur. He was the chairman of the governing body of Maitreyi College, New Delhi, and he was a member of the governing body of Bhagini Nivedita College, New Delhi, for the year 2020-21. He was also a member of the review committee of Indian Council of Philosophical Research, constituted by Ministry of HRD, Government of India. We are so honored and thrilled to have the distinguished presence of Professor Balaganapati, and we would, it's a pleasure to hear the valedictory address from him. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, namaste. Thank you so much for that kind introduction, Shivkumarji. Deepa Kiranji, who is my friend from university days. Thank you so much, Deepa, for this invitation and also for this fascinating performance. That was wonderful. I have no words to appreciate the performance that you have given a few minutes back. And Shivkumarji, Dr. Nagaraj Paturi, Mr. V. Srinivas, and other distinguished invitees who have joined us today, and performers, friends, and all those who have joined this program and enjoyed these 2 days of the conference. Namaste to all of you. I don't know how do I fit into this program, but organizers were very kind enough to extend this wonderful invitation to me. I'm saying this because how do we look at philosophy? There is a general misconception about philosophy. And some people may think that inviting a philosopher for such kind of wonderful gathering is a misfit. And I find myself to be a misfit, especially after Deepa's presentation. I don't know how to speak now. But let me just try to share some of the thoughts that I've gathered in relation to narrative tradition in general, and also in relation to the speaking and listening that Deepa was hinting at. That I thought that's very fundamental to human nature, human souls. So I'll come to that a little later. But let me begin with this relation between philosophy and narrative tradition. Friends, as I said, there is a lot of misconception about ignorance and misconception about philosophy itself among the people. And whenever somebody says there is a philosopher, let's not bother to disturb him, let him leave, kind of an attitude that we have. There are, and also not many people choose philosophy for their studies. This is basically rooted in a kind of ignorance and misconception about philosophy. And this ignorance and misconception is in terms of understanding philosophy only as something related to religion. Okay. This is one aspect, but in fact, philosophy is not religion completely. Philosophy deals with religion as well as it deals with many other aspects of human nature and human cognition and human understanding. In fact, we have philosophy of mind and philosophy of mind from which the artificial intelligence, the whole concept of artificial intelligence has developed. So philosophy is not far away from what the fundamental technological revolution that you find around you. And also people think that philosophy is away or philosophy is beyond this world. That is how we should not bother about it. But in fact, that is also a completely wrong understanding. Philosophy is very much rooted in this world, and it talks about the fundamental things, fundamental nature of the things that are around you and also your own self. Okay. And the third one that people wrongly conceptualized philosophy is beyond the individual. I have nothing to do with it. It's somewhere metaphysical. I don't have to really care about it. But I strongly argue that each one of us have philosophy within us, and philosophy is like when you look at a computer. How does it function? It functions with various programs, right? Software programs. But it is not that programs can run on their own. These programs require operating system. And philosophy is like that operating system working within each one of us, which makes us to know other disciplines. So I would consider other disciplines, whatever, from chemistry and physics to social sciences or humanities that you talk about, all of them become possible to be a part of our knowledge system only because of the operating system called philosophy that works in each one of us. So how do I say this? When what do I mean? See, I try to always market my discipline. As a teacher of philosophy, I think that that's my duty as well, to market my subject, because I want many people to come forward and choose philosophy and do philosophy, and those who have chosen other disciplines also to know about philosophy, so that they can encourage their youngsters and others to come to philosophy. But let me begin this way. See, what is the fundamental thing for each one of us as human beings? Some people may give money, etc., as answers, but the very root of the concern of the human life is action. What to do? You're born and you're into a particular situation. You're always into a particular situation where you have to decide what to do, right? What is the right course of action? This is the problem for Arjuna, and this is the problem for many others, Dharma, Yudhishthira, and Rama, and for everybody. This is the problem. What to do and what not to do? Obviously, it includes what not to do, and also what is the right course of action for me. We can never decide that on our own, right? So what is the right course of action? Which means fundamental thing for human beings is human action. So how do I understand what is to be done, right? If we accept this to be the fundamental thing for every human being, whether you are a sociologist, scientist, or whatever, right? What should I do is the core. And if that is the case, what tells you what to do is the important thing. What tells you what to do in this particular situation, in this particular the given particular situation? It is based on your worldview that you have. Each one of us, okay, we have to choose for ourselves. The human action is to be chosen by your own self. So if that is the case, what is it that tells you what to do? It is your worldview, and it is your belief system. Each one of us have our own belief system and worldview that determines what we can do, what we are supposed to do. Okay. So this belief system is very important, and belief system is not independent. Belief system develops a kind of worldview in us, and this worldview places every object, every relation, everything that you see around you in a particular system. Okay, let me give you an example. For example, 2 years back, I have organized a conference, international conference in Delhi University. I was heading the Department of Philosophy at that particular point of time. And there are scholars from UK and USA who have come here. And one of them happened to go around India and come back to the conference during the days. And he said, you Indians probably should stop organizing such kind of conferences, because there is a lot to do outside the conference hall than sitting in the conference and discussing these things. And he said, I went to various places where I saw a lot of dirt, and I see cow dung, etc. everywhere. Okay. And he spoke blah, blah, blah. After that, I told him, I responded to him. Okay. I said, looking at the things, looking at the objects and looking at the things is cultural. And for you, cow dung is something like shit. But for me, I was born and brought up in a village kind of a place, so I don't find cow dung to be shit, okay? Because I saw people smearing cow dung at home, so I don't find that to be that. In fact, I find that to be something auspicious and something that helps us in our immunity system and something that protects us as well. So I said, this is more cultural, the perspective, the way you look at the world is more cultural, and that is how you have to be careful. Then I told him, you don't consider the digital waste, the waste which comes out of this mobiles, etc., to be real problem, and you dump it on the poorer nations, and we consider that to be nonsense, because that is not biodegradable, whereas whatever you think is shit can be biodegradable. So that's why I said it is all like, you have a worldview that you have built, you have a belief system that you have built. On the basis of that, your human actions are determined, endowed. Okay, so now how do you build this belief system that you're talking about? It gets built in the process of your upbringing. From home, you pick up something, and in the process of interacting with the society, you develop your belief system. And in the process of going to the schools and educational institutions, unfortunately or fortunately, we pick up different kind of things as well. Because as one of the speakers this morning was pointing out, we have been trained in an unfortunate kind of education system. I'm saying this, I am also a product of it, and most of us are product of this education system. But I can give you an example why I'm saying this unfortunate. This belief system, this education system into which we are all now, gives us a kind of binary epistemology. You know, what is this binary epistemology? It says there are opposites, right? We all know that there are opposites in the world. And when I say, what is the opposite of fire? Immediate answer will come like water. And when I say, what is the opposite of boy? Immediate answer will come girl, right? So all this we understand, because since school days, we are continuously bombarded and made to understand that there are opposites in the world. This is called binary epistemology, okay? And this binary epistemology tells us that whole world is divided into two groups. And in order to understand one, you have to identify the opposite of it and understand the concept as the absence of the opposite, okay? In order to understand, say, for example, masculinity, you have to identify the opposite of masculinity as femininity, and understand masculinity as the absence of femininity. Similarly, femininity, okay? So which means there is a kind of binary, see, this all of us know about this and we accept this, right? I'm telling you, this is all nonsense. Indian tradition never tells you that world is filled with binary epistemology. I can give you 100 examples. Let me start with the first one. Like I said, fire and air, fire and water, right? Indian tradition tells you that there are 5 basic fundamental elements: air, water, fire, earth, and ether. And these 5 fundamental elements are required, and they are complementary to each other. They are never opposite to each other. They are never opposite to each other. They are always complementary to each other. And since they are complementary, how are they complementary? Since they are complementary, they are harmonious. And since they are harmonious, only when they come together, something new comes into existence. That is the point. Since they are harmonious, then since they are complementary, only if they come together, something new can come into existence. So everything that you see as matter is comprised of these 5 elements. Similarly, male and female, they are not opposites. They are complementary to each other. Something that one doesn't have, the other has. And when they come together, something new comes into existence, right? So this is what is complementary. This is what Indian tradition teaches us. But because of this school education system, whatever Western education system that we have adopted, we started looking at the world in terms of opposites. And imagine when you tell your younger kid that these are opposites, and when you tell them also how to deal with an opponent, what will happen? You will only find a society of violence, right? So this narrative is very important to me. Never teach your children that these are opposites, and ask them to understand that boy and girl are complementary to each other. Okay, only if you tell them this way, the world would be more peaceful for tomorrow and next generations at least. So please take care of that. See, this is with regard to the education system that I was referring to, but all these things, home, educational institutions and society develop our worldview filled with belief system. Okay, this belief system strengthens this worldview. And friends, in philosophy, we in general talk about something called epistemology, something called metaphysics, something, these two are fundamental. And what I told you is so far these two concepts. Okay, when we talk about epistemology, when we talk about worldview and belief system, that's what comprises each individual's metaphysics. And this metaphysics is constructed through the epistemology, the ways of learning, theory of knowledge. How do you acquire knowledge? You acquire knowledge through different means, right? So this process is called epistemology, and each one of us are endowed with this epistemological characteristic as well as metaphysics, which means worldview. This is what prompts you to act in the world, which means ethics that we talk about. Okay, so I came back to the fundamental question, fundamental concept of what to do, how to act, what is the right course of action. And the link between the metaphysics, the belief system, and what to do, how do I act in the world is language. And that's where the narrative tradition is very important. What tells you, what is it that tells you what to do? It is the language. It is the narrative tradition of your own culture that tells you what to do. Okay, that is how the narrative cultures, native narrative cultures, are very important to each of the civilizations. I'm not talking about India alone. I'm talking about every civilization, every culture. Unfortunately, some of the countries, some of the traditions, say for example, West has demolished its pre-modern cultures completely, classical pre-modern cultures completely. So they don't have roots to fall back. But fortunately, countries like India and China have this cultural roots in the classical traditions where they can draw the resources and develop. So that is how this conference that is being organized to celebrate the narrative traditions is very important, and it would be very useful to us. Coming back to just one more aspect of what philosophy is, friends, I'm sure most of the learned people here know it, but for the sake of other friends, I would say the highest degree that we talk about, philosophy is understood to be the foundational discipline. That's why I was saying it is the operating system. It is foundational discipline. That is how whatever subject that you pick up, whatever discipline that you pick up to work, the highest degree that is given is only PhD, and PhD is Doctor of Philosophy. So chemistry, it's degree of chemistry and Doctor of Philosophy, right? So basic final degree that is given is only in a Doctor of Philosophy. That shows the foundational nature of the discipline called philosophy. Let me come back to this narrative tradition that we are talking about. What is a story? When we talk about a story, there is a narrative tradition, a narration happening. And in the process of narration, how do we analyze this process of narration? There would be a speaker, as Deepa was presenting. Okay, she is the speaker and we are the listeners. And in the process, there is a content and there is an action as well that is happening, right? So this whole thing, the totality is understood to be the narrative. If this totality is to be understood to be narrative, the speaker of course is creative, and the listener is a learner. This is one way of understanding it. And in this framework, the speaker is said to be somebody who is giving, and listener is some to be understood to be somebody who is receiving it. But it is not just this. Okay, this is the basic fundamental elementary way of understanding. The speaker is a creative interpreter. Speaker is continuously a creative interpreter. At this, that's what when Deepa was explaining in terms of saying that she is also ready for something unexpected to happen. No, even if something unexpected happens, she is ready. No, it is the creative process of interpreting what she wants to present is always something that makes her exciting in the presentation. And in the similar way, the listener is also a creative interpreter. It is not that the speaker is a creative interpreter. Listener is also a creative interpreter in a narrative tradition. This is because when whatever it is intended by the speaker is not exactly getting carried to the listener, but listener also uses his own worldview, belief system to understand, receive it. So in the process, both are creative interpreters. I would, after some time, I would contrast this narrative tradition with a movie, because for me, movie is a dead one, okay? Because it already fixed what you have to think about. But narrative tradition is not fixed. It is always vibrant one, fluctuating and vibrant one, where both are interpreters, both are creative interpreters. And also in some of the, in movies, etc., only the speaker is the master. Okay, especially in the those who are interested in post-colonial narrative, people will understand that speaker is the master and listener is only a slave who has to listen. No, there is no other way for them. But in this narrative tradition, both are masters in the sense of both actively interpret what is happening and have their own understanding of it independently of the other. So that is how this narrative tradition is very important, and it plays a crucial role in nurturing the posterity. So why is it that the creative traditions, narrative traditions are developed? In order to nurture the posterity. How do you reach out to your next generations? How do you transmit the knowledge? How do you transmit the worldviews? How do you transmit the value system that you have developed so far to the next generations? Only possible way is through narrative. Okay, narrating the stories to them and telling them that, so that is how transmitting the knowledge to the posterity is possible effectively only through narrative traditions. That is how India has, and many cultural traditions have resorted to that. So having said that, let me just move to another interesting aspect related to that. No? When I said listening is the fundamental one, what do I mean by that? Even before a baby is born, even before we are born, the faculties, the sensory faculties also try to evolve within us. And science tells us that the first faculty of the fetus, that fetus develops is touch. Okay, but I would consider that it could be the listening. Okay, listening to the sound. Why is it so? I find that sound is something that that goes into the womb and reaches the fetus very effectively. Okay, the feeling of touch would come to them only after they come out of the womb. But when they are in the womb, when the baby is in the womb, in the form of a fetus, what is it that they actively get engaged with? What is it that they can identify is basically the sound, the heartbeat of the mother. Okay, that is how even after they come out, if they are in a if they are troubled, if the mother hugs, the baby listens to the heartbeat and she would be calm. She feels comfortable. She understands that she is in safe hands, right? So the sound is so fundamental, and this is understood quite well by these cultural traditions which have developed narrative tradition. Okay, so that is how, for me, sound is the very essential basic component of knowledge for the individuals. So which means even before you're born, you're acquainted with the sound. You're acquainted with the sound and you get tuned to the sound. You get, that is how people often say that you keep talking to your baby in your womb, so that they tell mother and even the parents, no, even to the father, that you keep talking to the baby even if the baby is at home, so that the baby can get connected to you, all right, to the parents. So that is how even before your birth, sound is the one to which you get connected. And we have instances of that in our tradition, where Abhimanyu has heard the story of Padma Vyuha, that is being half narrated by Arjuna. Similarly, we also hear the story of Prahlada, who gets tuned to Vishnu Bhakti, right? So these two stories tell us, narratives tell us that even in the womb, the baby gets connected to the stories that are being narrated. Okay, so which means the baby also gets to develop its own senses, and also worldview, starts building its worldview and knowledge system, listening to the sound, listening to the music. So that is how narratives are so powerful, so intrinsic to the human beings. Okay, that's what I'm trying to stress here. It is not just that it is the primary faculty. It is also one of the learning, first medium of learning for the individuals. Listening through sound, listening through narrative is the first learning medium for the individuals. That is the fundamental nature of sound. And in this process, what is also happening is, though the baby is in the womb, it is only through the sound that it is getting connected to what is happening outside the womb. So something that is not accessible to it, something that it doesn't know at all, it gets connected to that through the sound. So that this shows the fundamental, essential nature of the faculty of sound and the faculty of learning and building the knowledge system through the narrative. Okay, so that's what I thought is fascinating to have a look at. And also, when Deepa asked me to speak on this, since I am from philosophy, I thought I should bring something from philosophy. That's so. In fact, I thought of a title as well. Title that I thought of developing on is Shabda Pramana and Sravana as the foundations of narrative tradition of India. Friends, when we look at, I will not take much time, I'll take probably 10 more minutes and close my talk. As I told you, there are different ways through which you gain your knowledge. And Indian tradition, philosophy, in Indian philosophy, we talk about epistemology, I told you, the ways of acquiring knowledge, and that those are called pramanas. Pramana means the means of acquiring knowledge. There are different ways, different means through which we acquire knowledge. One could be by seeing, which is said to be pratyaksha, and one is by reasoning, anumana, and one is by upamana, which means comparison. But for me, the fundamental pramana is not by seeing. Especially for the Indian tradition, the fundamental pramana is Shabda Pramana, which is verbal testimony. They say you gain knowledge. Okay, one of the ways of gaining knowledge is by listening to the other. So you need not experience everything. Okay, you can gain the knowledge of the experience of the others, and that is how you can build your knowledge, right? And in this particular sense, Vedas, See, Vedas are not authored. They are understood to be apaurishayas, which means they are authorless. And in fact, Indian tradition doesn't believe in authorship at all. Knowledge is a community enterprise, and the community builds the knowledge system. And all of us contribute to the growth of the knowledge. And that is how we don't feel that we are the authors of it. Okay, because whatever you said is already built by somebody else, on the basis of which you are extending it some more, right? So that is how the roots of what you say to be your authorship is already developed by somebody else, and it is on the foundations of that you are developing it. That is how Indian tradition is understood to be, especially the Vedic texts are understood to be apaurishayas, which means authorless. No, they are only heard by the rishis and transmitted, given to us. So this hearing, no, it's just listening. So the Indian knowledge system itself, no, the roots of Indian knowledge system, which takes us to Vedas, which are said to be only heard texts. Okay, the rishis have heard them, Vedic hymns, and then they have presented to us. Okay, so that's how Vedic tradition is called Shruti. Shruti, and that is how Shabda Pramana is very important in Indian tradition, which tells us that it is only by listening to the Aptavachana or to the Vedic text that you gain your knowledge. So this shows that this gives the primacy to listening. That the listening that Deepa was also stressing, deep listening, active listening is very important, and this is given a primary place in Indian tradition. On the other side of the story, Vedanta, most of you, or I'm very sure most of you are acquainted with Vedanta. Vedantic tradition, Advaitic tradition especially, Advaita Vedantic tradition tells us how do you learn something. It gives 3 steps of learning, methods of 3 steps of learning. They are Sravana, Manana, and Nitidhyasana. How do you gain the knowledge of something? First, you listen to it. And merely by listening, do you get the knowledge? No. You may get acquainted with that, but you may not get the knowledge of it. So after Sravana, what is important is Manana. You have to repeat it within yourself, okay, so that you get acquainted with that. And then the third step is Nitidhyasana, which means you meditate on what you have heard and what you have repeated. Then it becomes part of your nature. Then you will understand, get the comprehensive understanding of the knowledge that you want to gain. So the first step that is stated is Sravana. Okay, it's not what you see, it is what you heard. What you heard is so important. That is how in the Indian philosophical tradition, the first place is to what you heard. So that is how I believe these two, Sabda Pramana and then Sravana, to be the foundations of the narrative tradition of India that we have. And in the process, what is happening is, as I said, one of the major concerns is what to do. Similarly, it is not enough if I can think of myself. It is also that how do I relate the other? Because I am not alone in the world. I am with the other. Other could be human other, non-human other, and a lot of other things, the spiritual other as well, cosmic self as well. So how do I relate myself? How do I conceptualize myself? And it is the narrative tradition which makes you to conceptualize the other in a harmonious way with yourself. This is the only one, okay? Because remaining everything, say for example, through perception, when you see things to be different from you. But when you hear and conceptualize something in the mind, okay, then the way you relate to the other is most of the times in a harmonious way. So that even in that particular sense, I believe the narrative tradition has a key role in building the self of the individual. Each one of us have our own individual self, and this is built mostly on the basis of this Shabda Pramana. The way we hear and the way we conceptualize the other is very important to me. In the afternoon, I was listening to another fascinating performance by narration by Geeta Ramanujanji. I was like, she asked us to close our eyes and asked she was narrating something and we were visualizing it, right? And I'm sure most of you might have really enjoyed the performance narration that she has given us. So what is it that it tells us? This is where I want to contrast narration with a movie. Movie is also a narration. Most of us agree with this. If movie is also a narration, for me, movie is a dead narration. Okay, it closes everything for us. But this kind of a narration where you just close your eyes and try to listen to the narration, and then you, as I said, actively involve yourself through this deep listening and develop your faculties. In the process, what is it that is happening? This narration invites us to become one with it, and it doesn't end there. Of course, becoming one with the narration is very important, and this is the beginning, and this is what in fact fascinates us. But becoming one with the narration is the first step, and it also transports us beyond our empirical self. Okay, whatever you may be at that moment, when you are into the narration, when you are listening to the narration, you get transported beyond your own self, right? So it makes us to be one with it, and it also asks us or prompts us to it transports us beyond our own self, and in the process, it also pushes us to creatively experience what is happening there. And this is what this is where I must mention this, friends. We go to the movies and they say 3D movies. And we also these days have 4-dimensional movies where you sit inside and they try to create a lot of things so that we can experience that. But we have stopped at the level of 4D, or sometimes you also have 5D, 6D, and in Delhi we find up to 7D, 7 dimensions. But I don't know, somehow I couldn't enjoy that much. But when you listen to a narrative, okay, you go beyond these dimensions that are presented to be there, okay? Because when you close your mind, when you close your eyes and listen to the narration, you would be possibly going beyond these dimensions that are presented in the form of a movie. And in the process of that, what is it that is happening is you would be reaching to the potential possibilities of going beyond these dimensions. That is very important to me. This is where, in fact, I want to refer to what Dr. Pradeep in the morning talking about. Okay, when he spoke about this unified schools, he spoke about body, mind, and then individual awareness, and then the unity with the consciousness. Okay, so that is the unity with the consciousness is the highest one that he has mentioned. And that's where when you reach that, you understand, you explore your potential possibilities. Each one of us are capable of reaching out, or each one of us possess potentially innumerable possibilities of observing certain things and conceptualizing certain things and enjoying certain things, experiencing certain things. And you would be able to reach them only through this narrative tradition. Remaining visual traditions that you have, they limit you, they stop you, they ask you to stop there. But narrative tradition, in fact, encourages you to be more creative, and that is how you become more creative interpreter of what is being heard. And that is how I believe that this narrative tradition opens our minds rather than closing them. And that's where I believe these narrative traditions are important for the transmission of the knowledge, worldview, and then the value system. Value system is very important to me, because that's what this value system is, the one which tells you what to do. Okay. And how do you nurture your generations? Nurturing the younger generations, you have to nurture the younger generations only through these narrative traditions. Only because we stopped nurturing our younger generations through these stories, because somehow the joint family system getting eroded, and then we are shifting fast to I don't know where, but in the process telling, building narrative at home is somehow missing, which has long-term repercussions on the younger generations. So I believe this conference really makes us understand the value of that, because I also heard a presentation by one of our friends on family stories. No? Narrating, building the family stories. This is very important. Otherwise, how do you get connected to your younger friends? No, this is very essential. And thank you so much for conceptualizing such kind of wonderful conference. And I really feel honored to be part of this event. And my sincere thanks to Dr. Nagaraj Paturi and Deepa and Shivkumar and Srinivas ji for this invitation. Namaste.
Thank you so much, Professor Balaganapati Garu. I think it was mesmerizing. You have, in a way, summed up the last 2 days and given it a philosophical grounding, and you've explained the philosophical importance of the narrative traditions. And not just that, you've also, kind of given the way forward. Why is it that we are doing all this, and how is it that we ought to carry it forward? When I was listening to you, I was reminded of one story which is there in the southern tradition of Mahabharata, southern recension of Mahabharata, but not there in the other recensions of the Vyasa, of the engagement between Vyasa and Ganapati. So Vyasa says, I need a scribe, and Ganapati is presented. Ganapati puts a condition that I will write only if you can match my speed. I mean, if I stop, if you stop and I'm done, I'll go away. But Vyasa then says, fine, but you ought to understand everything, internalize completely, and then only put it on the parchment. So that puts a different constraint. So it is in this engagement between the conceptualizer and the scribe. So before it goes on to the paper or the parchment, it has gone through completely. It has been internalized, heard, Shramana, Manana, Nididhyasana has happened completely within Ganapati, and then only it goes onto the parchment, which then gets Vyasa required time. So, it's a complex story where the work itself is a result of this complex engagement. If Ganapati had not put that constraint, would Mahabharata have been the same? If Vyasa had not put that constraint on Ganapati, would Mahabharata have been the same? Of course, the story is not there in all recensions of Mahabharata, but it beautifully explains certain aspects of listening, internalizing, that is there in our tradition. So thank you so much for this, and I'm sure our audiences are eager to interact with you. Feel free to ask your questions and get your doubts clarified, everybody.
Yeah, I think I see some observation somewhere in the chat box by I think Rajneesh Chauhan.
Yes, yes.
It's an observation that that is made here. One can teach correct things, principles to their own children and their own folks, but problem arises when others don't teach their own those correct principles. See, this is the question that we most of the times we come across. Like, yeah, if you are alone doing it, it's not going to be it's not going to make much difference, right? That is how all of us tend to disown this possibility of changing the world. We have to somewhere begin, and especially as teachers, especially I'm talking about my teaching community, it is our duty, because generations of students go from our hands, and you would definitely make an impact with your teaching and with your behavior in the classroom and outside the classroom. And students do remember, each one of us, we can always say, if I ask all of us, like, who is your favorite teacher? You can always remember one, right? And when you remember one, we can always ask the subsequent question, like, why do you like? There is a reason, right? And students definitely remember their teachers as they remember their parents. And it is our duty to tell them what is right and what is the right way of looking at things, conceptualizing things. As I told you, please be aware of this binary epistemology and tell your kids that no, they are not opposites, they are not binaries. Indian tradition clearly tells us that these are complementary, and complementary things contribute together. They come together and contribute to the new thing, contribute to a new thing. If something new has to emerge, these complementary things have to come together. So if we can tell them slowly, I think we have to begin, that's all. There is no other way. So it is our duty, right? So let us do our duty. Let us not worry about the duty of others, because in this present world, like, we are more rights-driven world in which we are living. That is how we ignore our duty. If we do this duty as parents, okay, I'm talking about my teaching community now. I have moved to parents community, like as parent. So it is our duty to teach our kids this. And if we teach our kids thinking that it is our duty, definitely we are going to make a lot of difference to the coming generations and future societies. So that's my concern. And
I think that's it.
Yeah, I think that's the only one that I see here. Yeah, thank you so much, Shivkumarji. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Palangam Ganapati Garu. Once again, I think it was really an honor to have you, and I enjoyed. It was a story, to me. Your address was another form of narration.
I only forgot to mention one interesting and important aspect. These days, I am advocating something called philosophical counseling. I believe as human beings, we are not just biological beings, and we are not just limited to psychological being as well. And beyond that, we also have a philosophical self, okay, which holds both biology and psychology. And that's where we started looking at an interesting aspect called philosophical counseling. And even in this philosophical counseling, for us, narrative therapy is very important. And this narrative therapy, when I say, each one of us have our own narrative of ourselves. And this narrative of ourselves, when it is not in consonance with the world outside or with the narrative of others, we get troubled. And how to resolve that trouble, we don't know. And that trouble really disturbs our sleep and disturbs our life as well. How do you resolve that? It is better to speak to a philosopher. That's how these days you have forums called Talk to a Philosopher. Okay, talking to a philosopher who is trained in philosophy properly would really help you. Okay, and this narrative, self-narrative of oneself and self-narrative of the other, if they are not in consonance, then always there is a problem. I'm saying this simply because you prescribe your certain kind of rules for yourself, and you demand certain kind of behavior from the other, and they don't match all the time, and you get troubled by that. And who can tell you what to do, not to do? Actually, what a philosophical counselor does is, a philosophical counselor would enter into a dialogue with you, and in the process of this dialogue, you would realize whether your system is aligned. Okay, three things are important for us in Indian tradition: manasa, vacha, karmana. Your thought, your word, and your action. These three, if these three are not in alignment, you're sick. And obviously that disturbs your three gunas, sattva, rajas, and tamas that you possess. And also, if you go by Ayurveda, the kapha and three things that we talk about, they also get disturbed. Okay, simple thing is, your thought, your word, and your action have to be in consonance. They have to be aligned. If that is not the case, then it leads to wrong narration of yourself, which disturbs your composition itself. And unless, how do you realize that? Unless you enter into a dialogue with yourself, that is what we call introspection and discovery of yourself. This is what we call self-discovery, self-awareness, self-realization. And that's what resolves the problem that you think is more biological or psychological, right? That is where philosophical counseling works really well. And especially for the pandemic times, we could help many people around by offering philosophical counseling sessions. And it is not that you are a patient in philosophical counseling. In the process of counseling, you're only a person who wants to talk. That's all. Right? So I think in the process, like, narrative tradition is very important to us. That's why I got attracted to this conference as well. So thanks, my sincere thanks and gratitude to Deepa, especially because it is because of her that I'm here. Of course, the other organizers as well. But Deepa is the one who has got in touch with me. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. With this, we are coming towards the end. Let's just take a small recap of what we have experienced in the last 2 days. So when we set about with the conference, our objective was to go into all aspects of storytelling traditions of India. That is, what are the different forms? Why are there so many different forms? What is the relationship of a form with a social context or a geographical situation, a cultural situation? What do our storytelling traditions contain? How are they structured? Why are they structured the way they are structured? And the diversity of the eventual form that is in front of us, that is the musical form or pure narration form, a dance-based form. And in each of these, I think Bharatiya Parampara has shaped hundreds of different varieties. So many more varieties would have probably passed in time and may not have been passed to us. And whatever we currently have, that itself, I think we are struggling to kind of retain that and revive that and pass it on to the future generations. At the same time, there is a certain impact on the society. There is a reason why you are building these narrative forms, these storytelling forms. You want them to serve a certain cultural purpose within the society, and those purposes don't change. They are getting built over a period of time. So you need to understand why a certain what is the purpose a certain form is achieving for you in the society. For example, lullaby. The narrative forms within a lullaby and the narrative forms within Dasa Padas, they are entirely different. They are serving two different purposes. The Dasa Padas have within them contained entire civilizational perspective compressed into few lines through which you can actually jump, into the depths of those stories. So this way, there's a lot of artistic and creative energy that has gone into shaping all of this. So it is extremely important for us to understand all of this in their structure, the way it appears, the purpose, the context, and so on. And why is all that important? That is important because of what Professor Bala just said, that if we have to pass on a certain perspective of life, values, and everything about your culture that you've cherished, these narrative forms are extremely important. It is very clear that communities and individuals who have had deeper engagement with them are not only stable but also pass them on successfully to the future generations. So this was an opportunity for us all to come together and see all this, analyze all this, reflect them in the modern plane. That is extremely important. Our education system until 1835 has been of a certain order, certain nature. If you read books of Dharampal, you'll get a picture of what is the kind of education system we would have had, and in that storytelling would have come first. Ramayana, Mahabharata, Bhagavata, Panchatantra, Raghuvamsha. That is how the whole thing was flowing. Now we have lost that tradition, not just that tradition. At the same time, the knowledge creation itself has moved to an entirely different paradigm. And in that paradigm, if we have to bring our storytelling traditions, there is a certain different kind of a study that is required. And we saw in the first few sessions where the authors went into the storytelling forms, genres, narrative structures, and so on, and extracted very interesting elements. So we will need that kind of a study. So that is why this conference is that of both the academicians and the performers. So we together come. So we together have to coexist. We have to learn from each other. That is the new way in which we are going to figure out how to revive these traditions. What are the new? That's why we had one section on applications of storytelling. They are entirely modern. So that is how the past has to engage with the present and then figure out a natural course of flowing into the future. So we hope that to some extent we have inspired ourselves in undertaking that journey. At the same time, it is important in just about coming together and knowing each other, all people interested and practicing storytelling and interested in storytelling, just knowing each other and becoming part of community. That itself is a very significant power. So we hope we have taken some steps in this direction, and we shall continue to be in touch with each other on this for future projects, as Dr. Nagaraj mentioned. And some of these papers will also be a part of an eventual paper, and of course all the papers will go into INDICA today. Our WhatsApp group will continue to exist so that we can all engage with each other, exchange notes, work together, collaborate, and we will continue our journey in this indigenous storytelling traditions of India. Thank you so much, and I request Deepaji to deliver the vote of thanks.
Thank you very much. Namaste to all the panelists, to everyone who made this conference much beyond even what we had imagined when we began. I remember a message just a couple of days before the conference started, which said, "Are you excited about how it has shaped up?" "I'm very excited," Hariji mentioned, and I said, "Of course, I am more than excited. This is far beyond what I'd imagined." So each and every person who came here, presented, and all those who came to attend as well, we really are grateful. I also want to take this personally an opportunity to thank Professor Nagaraju, Shiv Kumar ji, Hari ji, Srinivas ji, the entire team, particularly for you all even coming up with this thought and this initiative and this concept that we have to bring together the people who are theorizing and those who are on ground in when we are talking about storytelling traditions. So, and the way this has been gone about, not only was the seed so valuable, the way the care was taken with the soil, with the planting, with the papers, with deciding, which will go how will we create the separate sections in this, inviting the other tellers. At every step, there was not only so much thought, the responses and the way it all fell in place. Repeatedly, I've been hearing the word movement and flow, and sthirita, movement, flow, sthirita. That has been how this conference has gone by for me. So really grateful. And I've been having WhatsApp messages of both kinds, from the storytellers who are really happy that they went ahead. And because academia is something a lot of them had a different notion of, that they went ahead and gave into the persuasion that have been behind with so many, and their own, of course, initiative and effort to come and make this. And another entire set of those storytellers who are now saying that, "Oh, I wish I had sent that paper. You persuaded me so many times." So the conference has just inspired so many people from the community. And so I've been telling all of them, "Oh, don't worry, there's a next time. There's always a next time," which is my point really. It would be difficult to mention everyone for sure, but just to mention a few. Dr. Ghosh's, interpreting the sequences in the Katha Sagar of literally implying the embodying of story, because Pushpadanta and Malyavan, they write with their blood. Interpretations like that, or the land of the Lord. Dr. Vinita's exposition of insights into the journey of a Katha Vachak who until very recently was around, Ram Singh Kinkar, or the prenatal storytelling, Gauri Rajesh and Lokesh Ghai's work, giving us so much of caution on how we have to have sensitivity and thoughtfulness when we go about, as Professor Nagaraju put it, activism in anthropology. What is the sensitivity with which they are coming? I could go on about the various insights that we've had, including today, the stories, a presentation, which itself was a storytelling of the Villu Pattu, snake motifs, or Gita Ji's of the symbols and sounds and the larger motives of nature itself. Each one, I've mentioned only a few, but each one of these, together, the analogy that's really coming to me is it feels like the caterpillar has been in the cocoon of January 21st and January 22nd, 2 entire days spent in this cocoon, and each one chewing and so much from each other, giving and taking. This end does not feel at all like the end of the conference. It really feels like the next stage, the metamorphosis is happening, and this is the next stage we're all going towards. So very, very thankful once again to everybody, and for all the learning, especially the initial stage, pre-conference stage, Professor Nagaraj Garu and Shiv Kumar ji. Thank you so much. And oh yes, Professor Bala, you started by saying that perhaps what you're speaking doesn't fit in, but that's precisely why we wanted you, because you would bring all the insights that you aptly did, the Katha traditions, the Shravanam, Shabdam, everything. So thank you all, and wishing everyone all the very best. And as we all see it, INDICA is really going to take this forward further. So it's a beautiful journey ahead. Looking forward.
Before we all leave, let me make a few announcements in behalf of INDICA Academy. One very important one is the future conferences that we are going to have. Professor Bala, I think, will be excited to know, and we love to have him in that conference. We're going to have a conference on Indic studies in ethics, law, and justice. It's going to be a conference on jurisprudence. It's very soon going to be there, and we have already announced a conference on Hinduism and environmentalism. Earlier, we conducted a conference on indigenous environmentalism. Now we are going to focus only on Hinduism, and that's going to be there. The immediate next conference is going to be Hinduism and environmentalism conference. And after that, we are going to have a conference on feminine in Hinduism, femininity in Hinduism. Actually, the contemporary feminist movements, they contradict the idea of femininity itself. The nature-nurture debate, the whole thing. But we would like to show how identifying feminine is not anti-feminine through our conference. So it is going to be held in Guwahati. Currently, it is planned to be conducted at Gamaka physically. If everything goes well with the pandemic condition, it's going to be like that. Otherwise, it's going to be online like this conference. And we have many more such conferences on in our pipeline. Please be tuned. There were questions in the question and answer box about how to keep tuned to INDICA Academy, how to keep in touch with INDICA Academy. INDICA Academy has its own website, friends. Please go to INDICA Academy website. All our announcements are made on INDICA Academy website. And we have a YouTube channel, INDICA Academy YouTube channel. And already the live recordings of this conference are uploaded. They are being actually telecast live on the INDICA Academy YouTube channel. And I thank profusely our back-end team, our office team, Sri Srinivas Garu and Sri Koti Garu. Every one of our conferences is a grand success only because of Srinivas Garu and Koti Garu. And now Koti Garu is very busy already uploading these recordings to the INDICA Academy YouTube channel. And he will be very busy next 2-3 days editing each of these presentations into individual recordings. And all these individual presentations will be uploaded. So those of you who have missed any of these presentations can go to those individual presentations that are uploaded to our INDICA Academy YouTube channel by Sri Koti Garu. Every one of you is invited to every one of our conferences. Please send your abstracts. Please send your proposals. And our founder, Sri Harikiran Garu, who gives all these titles, all saleable titles, Indigenous Storytelling, super hit title, Hindu Meditation, super hit. Actually, our founder, Sri Harikiran Garu, is such a great intellectual with a business acumen. That combination of business acumen and intellectuality gives him this ability of giving all these wonderful ideas. Every one of our conference ideas emerge from his mind, and the titles also are given by him. And he has promised to each one of you that whatever you want to do for Indic studies, INDICA Academy is ready to give you whatever. It could even sound exotic to say that. It could even sound exaggerated to say that, but it is true. Sri Harikiran Garu's promise to himself and promise to the society is that there should be nobody who works for anything Indic that backs out because of lack of funding, lack of support, lack of help. So please keep this promise in mind. What you want, please tell us. It's going to be with you, whatever. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, everybody. Sarve Jana Sukhino Bhavantu. I think it was indeed a satsang last 2 days. Nothing short of satsang. A true satsang in the tradition of Bharatiya Parampara. And it's just been a blessing going through this experience. Like Nagraj Garu said, Hariji's vision, Dr. Nagraj's scholarship and guidance, Deepaji's experience of being a practitioner, of course, my interest in just being part of this, and not just that, all of you, taking part in this with the same kind of passion that you shared our passion, and we rubbed on each other, and every paper was fantastic. And there's so much of learning that has been there on this. Thank you very much. And we will continue to be in touch, and we'll meet in other conferences and other projects and other collaborations. Dhanyavad.